Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Jason? What it do, chat? Test, test, test. There we go. How's it going, y'all? Happy Friday. Thanks, Bob. What's up, Crazy? What it do? What it do, y'all? Did I get some sun? I didn't. I didn't. Do I look like it? I need to so bad. In the worst way. How's it going, y'all? Chat, tap the screen. Let's get some taps on here. What's up, DeMarcus? What's up, PR? I'm doing good, y'all. I actually need to make some coffee real quick. I need to make some coffee. You guys want to tap the screen while I do that? Dare you to. You know what? I'll let you guys see my outfit today too. I'm feeling extra good looking today. It's a damn shame. Good evening, y'all. We are here. We are back. Give me a sec while I make some coffee. Got knockoff Takis. It's a damn disgrace. Coffee this late? We just woke up, y'all. Thank you, JK. What up, Shadzi? Come on. There she is. All right. What up, Julie? What up, Candy Shark? What a do, chat? Do we have any debates tonight, chat? We are looking for Trump supporters. If you guys want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. We've got some new lights here today, too. I don't know if you guys saw these. I got new little shelf lights. Thank you for the taps. What's up, Trish? Happy Friday. I had no idea it was Friday. I woke up today. I was actually kind of upset because I was up for over 24 hours. And I kept waking up. I fell asleep for like fucking 3 hours and I woke up. And then I got another 4 hours of sleep. I think we're good now. How was the pool? How was the pool this week? Didn't do the pool. Didn't do the pool. Didn't do the pool. I need to. Like tomorrow, that should be a goal of mine, is to get some poolside time. You lied to us. I know, y'all. I know. I'm so pale. We're working on it, y'all. We're a work in progress. You said I was going to? Yeah, I know. You're white. Oh, billiards. I went to go play billiards. Yes. How was pool? Yes, I went to go play pool, and it was awesome. And we destroyed people. We ran the table all night. No big deal. You're good. This coffee's about ready to pour, y'all. Y'all ready? Guys, my thingy still healing. Still. You take it back about the line. Okay. Pickles, show Pickles. There she is. She's getting under the covers, y'all. She's got to go spelunking. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get in there. Look at that. We're almost ready. It's almost ready. Blanky Cave. Yeah, she's got to dig. She's got to do her digging. All right. Literally, hurry up. I know, guys. Is he looking for something in there? No, we're waiting for my coffee to boil. It's just about there. I think it's there. What's under the covers? My dog. Little Pickles is under the covers. Just doing little pickle stuff. We'll give you guys a peek. The shirt is sweet. Thank you. I love this shirt. I got it for $12 on the TikTok shop. It literally feels like it's. Y'all are sleeping hard. TikTok shop is so awesome. I have a scooter coming this week, y'all. I have a scooter that I bought for $180. That was 50% off for Labor Day. 20 miles an hour. Like 18-mile range. I'm I'm probably just gonna have like crowds of women chasing me as I'm driving it through Dallas. Other than that, it's gonna be sick. It has lights. Yeah, scooter. Wait till I start a scooter gang. We're gonna have some real rivalry with those bikers, those pussy bikers. I can do that, y'all. I can do that. I can do a little montage of me ride my scooter around, let my hair out in the wind. Is there any natural light in my place? No, I live in a basement, y'all. I gotta make my own. I gotta make my own.
Hey, my friend, how are you doing?
Yo, what's up, man? Doing good. How are
Nothing
you?
much. I'm doing very good. I'm doing very good. I'm actually just in Toronto, Canada right now.
Oh,
So I
nice.
figured, yeah, so I'm just, family at a wedding and whatnot. So I thought I'd go on the live and I saw you. So it's been a while.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. A lot of news of the day. As you saw the jobs numbers, I think I told you I'm in finance with mortgages and HELOCs and that. So we're excited to see some of the interest rates hopefully cut down. But you know what it is, Pickles? If the job numbers are down, I mean, I know it's going to be good for us because people only have equity in their homes. That's all they got left. They're debted to the credit card companies. They're looking for some interest relief. But if you don't got jobs, my friend, how are you going to service the loans that you're getting off of the houses?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
So,
I saw interest rates went from 4.2 to 4.3 today. He was 70,000 jobs shy of the projected numbers. Is that right? I think that
well, you
was
got
what
the
it was.
wrong numbers. The new numbers are coming out tomorrow.
Oh,
Once he goes through them, and remember, all the numbers you get out are all fake.
right,
Remember?
right, 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 right.
Yeah, new ones will come out, and then he'll. The reality is everybody has to get factual stuff. It's just like the pilots, right? The pilots that fly the planes, they need to know of the weather patterns that are coming before them, so they can navigate accordingly and not go through that storm, right? So it's the same thing. I mean, economically, we need to have real numbers. I think what it is the tariffs. I was telling my team today that the tariffs were just totally unnecessary. Like we were doing really, really well. I think he just had to steer the ship. But going ahead and doing what he's done, look at what he's done with China and the rest of the countries. I don't think it's going to be happening anytime soon for good things for the U.S. Like, look, even today he was talking about like the plan's going to take what 2 years, 3 years. He's going to be out of office by anything. What are you talking about? Americans were broke over $1 a gallon more gallon gas.
Bach, I might have Clay. Are you a Trump supporter? I'm gonna invite you to unmute Clay.
Yeah, yeah, not a problem. You know what? If why don't you deal with Clay, and I'm going to wish you well and keep up the good fight, my friend.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good day, Bach.
Okay, take care.
I am a
Hello.
Trump supporter, yes.
Okay, what do you like about
Hello.
Trump?
I like what he's doing about the abortions and the border. So
Are you over 18?
it's pretty chill. I am. 2006.
Okay. All right. So I think the whole border thing is fear mongering. I think that's our stance on the left. I've yet to have somebody come up here and tell me like why it's so bad and why it's worth spending more than any other country's military on ICE trying to get people out of our country.
Yeah.
Why do you think that's so important to y'all?
I think the border is important because if you have so many illegals coming in, they're taking jobs from Americans and immigrants who came illegally.
So there's only 3% of our population made out of undocumented migrants. So do you really think that spending hundreds of billions of dollars to free up 3% of our labor force is worth it?
Yes.
Especially when those jobs are like farming and roofing and stuff. Like nobody's dying to get to those jobs. And we also have nothing but projections from economists that just show that deporting people will fuck up our economy. It hurts our economy. It doesn't help it. Doesn't help job numbers. Doesn't help GDP. Doesn't help anything. Hurts it. Oh. Yep. All right, chat. Well, tap the screen. We're almost at 20K. My coffee's delicious. Guys, by the way, I have this mug in my showcase on TikTok shop, but it's bigger. If y'all want it, I love this mug. And it comes with a tea infuser, like a little thing on the top. They're taking our jobs is, guys, that's so 2001. South Park did a whole movie on it, or episode. Yellow?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Everything.
You want to give me something to work with?
Let's see. What can we work with? Immigration.
We were just talking about that. Do you think we should
We could do a different topic if you want. If you
that's
you
okay.
know
That's okay.
burnt out to talk
do,
about it.
do you think we should be spending $140 billion on deporting people? And why is it worth it?
Because we have too many people here.
We're in population decline.
Yeah, too many illegal people here.
What does that do to our country? Why is it worth so much money getting them out?
I mean, it's been shown that it's a detriment to our country more than it is a help. The few that do pay taxes.
In what way? Where do you see that?
It's a negative.
Where do you see that?
I mean, I can pull it up, but 1 second.
You're gonna pull it up from FAIRS. Someone says, in the way that 57% of my kids' school is Cuban. How does that hurt you? You just racist?
I'm having trouble finding the original article that I looked at a while ago, but
I will find you. So I will find you some good statistics. Here's one by Baker Institute for Public Policy, and it goes into. Hold on, let me just fix this. It goes on to the impact of the deportations, impact on U.S. workforce. They make up 40% of our construction workforce. So what we're going to see is like housing and all of those other things skyrocket in price. And then companies will be able to only
why
offer...
would it skyrocket?
So if there's fewer laborers and the price for that labor goes up because there are fewer laborers, that means that your service is going to be more expensive as a company.
It's not because you have to pay American-born citizens more than you can pay illegals. That has nothing to do with it.
Sure. So if you can find American-born citizens that are just dying to do roofing, you go for it. But that's pretty hard. I, in fact, used to own a roofing company. Never seen a Caucasian person on a roof before.
You've never seen a Caucasian person on a roof before?
No, not in Texas.
That is a blatant lie. Come on,
Nope.
man.
I've literally never seen someone with a hammer on a roof. Nope.
Well, maybe in Texas when you're by the border, that makes sense. But
I'm in Dallas. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, Texas is near the border.
All of Texas, we're going to see all of those people who work those construction jobs leave. And then you're going to see people, I would be that person. I used to own a construction company. I'd be shopping for labor and I would be getting outrageous prices. I'd be sending back estimates to my homeowners. They would say, nah, they're good. We're going to save our thousands of dollars in change orders. You're good.
Well, if American citizens can make good money from instead of them hiring illegals because they can pay them less, that's a good thing for American citizens to make more money. Yeah, prices of roofs and stuff is going to go up, but it's better for Americans to be making money so they can feed their families than illegal immigrants that shouldn't be getting those jobs in the first place.
Again, we're going to see things get worse. So we have economic projections that just say the economy does bad when we kick all of these people out. So nobody's going to be doing better. This is just a fantasy.
The people who are going to be employed by the roofing companies, that they can no longer hire illegals because there's no illegals for them to hire. They're going to have to pay American citizens more than they pay those illegals.
Do you know what unemployment rate is right now?
No. What is it?
4.3.
Okay.
So if we kick 3% out of our country, how many people do you think are looking for jobs in those respective fields? Nobody.
I mean, there's going to be people to fill those shoes, bro. The reason why those employers go for illegals is because they know they can pay them way less.
Right. That could be true. It's also because they are a flexible workforce, and some of them come for like a week at a time and they work crazy hours and they go back home. There's nobody that wants to do that. That's capable of just walking into Denny's and speaking English and making just as much.
If your point holds, if it's valid, Obama deported more than anybody. We didn't see the economy crash when Obama deported more than Trump.
Yeah. So this is the difference. So Obama is deporting people who were like who are here illegally, right? And Trump is deporting 500,000 people who are here legally. So like the people with TPS.
What? That's no. Wait. No, they're not. They're not here legally.
Yeah, they are. Temporary protective status people. Trump literally gave Venezuela temporary protective status, and now he's turning it off and kicking them out.
Because Biden had let in a lot more people during his term.
And now he's kicking out those people who came legally?
Well, Biden created the CBP-1 app.
It's not true.
Really? It wasn't launched pushed under his administration, and they didn't have pickup spots. They made it. So
they launched CBP-1 in October 2020 during
Trump.
Trump.
You could schedule pickups under Biden. And do all this.
Yeah. So instead of having to trek through the desert, because it's 2025, instead of trekking through the desert
here, bro. We don't want them here.
You don't want anyone here? Why not?
No,
You're just racist?
We need to stop all immigration.
Why?
Because we have too many people here. We don't have a housing problem. We have a housing problem.
Okay, migrants don't buy undocumented migrants don't buy houses, dude. They don't have a social.
Yeah, there's other ways of them getting housing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when other people buy houses and they rent it.
Programs. There's programs for illegals to get housing, isn't there?
I don't know. You'd have to prove that.
Get apartments to get.
You'd have to prove that. Again,
I mean,
this is not at the detriment of our economy. Like we see that our GDP is going to shrink 0.4%, which is just about. I think it's more than the housing market crisis. Because Trump is doing a lot more. He's doing it for the numbers, and he's taking people out of their place of work. He's cackling them at farmers. No, he's not. Obama did not overhaul ICE and go hunt people down. No, he didn't.
83% of Obama's deportations were done without due process, expedited removal, and he was removing people.
Expedited removal is just fine if you're here under 2 years. That's not what Trump is doing. He's removing people with no due process who've been here way longer, who have kids, 14-year-old kids that live here.
Why should that matter? Because they're living off of us. Right. They're not paying taxes.
The law is what we're obsessed with, right? So we just want we want Trump to be able to do this within the law. If Biden did it so successfully and Obama did it so successfully, why can't fucking Trump do it so successfully following the law? That's
interesting. Following the law. The people that broke the law to come here, that's okay. But Trump deporting people because you don't like it.
Even when someone murders somebody, we have to follow the law and give them due process.
Trump's doing the exact same thing Obama did.
No, he's not.
Except Obama deported more people than Trump.
No. If Obama spent $140 billion on ICE, you guys would be storming the Capitol with ARs.
Well, Obama's not president. He could never be.
That illustrates my point.
No, not really, because I don't think Republicans would have a problem with Obama deporting a bunch of people.
Yes, dude. You guys literally don't care about deportations until your team does it, and you guys don't even do it as good as us.
That's not true. You just proved my point.
Yeah, you guys do it horribly. You're shipping people to fucking CCOT with no due process. They're there for the rest of their lives. Trying to send people to Uganda.
Why do you think Bukele has gotten El Salvador to the lowest murder rate ever?
Yeah, because he's locking everyone up, and then he's also paying crime syndicates to do more crime to stay in power, so that he can keep his military or his wartime law in effect.
Crime syndicates.
Yes.
He's locking up every gang member in El Salvador.
Yeah, and then he's paying them to continue crime.
He's paying them to continue. This is your conspiracy theory.
No, this is reporting coming out of El Salvador.
Yeah, from some liberal.
Dude. You guys start glazing dictators. It's terrifying. It's really terrifying.
Everyone in El Salvador loves him, right?
No, listen.
Yeah.
While they might love some of them, he might have an approval rating. People are in jail under his system for the rest of their lives.
Gang members, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Was Obregon Garcia? Was he proven to be a gang member?
We're talking about Bukele now. You're saying he's
the people that Trump loves.
They love him.
Trump is holding hands with Bukele and locking up people who are innocent for the rest of their lives.
All right, let me give you a little tad bit of information here. I live in an area that is a sanctuary city in Maryland. A lot of the population, if not half or most, are El Salvadorian citizens, if not becoming that. And my girlfriend's from El Salvador. Her mom is from El Salvador. Right? Well, my girlfriend was born here, but her mom was from El Salvador. Everyone in El Salvador, all their families, all the regular citizens that are not gang members and crime committers are so happy and blessed that he has cleaned up the country of El Salvador, and now you could vacation there. Before, if a white person went down there,
listen,
and had
I get it. You're championing an authoritarian. I get it. He locked everybody up. That's cool. And he's also using wartime law. And using all sorts of invasion law, just like Trump is doing. Trump is using his playbook.
There's no one in El Salvador saying he's locking up regular people. He's locking up gang members, dude.
Okay. With due process, right? No.
What Bukele does is not my business, but he's doing a good job, and you're calling him a dictator.
He's literally a dictator. He is.
So anyone that wants law and order is a dictator.
No, somebody who uses the government to stay in power perpetually is a dictator.
People want him in power because he's done such a great job.
That's a code.
The whole country's been corrupt for 30 years. He comes in and actually does a good job. And by the way,
Maryland's population of El Salvadorians is 2.1%.
I said my county is a sanctuary county. I might have misspoke, but I live in a county that's a sanctuary county, and it's very highly El Salvadorian.
Okay, and why is that bad?
Oh, funny you should ask, because now we have MS-13 murders happening in our parks here. You can look it up. Wheaton Regional Park. There's a whole
okay, so again, you're not going to be able to convince me that this is an actual problem, because 29 murders is all we had last year, and the year before 29 as well. That's out of 17,000 murders. It's not enough to say it's a problem.
You didn't even let me finish. They've decapitated people in the parks. There is drunk people everywhere. There is,
and now you're just going to plea for emotion, right? You're just going to tell me how bad these little, small, individual, isolated incidents are?
Isolated incidents, dude. The whole quality of life has gone down in my area because of the third world problems that have came with the illegal immigrants bringing their.
You're lying. They're 3% of our entire population. For you to clutch your pearls and say it affects you is a complete lie.
In one area, I'm talking about a specific.
In Maryland, they're coming all the way from south of the border, all the way to the northeastern tip of the country, and it's 2% of your population, dude.
You should look up the DMV. Look up the DMV and the influx of illegal immigrants.
2%.
They literally got an MS-13 gang leader in Arlington, Virginia, like 2-3 months ago, dude.
Sweet. You don't know again, these are small things. We have 17,000 murders a year. You guys focus on the smallest, dumbest, least worthwhile demographic.
There was a girl beaten and raped.
Mm-hmm. And then there were 17,000 more other of those, and you guys don't care about those. There's people who die. We have more people die in one school shooting than all of immigrants do in a year.
You're having someone commit a crime here that shouldn't even be here in the first place. That
doesn't mean we should spend hundreds of billions of dollars on stopping them. That's kind of stupid. We could easily just save more lives for way less.
There are people, they're jumping the line of people who apply for citizenship the right way.
And it doesn't stop it or slow them down at all.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The
Yeah,
point
it
is you should
is.
follow the
You're
law.
just saying. Oh,
Not
you're
be a
just saying this is
criminal.
their feelings. There's no actual tangible
No, they're
like
criminals.
bad things.
You
They're
broke
not
our federal
criminals.
law. They
Okay,
broke our
you're
federal
talking about
law.
a law that's a $250 fine. That's just like saying that you're obsessed with people who speed on the highway.
Okay, so someone comes here, works under the table, doesn't pay taxes. What are they contributing to our society?
There's literally no way not to pay taxes when they buy food or
Really?
anything. They're paying sales tax. When you're
No,
renting an
no.
apartment,
Income tax.
okay. So when you want to work for an employer, you have to have an ITIN number, and it's literally exclusively for people who cannot get a social, for like undocumented migrants.
You owned a roofing company. You paid people under the table. You didn't file any paperwork with them.
Yes, I
Stop
did.
lying.
No,
you didn't.
You don't know how. I'm a bookkeeper by trade. I can tell you exactly how this works, and yeah, I will fucking choke slam you on this.
You paid people under the table.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. It's called an ITIN number. If you don't know what it is, that's on you.
You're lying through your teeth.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Listen, if you don't know how this works, that's on you. But when you're an undocumented migrant, you can have this thing. You just apply for it. It's free. They give it to you. It's called an ITIN number, and you can go work, and then you pay income taxes. They paid $97 billion in income taxes last year, and that's what I'm talking about.
What does that have to do with anything?
You just asked me how they pay taxes, and I'm telling you the exact number.
No, I said you paid them under the table.
Yeah. No, I didn't. You would have to. First of all, this is how this would work.
Pause right there.
No, I have to teach you bookkeeping real quick.
Well, look,
I have to teach you bookkeeping.
You can argue for immigration all you want, but when you want to talk to the family of Rachel Morin, who it took them 1.5 years to find her killer and rape her, yeah.
Okay, I can name families of the 17,000 people who died that weren't killed by undocumented migrants. It means nothing to me.
Yeah, they're undocumented migrants. They shouldn't be here. Period.
Again, like a child killed by an undocumented migrant is worth just as much to me as a child killed by a U.S. citizen, and I think we can save a lot more U.S. citizens or people who are murdered. Period. Instead of just hyper focusing on the 29, because like there's
save a lot
way
more
more
U.S. citizens if there weren't illegal immigrants here.
That's not true. Only 29 more would be alive. We could easily take the $140 billion and make sure
so they don't matter. Those 29 don't matter to you because
no, you're saying the 17,000 don't matter to you.
No, they do. But
No,
the
they
illegal immigrants,
What actions are y'all doing to stop the 17,000 people who get murdered every year?
Actually, that's funny. Republicans support police way more than Democrats. You want to defund them.
We've never defunded the police. Trump literally just did.
There are
in the big beautiful bill.
Hundreds and hundreds of Democrats asking for police to get their weapons taken away.
There's not any politicians in office, right? Y'all have Nazis on your side, so like I could say that's your viewpoints, but no politicians on our side are asking for this.
Name one.
What are you said? There's name a Nazi on your side. Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes is not a part of the Republican Party.
He is a conservative.
Yeah, he's a YouTuber. He's not a fucking politician, dude.
Okay. Kanye West. Literally all of the
really
Nazis.
Naming entertainers, dude. You're not naming politicians.
Literally all of the Trump. Nazis. Nazism is a right-wing ideology. They live on your side.
And guess what? The LGBTQ leader of Maryland got caught trying to meet a child. You have pedophiles on your side, bud.
Yeah, but that's also an isolated incident.
That's also an isolated incident. Shut the fuck up, dude.
It is. Look,
yeah, Kanye West is an isolated incident. He's a drug-fueled, crazy fucking musician. You idiot.
Yeah, and Trump loves him. Trump
hasn't been with him since 2019, way before he said all that Nazi shit.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you're wrong.
he hung out with Nick Fuentes and had dinner with him with Kanye. That's not weird. Here's
before all that Nazi shit.
Data on who diddles kids. Okay, you see the red. This is Republicans. 60% Republican make the news for diddling kids, and then 12%. This is whoismakingthenews.com.
Whoismakingthenews.com.
Mm-hmm.
Reliable source. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. What's your source for saying that we are vehemently more likely to touch little kids?
You said that Nazis support Trump, so I said pedophiles support you because
and then I'll show you that the data shows pedophiles support you. 12%.
Random website, dude. That's not
12% of these are done by religious people. That's your side.
That's a random
and then
website.
You guys are against all sorts of sex ed for kids, which makes this more possible. You guys are. This happens in churches.
The Democrats in California are teaching little boys how to give other little boys head in school. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's not actually curriculum. Nobody's doing that.
That's literally in a book in California schools.
A book exists that might have that, but that's no one's curriculum. That is propaganda.
It is? Really?
Yeah. Where do they decide?
So why are teachers at the school board arguing against it? Don't put this book in my classroom.
Nobody is trying to make that curriculum.
That was literally a whole topic, dude.
No, it's
People
not.
were showing up to
Go
school
ahead
boards.
and show me where somebody was trying to put that in the curriculum. You're just making it like you guys are actually putting the Bible with legislation in classrooms. We've never done anything like this.
Okay,
We've
'cause
never
the
done
Bible-
anything with the law that makes you guys have to deal with the LGBTQ community with any sort, but besides with civility. We just have the Civil Rights Act. That's about it.
What does that even matter?
Because you guys are always gaslighting us and saying that we're trying to shove this down your throat and indoctrinate kids when we have done nothing. You can show me nothing that we have actually done as a party to try to do this.
Dude, Democrats have been pushing LGBTQ shit for
Name one politician that's pushing it. Go ahead. In the last 30 years.
Democrats.
Yeah, name one. Name one. Go ahead.
There's a million of them. What the
Yeah,
fuck are you
name
talking
one and
about?
give me a
Every
quote.
Democrat in the world.
Name one and give me a quote. It shouldn't be that hard if all of them do it. Go ahead.
I mean, they all do it, but I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Yeah. Okay.
Most Democrats on social media, on the news, on everything, always talk about trans rights and this, that.
We have to come out here because you guys are always punching down on minority groups to get elected.
You
we have
want
to come
men
out here
to beat
and
up girls in sports, bro. What are you talking about?
that's again. This is so Trump spent $217 million on making you think this was an issue, and
It is an issue.
It's not because
Little girls are getting harmed actually and feeling uncomfortable in the locker room. That is an issue.
It's not an issue. So
So you think a man with a penis should be next to a girl in a locker room that has a vagina? Is that your stance?
listen, I think these things are far more nuanced than you just saying, look at the penis and the vagina in the same room together.
That is exactly what it is. It's
no,
a
it's
person with
not.
a penis
No.
standing
First
next
of
to a
all,
person
let me
with a
finish
vagina.
my thought. The head of the NCAA, which is the collegiate league for sports, came out and told us how many trans people were in college sports. You want to take a swing at it? You want to tell me how many we kicked out with Trump's executive order?
If that girl that lost her swimming medal to the transgender person, if that happened, which it did, I forget her name.
Leah
but-
Thomas. Again,
Yeah,
you're pivoting. Can
No,
you tell
I'm
me
talking about the
what's-
actual woman. The actual woman. That's
Okay.
one woman who lost her
Okay.
medal because of a transgender person that she rightly deserved. You gave it to a 6'4" man, dude.
Dude,
You're
Leah
nuts.
Thomas hasn't really won anything since, and they have not won anything.
He's a
They've never
trash-ass
even
man.
They've never even placed in the Olympics. They've not taken on anything. They have not taken anything from women. Okay, they're just
Yes,
trying to survive.
Okay. Who did she take the award from again? Because they tied and they gave it to
Yeah.
a man instead of the woman in the
It's a-
women's racing.
So again, you just want to be disrespectful and call Leah Thomas a man. It's
a man,
Leah Thomas is
bro.
a woman.
Oh my God, it's a man.
It's a woman.
When he was racing in the men's competition, he was getting dusted, so he had to go to the women's
That's
competition.
not
just
true.
to
He
win
was doing
anything.
fantastic in the men's competition, and
No, he wasn't.
yes,
He was losing.
He was doing
What do you mean?
fantastic, and after a year on
He didn't come in third
HRT,
place.
listen, after a year on HRT, he was not doing that hot. No, she was not doing that hot.
Hey,
You guys are sick.
hold on.
Want to
So,
let men play with women?
Listen again,
You are
you guys.
incorrect.
This is.
oh
he's
my
gone.
fucking
Yeah,
little
If
bitch.
they're
Sorry.
obsessed with
Sorry,
this,
I'm
and this
mean.
affected nobody. The 10 people is insane for you guys to think this is the biggest issue. And again, they can't point out anywhere where we've actually tried to do this. Like they're victims. Like we did this to them. This is a thing that just organically came up and throughout society where we just let people participate because we're inclusive and we love people. We're not bigots.
Yeah, no, I can't believe he ran. Because Pickles didn't kick him, none of us removed him, so he ran because he's scared. Yeah, so Leah Thomas was doing well in the men's division in her freshman and sophomore year. Her junior year is what the Republicans always quote. That's when she started HRT. And then her senior year is when she had been on HRT for at least 2 years. So that's what we taught. And no one lost a medal. They were tied. I have a source somewhere in my link tree document if anyone wants to go through it.
Wait,
on
she
when
tied
she's
for that
won.
medal?
Yeah, they tied. Yeah. Riley Gaines didn't lose. They both tied at fifth
Oh
place.
my
And Riley
God.
Gaines got a medal, by the way. They just didn't have two at the same time.
Fifth place. They're really
no.
doing this over fifth place?
Yeah, come on, Pickles. Her entire career was ruined. She was a fifth place. Yeah. Whole career. Didn't place again. Just thought I'd point that out.
I thought Leah. I haven't. What?
No, I know. Remember the party of they say we're all about participation trophies. But fifth place is a participation trophy, if you ask me. Yeah. So anywho, I'm not gonna hang up here. You do good with
Anyway,
1v1s. I was just up here because, queer people make Republicans scared. So thanks for letting me pop up here. I'm gonna hop back
anytime.
down.
Much love.
Thank you. Love ya.
Love you. Chat, tap the screen. If you guys want to debate, tell me why you like Trump. Hop in the box. What's up, Trish?
Hey, I just want to offer if anybody has questions about swimming, I'm happy to answer it. Somebody had said in the comments that Leah Thomas took somebody else's spot. That's not how college swimming works or college scholarships. There's not a set number of people on the team. And she swam in Leah Thomas was in an Ivy League, and so they don't even do athletic scholarships. So
Oh my God.
I always love to ask, what sport the men play that makes them feel so significant in sports. And also, like, when do you support a women's sport any other time than if it's around hate? Probably never.
Yeah, I agree.
So.
Yeah, it's for the knee-jerk reaction. It's something we can't make go away. It's just, they love it. It's gold. It's gold for Republicans. The whole men and women's sports. There's no talking them off the sledge. There's no amount of education that makes them feel unmad.
I'll be in the chat.
All right, thank you, Trish.
Bye.
Bye. Someone keeps saying George Soros is a Nazi in my YouTube chat. Isn't he Jewish? It's called "You People Are Stealing Opportunities from Actual Women." It's not even a thing. It's not happening. It's not a real thing. Y'all are making a whole minority group feel like social stigma, and they probably all feel hated and worse than when Trump was in office before. I think far more people are negatively harmed by the way y'all handled this so ungracefully, treating them like hot garbage, having no idea about the science. When you come up here with such strong opinions, such bigoted opinions, and you say hateful things towards these people, and then we ask you for any of like your background knowledge on this, y'all usually have no idea what's going on. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Real quick, just before we get into that, just I voted for Trump 2020 and 2024. I didn't vote for him 2016. Do you mind me asking who you voted for?
Kamala, which is my first vote.
And then what about 2020?
It's my one and only presidential vote.
Oh, that Kamala was your only vote?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like would you like one of the things like with Donald Trump, do you think that one of the reasons that you wouldn't vote for him in the future would be because just imagine if this was, his first term, right? And like he had another time to run. Would you say one of the reasons you wouldn't vote for him was because like he violated the Constitution?
I mean, that's one of many things. Sure. I don't think that's just all by itself a deal breaker, but yeah, sure. Are you going to tell me that Biden did?
Do you think what do you think should happen to like people like presidents that violate the Constitution?
Are you trying to get me in a gotcha and tell me how Biden did the same thing? I think that Trump blatantly saying
Biden did?
I don't know. You're probably going to give me some BS, but I think Trump blatantly saying that he doesn't know if he has to follow the Constitution and also just tweeting about it, saying we should do away with all rules, even those found in the Constitution, when there's magnitude, like fraud of this magnitude, even though he never proved any fraud. I think my biggest problem with him, instead of you just feeding me my talking point, my biggest problem with him is his leadership style, the way he talks and divides the nation. He says the most divisive rhetoric as often as he possibly can to sway the conversation, to control the narrative. He lies constantly, and we have to fight about it as a country and as families. People are getting divorced. I think that's what's wrong with Trumpism, and I just think that he's also just openly, like flagrantly corrupt and morally bankrupt.
Right. So, I mean, it more sounds like more of like an opinion, like more than just like actual facts. Like, you know, people can say stuff, but like actual actions are different. So like you can sit there and say like, you know, there's things in the there's things that I don't agree with, but just because I disagree with them, that doesn't mean I'm going to physically, like, he doesn't have the actual power to do anything about the Constitution or get rid of the Constitution.
Dog.
So like he can say whatever he wants. Like he can't do anything about it.
Okay,
There's checks and
are just
balances.
okay. You guys hate checks and balances when Trump does, right? So like
How is that?
Trump has come out every single time somebody's held him accountable, like the Supreme Court or any other federal judge. He comes out and he asks for them to be impeached. And then he has the Supreme Court, who he elected 3 of 9. He has them give him immunity. They give him, they take away the teeth from federal injunctions.
Immunity from what? Immunity from what?
Presidential acts.
Okay, so do you realize that immunity, qualified immunity for cops, for government officials, that's been a thing for the longest time. Trump isn't separated from that. He's still a government official. He still gets qualified immunity.
Yeah, but
the court wasn't saying like we now give him immunity. They were saying he does have immunity. This is the type of immunity he's qualified for.
I get it. And it
So
says
that right
if
there
he's
was a
acting
lie.
as it's an official act as a president and he
Yeah.
breaks the laws, he has immunity.
Right. So like if a police officer, right? If a police officer breaks the law, if they're sitting there and they break the law, it happens every single day, right? They're still qualified under qualified immunity. If they broke the law.
Yeah, but if they knowingly did something, right? There's a line. So if they knowingly violated someone's right and they were even told about it in the process, they absolutely
unless there's
can.
case law. Unless there's case law.
Yeah,
Unless there's case law. On
again,
it. If there's
Trump
not case
has
law on
convinced
it-
all of y'all that most of this power consolidation is good and okay, and that's what I'm saying.
No,
it's
I
bad.
mean power consolidation. What power is he consolidating?
Like I just told you, he took away the teeth from federal injunctions.
Okay,
He's
can I ask you a
also just
question real
doing
quick, just based on
everything in
that?
his power to
Can I just
control institutes,
Yeah,
states,
can
cities,
I ask
sanctuary
you a
cities.
question on that? What
Yeah.
do you think? What do you think the most power somebody could have is?
Being president of the United States.
No, like okay, like Joe Biden was president of the United States. Like why? Like how can I not say that he wasn't trying to get more power from his position?
If he came
Why
out,
is Trump so special about it?
okay, so if Joe Biden used messaging to come out and start trying to convince his constituents that it's too hard to follow the law and he start breaking them, that's what I would be talking about. And Trump
He
has
absolutely
literally
did
done
break
that.
the law. He's
What do you
broken
do?
the law many times.
What do you do?
The OSHA mandate, the OSHA vaccine mandate. Are you kidding me? That was a clear violation of the law.
No, that was so checks and balances, right? So like the Supreme Court said, hey, you have to offer as a substitute for a vaccine, you have to offer a COVID test. So he absolutely acted within the law.
Okay, but the fact that he had an executive order saying that any company with 100 or more employees has to get tested weekly, have to be vaccinated. You're telling somebody that they have to get something, right?
Yeah,
That
test.
is absolutely a violation of the
No, if
of
getting
the-
your
the
saliva,
Constitution.
getting your saliva tested is not a violation of anyone's rights.
That's not that okay. Getting a
Voluntarily?
vaccine and being told to operate in society that you have to be vaccinated is a violation of the Constitution.
No, it's not. So
Yeah, 100% is, and that's what the court ruled on.
okay, no, they
He
they
doesn't
ruled,
have any power
they-
over.
They
over
actually
that.
allowed this to go through with the caveat of the with the testing. So that's
Okay,
why. You're
so
wrong.
you can implement testing, yes, right?
Yeah.
But actually getting the vaccine is a completely different thing.
Yeah, but so nobody
Talking
was
about two
forced. They had
separate
the option
issues.
of getting the test.
Huh?
They had the option of just getting
That
the
was an
test.
option beforehand.
Yeah.
That
So
was that the court didn't. Biden didn't just. Oh well, I'm just going to only make testing. Testing was a part of the original mandate.
I guess good.
Okay,
Listen,
what
if
they
I
struck down
own a business,
specifically.
if I own a business and I'm just stupid and I don't believe in science and I just let
What
all of my
science was sitting
employees,
there saying that everybody needed to be vaccinated? Because that there was no science about that.
right, it was a novel virus and a pandemic that killed 1.2 million people here in the United States, and I don't think there's any number that would have
Supposedly.
convinced y'all that there was an urgency behind this. But yes, we had to start
There was
taking
absolutely
action.
no urgency behind it.
Why not? There was one.
The only people really affected by it was the elderly, children, and young adults, and everybody else was okay. The
Yeah.
mortality. What was the mortality rate for
It's like
for anybody
0.1%.
over 65?
Oh, I don't know. What you're just going to be looking at these skewed numbers where
No, there's not skewed numbers.
Yes, it
We
is.
don't know the
You're-
actual numbers because they were counting everything as a COVID death.
That's not true either. You just don't know
100%
how-
they were.
No, you don't.
100% they were.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they don't. Have you ever looked at a
That's
death
why you
certificate?
can't give an actual. That's why you can't. Okay.
You ever looked at a death certificate?
Swear on your mom's life right now that you believe in that statistic 100%.
Swear on my mom's life.
Swear on it, dude. You're like, you must not have a mom or you must not love her, man.
Why? Because I don't buy into like alternative facts.
So everything that the government says is facts.
No, but like the CDC and the rest of the whole world, like every country on earth who doesn't share my politics, also agree with me. That also just tells me that I'm probably right.
No, 100% they don't.
Okay, which country doesn't?
Okay, so all the people that did not get vaccinated, are they still alive? Are they still doing okay?
Yeah, there's no evidence that show that they're dead.
So what's the point of getting the vaccine? If it didn't,
You're
if it
12
didn't,
to
if
14
all it
times
was
less
the
likely
basic
to go to the
flu,
hospital and
It
die.
was basically just the flu.
It was not just the flu.
100% it was.
It was
That's
not,
all
no.
it was.
No, the flu kills 30 to 50,000 people each year. This killed 1.2 million in 2 years. That's not even close.
Supposedly.
Supposedly? So you're
Yeah.
a conspiracy theorist every time it's convenient for you. You have no reason
No,
to
no,
doubt this
no,
information.
No, dude. I mean, I was there. You can't fool me. Everybody's seen the way the world was working. Everybody was freaking out while
What
Florida
does it
was
look
still
like?
open.
What does it look like when 1.2 million people don't die?
What do you mean? That's a dumb question. What does it look like when it just looks like life? What are you talking about?
Again, so you're going to just tell me that you sat around and experienced something that makes you believe this data is untrue. What does it look like when you experience that?
Normal life. What kind of question's that?
Dog, I have people that died. I know people that died. I wasn't living normal life.
COVID, dude, COVID was not that serious.
Holy
And
fuck.
everybody,
Dude, every war the United States has been a part of in history.
No,
If you add
based
them
on-
all
based on-
together,
hold on.
if you add them all together and double it, it's more people died from COVID. 500,000 people died in the Civil War. 65,000 people died in Vietnam. 4,400 people died in the Middle East over the last 20 years. And you're sitting here saying 1.2 million people is not a big deal. Shake it off.
Okay, so real quick, right? So you said you trusted the science, you trusted the CDC, you trusted everybody,
I trust,
right?
yeah, the whole world concurs with CDC.
Okay, so Fauci, when he was flip-flopping on it, wear a mask, don't wear a mask, wear a mask,
Yeah,
don't
so
wear a mask.
this
The
is where
scientific studies say wear a mask. The scientific studies.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
So I'm going to
He
help you
couldn't
out.
even make up his mind on
I'm
it.
going to help you out. Fauci said, do not go buy all the PPE and the masks early on in the pandemic because he said that the medical facilities and professionals need them first and that it would cause a huge surge of buying these things, just like their paper towels and all that shit, and they wouldn't have any and people would die. So he said, stop buying them all. He didn't say they don't work ever. He never said that. You guys just literally read a bunch of Facebook posts and you cry about what one person said and how they might have flip-flopped on it. When you could just look at the science, you can just look at every other country has longitudinal studies on masks and the vaccines and all of that. You guys don't care. You guys only care about where these people raise doubt and suspicion. He's gone. Chat, I have a Cash App Venmo in the bio if you guys want to support the stream. That's the best way to do it. And Yeah, hop in the box if you're MAGA. Hello? Oh, the guest violated. Oh, weird. He got a violation. I was in a coma for a month. COVID 3 times with and COVID 3 times with COVID. Oof. You have to dumb down your speaking. I try, yo. I try. Someone needs to make an app, like a Trump translator app. So like you speak into it with like normal like human speak, and then it spits out what Trump would say. I think it'd be really easy too. It'd probably be like 12 lines of code. Translate. Sitting on a gold mine. I know. Yeah, please at least like pay homage to me if you guys take that idea and get rich. Christ King says the masks are worthless for stopping a viral contaminant. The freaking mask boxes even stated that wearing the N95 does not prevent COVID or other viruses. So if you guys can't think critically, what that is a disclaimer. If you buy that box of N95 masks and you get COVID, you can't sue them because you got COVID. The science behind it is that the openings in the N95 mask are smaller than the size of the virus. So if the virus can't pass through and it's like too many nanometers, it can't pass through an N95 mask. It's for the same reason you wear these masks while doing surgery. Pathogens can't go in, it can't go through that mask. It's just science. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter you want to debate, hop in the box. Docs and dentists wear them exactly, yeah. You can still get it through your eyes. Yeah, if it flies on a like a water droplet and gets into your eye, sure. No one says it's foolproof, but it's protection. It's like saying a seatbelt's not going to save. It doesn't guarantee to save your life in a car crash. Why would you even wear that? You fucking liberal idiot. Oil field workers know more about masks than doctors. I don't know. Many more Republicans than Democrats unalived from C-19. That's true. 15% higher rate. And 2021 dropped way down. Wonder why? Yeah, because COVID, because masks work. Yeah. What's the website for the news again? I can't find it. What's the website for the news? What do you mean? Go to sleep, man. These magnets will be here, unfortunately. I just woke up, guys. I'm up for a while. Oh, who's making the news.com? That's what you wanted? Who is making news.com? Who is making news? Someone says your party has failed ideology of self-mutilation and delusion. Are you talking about the right? Christians have been circumcising kids for millennia, since the Dark Ages. You're right. They're insane.
Abortion is murder. Fuck you.
That is a real life fetus chat. Bro's in a petri dish. Yellow.
Ball sack.
Yep. Yellow. Hello? Jay?
I got 7 cookie. 6-7.
What the Sigma? Cutting USAID is also murder. I love that. I love that. Cutting Medicaid is also murder. Why does he deny that Kamala Harris has told people to defund the police? When did she do that? The fetuses are taking our jobs. Yeah, nobody. We have Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Trump's whole campaign talking about defunding FBI, which is just the federal police. Y'all actually are doing it. Trump just cut funding for the police in the big beautiful bill as well. So y'all actually did it. We haven't done anything to cut funding. In fact, y'all cut taxes all the time. That's the only trick y'all have in conservatism, and it just defunds police all the time. That's all you do. That's all y'all got. You have one trick. It's tax cuts and hating migrants. My views are just as fake as my glasses. Guys, imagine being so politically obtuse that you think that anybody on the opposite side of the political spectrum is just faking it and they must be paid. That's how radicalized Trumpers are right now. When I first started this, I had nonstop. I had people coming up here telling me that I was paid by Soros and shit. How fundamentally like fucked up do you have to be to just think that anybody who doesn't believe what you believe is crazy and has TDS?
Okay.
Guys, that guy was both of these people were trolls in the box. Because you do have TDS, David. You have Pickles DS. You have PDS. Hello.
Yo.
Dog, that profile picture's wild. You're brainwashed big time. Who's doing all the brainwashing? I feel like the Democrat Party is just a bunch of free thinkers who just like all have general like ideas how to make the country better. Trump is the one brainwashing, like comes out and just says a bunch of lies and we have to deal with it and talk about it as a society all the time. And y'all either have to side with him or side with your own families. That's why it's a cult. Y'all are brainwashed. Where is the 350,000 missing kids from the border that Kamala lost? Jin, if you just Googled that, you would see that they lied about that, and yeah, they're trying to confuse you. The 350,000 kids was actually a number from the years 2018 to 2022. So most of those years were during Trump. And those are simply kids who have not received their notice to appear in court. They're not missing. They're not like gone, like the show 24 or 48 or whatever. They're not. It's not that. So they lied to you to get you to, and you'll listen to that and be like, oh wow, they lied to me, whatever. I was fooled for like a couple of months, but I forgive him. I'm gonna keep listening to him. Let's see what he has to say today.
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
What do you like about Trump?
I think he's funny.
The only woman MAGA believes is Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh my god. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, this is all my personal opinion. I have extreme resentment for the left.
Okay. What for?
C-19, the border, the left allows riots. I want détente with Russia. I support Israel.
You said Russia?
I want détente.
Say that again?
Peace. I want détente. That just means peace.
So, okay. All right. Trump is doing the same thing with Ukraine that Biden did. So, right?
Like I said, this is all just my personal opinion. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is more the fault of the West than Russia. I can explain that to you if you'd like.
Please try.
Okay, let me give you some names here, and I'll see if you know them. George Kennan, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Jeffrey Sachs, Stephen Cohn.
Nope.
Huh?
Nope.
No.
Who are those? Who are those people?
Zbigniew Brzezinski was one of Jimmy Carter's national security advisors.
Okay.
It's Mika's dad on Morning Joe. Mika and Joe on Morning Joe. Do you know who that is?
I know Morning Joe, yeah.
Yeah, that's Mika's dad.
Okay.
Zbigniew Brzezinski was President Carter's national security advisor.
All right, what about it?
Okay, in 1997, he wrote a book called The Grand Chessboard.
Okay.
And in that book, he explained the U.S. policy toward Russia, which is extremely hostile. That the policy was to expand NATO to Russia's borders, to encircle Russia, and to break Russia up into several segments.
And this was right after the Budapest Memorandum? This was right after?
Yes, in 1994. Yeah, but in 1990 is significant too, and that George Kennan was the architect of U.S. foreign policy of containment during the Cold War, and he advised not to expand NATO. And in 1990, the U.S. gave the Soviets a guarantee that Russia would not expand east.
No, they didn't.
1 inch in an agreement of the reunification of Germany.
Nope.
Yes, they did.
You're talking about the Minsk agreement. It was just a verbal. Someone just said it. It was never written down.
Yes, it was informal, but it was an agreement nonetheless.
No. Was it agreement when Trump says that Russia can bomb whoever the fuck they want if NATO doesn't pay their fair share? Is that an agreement?
The West provoked Russia.
Is that an agreement?
the West and the U.S. violated the agreements with Russia going back to the 19 to
Okay,
around
Russia's
1990.
been invading its neighbors for years. It invaded Georgia, it invaded Lithuania and Estonia, and it invaded Ukraine in 2018 or 2014 in Crimea.
Yes,
they are the
because
aggressors.
the U.S. orchestrated a coup.
We tried to get the pro-Russian government out of there. Yeah, they had pro-Russian government in there. We tried to get them out. Yeah, we did successfully. They were corrupt.
Why does the West have a right to overthrow a government on Russia's border?
How does it make it Russia's like country? That's Ukraine's its own country, right? It's a sovereign country.
The Russian society, not just President Putin, views Ukraine as the heart of Russia.
I know. Bless your heart.
Ago.
I know. Listen, Putin, he yearns for the USSR to be back together. And he also, why wouldn't he want Ukraine? Why wouldn't he to control the only warm water port in the Black Sea, so that they can only.
That's why they took Crimea in 2014. Yes.
Yeah. So they're the aggressors, right? Was that an act of aggression on Ukraine or them?
The West provoked Russia.
Nobody provokes anybody within a defensive pact. It's a defensive pact, right? That's not provocation.
How did the U.S. react to Cuba in 1962? We didn't like it, did we?
So when they pointed missiles and Vasily Arkhipov was this close to actually ending the United States with turning a key, that's a little different than literally Ukraine just wanting to be part of a team that says if someone attacks us, all of us respond. That's all. There's nothing hostile about that.
Ukraine is the red line for Russia. And when the West,
I know you care a lot for Russia, but Russia is extremely corrupt, and for you to even like buy into this is very sad. Like I think it's very sad for you. Like Russia doesn't even know why they're fighting still. They still have no idea. They started thinking
they have a very clear nuclear doctrine.
Yeah, I know, and so do we, right?
This is on their border.
Oh, bless their hearts. Well, if we invaded Mexico for like 20 years on and off, went in there and just fucking slaughtered them every once in a while, and some other country came in and is like, listen, dude, you can't do that. And if you attack them again, we're all going to have to respond. Is that aggression?
What would the U.S. do if Russia or China tried to set up military bases in Canada or Mexico or Cuba in 1962? What do we do?
Listen,
we don't allow it.
That was completely different. We're not trying to go put nukes on there. We're not trying to go put nukes there, right? That's a non sequitur. Those two things are not met with required like for each other. You can join NATO and not have nukes on the border.
We have we have nukes right on very close to Russia.
So they have no real reason to cry about this if it's already there?
Look, submarines, B-2 bombers, there's a lot of ways to deploy them, but we are jacking with Russia on their border, and we should not do it.
We're ruining their ability to invade their neighbors, and that's not an act of aggression. We're ruining their ability. We're putting them in a corner and saying, hey, stop killing innocent people. That's not aggressive.
Okay, I'm going to go back to, do you know who Stephen Cohn is?
No.
And Jeffrey Sachs?
No. Jeffrey Sachs sounds familiar.
Jeffrey Sachs is a professor at Columbia. Okay, and he explains that the Russia-Ukraine conflict was provoked by the West.
Nice. And I have a whole bunch of other professors and historians who say that that's not the case. So who wins? I don't know. Probably the person who has all of the West on their side, me. Like all of the Western countries believe that Russia's wrong, and you're just over here waving a Russian flag.
No. This notion of American exceptionalism is naive.
That's not American exceptionalism.
Extremely naive.
That's y'all, America first. Not me.
Just telling you, we are jacking with Russia on their border, and we should back off.
No, I'm good. I think we should We should stop them, make them pay the
This is
ultimate price.
vanity.
I think we should make them spin their wheels and run out of money and have this be such a fail for Putin that he's voted out or killed by one of his generals. And I think that we should give Russia back to the free people that live there. And maybe then they can start tackling their shitty economy, the fact that they have like a 15,000 average yearly wage, the fact that they're just poor and they're in and out of hospitals with tuberculosis all the time and HIV, and they're just miserable as a society, and they think they're over there fighting black magic or Nazis because they fucking have no idea what's in the news. And you're going to sit here and tell me that you trust Putin's side on this when his own constituents have no idea what the real news is. They're so lost. They believe in black magic right now. That's y'all. We have people on your side that believe that we control the weather because you've been exposed to so much propaganda that your brain can't critically think.
I'm here. Yeah, HARP does control the weather.
Okay. I rest my case.
Yeah. Yeah, I wear a tinfoil hat too.
Color me shocked.
Yeah. How many C-19 vaccines did you get?
3. Is there some conspiracy that you have to believe
Yeah.
to believe in science?
Oh, yeah, science. Are you still getting them?
No, it's not a pandemic anymore.
No, you're not getting. But so C-19 is still around, isn't it?
It's not. We're not in pandemic
I got
anymore.
0. 0.
Nice. That's not science. I once ate a bowl of Fruity Pebbles and I got cured from the cold. That's not science.
Yeah, C-19 in 2020. Were you for the protests in 2020?
No, I didn't go. But I do know
Were you
that
for the
people.
lockdowns?
Yes.
Oh, you were for the lockdowns, but you were for protests or no?
No, I was. I believe in protests
The
and the right
left
to protest.
was.
Listen, just because you don't know how masks work doesn't mean that we have to let you guys
I wore
participate.
a mask before anyone else was.
Oh, it's
In
you
early
again.
March of 2020.
It's
I
you
was
again.
wearing a mask.
Yeah, I know, and this doesn't prove your point. You are pro-mask, and your whole party's not. I just had to convince someone otherwise, right? The people that believe what you believe don't believe
The
in
health
science.
agencies flipped on masks.
No, they didn't.
Oh, how about the origin of the virus? Was it zoonotic or a lab?
You're flailing now. Do you want to talk about the masks,
It was
or
a
you talk
lab.
about origins? There's no proof of that
Or a
yet.
mask. Oh.
There's no proof. It's not.
The
It's
fucking
still.
bioweapon.
Okay. Yeah, and you chose
Gain
to
of
stay
function?
susceptible more than anyone else towards a bioweapon because you're a conspiracy theorist.
No, look, I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving you medical advice. I'm into alternative medicine.
I know. We talked about this the other day. You believe in things that have no scientific backing. We get it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, you think trans women are women, right?
Yeah, and I can actually articulate my stance on that.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Yeah. See, this is why President Trump won, and she lost because they.
What does that have to do with why Trump won?
Fucking people are nuts.
What are you talking about?
You think dudes are women?
Dog, I respect people who have gender dysphoria, and I treat them the way they want to be treated.
Yeah, it's a mental illness.
It's a mental condition. I don't
Illness.
hate people who are sick. Do you hate people who are sick?
No,
Then why did you say it like that?
because the left has glamorized homosexuality. That's
How
why.
have we done that?
Are you bisexual?
No.
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 Okay. Good. All right. Well,
Why is that good?
It'll be okay if you were. Okay?
Okay.
But the left has glamorized homosexuality.
How can you tell us some of the messaging
They're
we've done?
corrupting children.
Can you tell me like the legislation we've passed to do this?
Yeah, the AOC wants trans women in women's bathrooms.
So does Trump.
Okay, Trump is pushing back against this.
No, he's not.
Oh, you think trans women should be in sports with biological women?
We're going all over the place, bro.
Insanity.
We're all over the place. You're talking about you have been conned into thinking this is a big deal. There's literally 10 trans people playing college sports before Trump came into office.
There has been an exponential increase of young people identifying as some type of LGBTQ FU agenda because the left is crazy.
The left is crazy. Why is it our fault?
Because you glamorized homosexuality. That's
Can you tell me like a law that the left legislated that glamorized it?
drag time story hour.
That's not a law.
Oh, so you're against
Hey
it?
man, can I ask how old are you real quick?
39.
Oh, so you grew up in the like the
80s.
late 80s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the things that was said and done to the LGBTQ community in the 80s and the 90s?
Such as what?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the denying of the AIDS epidemic that was happening at the time. The words, the phrases that we used to use.
How does it compare to our
Being gay was used to be a good thing, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of white guys got a hold of it and they turned it into a pejorative, dropping the F slur. Where'd you go? Fuck! I don't get a lot of old people to talk to. Come back, old man. Fuck.
Yeah, just like, just because we accept people in society because they're different, just because we radically accept it doesn't mean that we're out here trying to convert people to that. I think people are just becoming more and more comfortable with coming out. Society, well, before Trump, society was way more accepted of gay people, of all these types of walks of life. So people are less likely to hide it and become one of those fucking weird people. I used to have a boss. He was the CEO of a tech company, and he used to hit on me. He was openly like gay. He had a bunch of boyfriends, and he was married with kids. That's what this type of culture creates. This guy was probably ashamed to come out his whole life, and in a culture or society where people like that guy exist, my last guest, that's what creates people like my old boss.
Yeah. No, I actually had a family member who well, at the time in the 80s, I knew him as a cross-dresser. But that's just because being transgender wasn't a
welcome
thing.
to Live.
It didn't have a name for it. Plus I was like 8 or 9 years old when I knew this individual. They ended up passing away from HIV. But it was my Uncle Gary. Uncle Gary dressed as a woman, and everybody would tell you he just dresses as a woman. It's nothing weird, try to prepare an 8-year-old kid for seeing that. Turns out Uncle Gary was transgender.
Yeah.
But he didn't get she didn't get I didn't even know to call her by a separate name. That's how like out of the woods it was. She never got the respect she deserved for the person she was before she passed because society.
Yeah. I had a gay uncle who unalived himself and his partner when I was in my early 20s. He was gay. Yeah, I think it's real shitty the way the right uses these people as pawns. Anyway, what's up, King Kong? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
What do you like about Trump?
Just kind of like the presence he holds as a leader, I guess.
A leader?
Yeah, like the presence he holds as a leader. I mean, he is a leader. He's the president of the United States.
I think he's a bad leader, in my opinion.
No, I'm just saying his presence. I don't know. But yeah.
It's weird. It's like saying his aura. I don't know, but
No,
I think people look at Trump across the world. We have polls that show this, that people do not respect him. They don't look at him. What was it? It was their confidence level in the United States has plummeted since Trump has come in office. And I would just point to a few things that Trump does that are absolutely not leader-like, right? So like he calls people names, he lashes out at people, he gets nasty and vile, and he doesn't apologize, he doesn't walk back anything, he doesn't say when he's wrong, and when he's pushed on things, he blames people. He says, "Oh, I'm being persecuted," or "This person's just coming after me." He takes no responsibility for anything, and especially things like the Afghanistan withdrawal. He fucked that up and butchered it and went around blaming Biden for 4 years with political campaigns. Same thing with gas prices. I think Trump is a horrible, horrible leader, and he teaches people how to be misogynist and sexist and probably toxic masculinity. I think he's bad in every way, shape, or form, and he kind of tells you if you're the kind of prick Trump is, you can be successful. I think it's a horrible way to lead a country. And everything that he says on a daily basis, we have to deal with and fight about it all the time. That's not a good leader.
I mean, I think his leadership has done well in moments like tariffs, at least
what?
as of recent.
Tariffs?
Yeah, I think the whole tariff situation, he's actually been very underrated because kind of the way he approached it was very business-like. I think like he used his business.
Business? There's no economist on earth that thinks this is a great idea, and we're all still trying to figure out what his plan is.
So when he first brought out the rates that he was gonna, or like the tariffs, like the percentages that he showed, correct? You kind of follow?
The ones he lied about?
Yeah, exactly. I think that was actually genius. I think it caused panic throughout countries, and they needed to respect us. And then we got deals done right after that. And
we only have one deal done. We only have one.
And the economy has now flourished. I mean, we're at all-time highs in the markets.
Of what? In the stock market? Dude, we've lost 9 months of progress with the stock market, and the Fed and market, they all directly blame the tariffs that caused uncertainty. The tariffs have slowed down trade. It's going to shrink GDP. It's going to put people out of business. Unemployment's probably going to skyrocket. Inflation's probably going to skyrocket. I don't see how anybody's excited about more taxes. There's not a deal on earth that Trump can make to make me excited about paying extra taxes. Is there something you're looking forward to?
I mean, I think businesses trying to outsource business, I guess, within the U.S.
I get that. Is there a thing that you're excited about? Is there a chip factory that you're super stoked that you're willing to pay for with your money?
I just think the future of every department is going to benefit because it's going to be American grown, or at least pushed.
It's really short-sighted.
This is super vague.
Yeah, the thing is, more companies will just go out of business. We're seeing this already. Giant companies too. When they're faced with these tariffs, they're having to fire people. They're losing revenue, so they're losing profit margins, and they have to downsize. This is going to be a thing forever, for as long as tariffs are in place. Also, this just creates an incestuous domestic market with no incentive to innovate. So you can just kick your feet up behind these tariffs and put your pricing 1 cent below the after tariff Chinese goods, and there you go. We have just a bunch of stuff skyrocketing in price.
Yep. Hey man, can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
What do you think tariffs are going to do for this country that taxes won't?
What do you mean by taxes? What do you how do taxes and tariffs?
So we need to raise some we need to raise some money for this country. Would you agree?
Yeah, because we're donating fucking billions of dollars to other countries that are fighting wars.
Okay.
No, that 0.5% of our military budget went to that. Trump is actually responsible for 30% of our nation's entire debt. I think that's a bigger problem.
Yeah. So my main point. So fuck, where was I? God damn it, I took an ambient already. Help me out, Pickles. No, what did I say?
I forgot too.
God damn it.
You said we need to raise money, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
So
yeah. What can these taxes do?
Taxes and tariffs.
Yeah.
Why would you want tariffs over taxes?
I still don't see how they correlate. Taxes on what? What would we raise?
Corporations.
Okay, so you know we need to bring money into this country, right?
So you're just going to tax corporations at a flat rate more, at certain thresholds, or what?
Well, that's where I'm going with this. We have to bring money into this country.
I just don't think that's.
There's only a few ways that we can. There's only a few ways we can do that, either through tariffs or taxes. Why would you choose tariffs over taxes?
To, I've been saying, kind of centralizes U.S. for everything instead of outsourcing.
It doesn't.
Choosing tariffs centralizes everything.
I mean,
all tariffs does. All tariffs do is charge that money back onto the consumer.
I mean, it doesn't.
It does and it does.
If it raises the price, then you have to outsource. You have to find a way. Like it'll eventually even out and there will be a way for it to be cheaper.
It will always be more expensive. It will always only have to be as cheap as the after tariff price. Nothing's ever going to be below that. Nothing's ever going to get cheaper than that.
Obviously.
So here's what I think has happened. Donald Trump has convinced you guys to go with tariffs because that makes it sound like we're charging these other countries for the stuff they've been unfair about, but that's not how geopolitics works when it comes to trading with other countries. Just not how that works. He relies on people to be stupid and not understand that. But for him to do is to charge the taxes on the corporations that are making billions of dollars. You see? The difference is the corporations pay that money. But chances are they won't pay that money because they'll do other things. They'll invest it in other businesses. They'll pay their people more. They'll do things so that way they'll lower their profit, the less taxes they have to pay on that. But yet that money goes to the American citizens. Instead, Donald Trump told you guys, we're not going to charge the billionaires. We're going to put it on taxes, which other countries pay.
Yeah, he lied about it.
He lied to you. He lied to you. Other countries don't pay them. I
have to teach people every day, all day, one by one, how tariffs are not a tax on a foreign country. Trump mentions it about once a week. And that's why I don't think any MAGA has any right to tell anybody about the economy if they don't see the flagrant problem with what Trump says in his plan. He's either lying or doesn't know what he's doing, which both of those are terrifying.
So then I guess my question would be like, how have tariffs immediately impacted us as of recent? Like you yourself or...
So as of recently, packages that cost $800 and lower are now being tariffed from China and stuff. I personally spent like $3,000 on Amazon and shit like last month. So now that will probably cost me $3,900. So I'll be buying less stuff. The economy across the nation is going to do the same thing. And it's going to slow down sales so that we can pay Trump his tax money.
I've got about half of what I need for solar panels because after December the solar panel incentives are going away. I've got about half. I'm not going to tell you how much money I've saved. Solar panels, they're not cheap, and I've got to get a whole roof full of them. And because of Joe Biden's which one was it? It wasn't the CHIPS and Science. It was the infrastructure bill. Because of that, I was able to get them for free. Literally, I have to pay the installation though. But after that, I'm not going to get I'll have to pay for the installation and the solar panels. So that's directly affected me.
That's the tariffs.
Yeah. Well, no, it's the doing away with the Joe Biden's incentive and plus the tariffs on the products that I need to come over from there. So it's a double whammy.
Nice.
Not really. Takes a $20,000 job up to $35,000.
So I don't understand how you're complaining about that. You actually have to pay for what you want instead of just getting a handout.
Okay, there's obviously more problems with this than that. But our subsidies that go towards alternative energies, they A, make gas cheaper, and B, like make it to where we can like compete with China like you so badly want. China,
gas is at a pretty good price right now.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying this is what that does. If you want it to be even cheaper, you would do that. But Trump wants his rich friends to make money. That's what that is. Trump wants his oil baron friends to make money. So he's cutting projects that have to do with solar and wind because he's a shill.
Pickles, I just want to point out before we get too far, this dude tried to make me sound like I was poor and I needed a handout, and that's not.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying.
That's what you're implying. When you suggest that's what you're complaining about, I'm just not getting that.
Hold on. Can I rephrase?
That's what.
Rephrase?
I'll rephrase what you said because it's what you said. You said that's what you're complaining about. You're not getting a handout.
Yeah. So can I show you kind of what I didn't mean it like that. I
You
meant
want to
it.
back it up? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to come off disrespectful. Is what I want to say. Is you obviously seem defensive, so it is what it is.
I'm waiting for you to back it up.
No, it's good. You're defensive.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay,
gas
so
is
I'll just
10
take it
cents
the way I
cheaper than it
want
was last year.
How much cheaper do you want it to be? I mean,
I literally don't obsess over gas. I have to teach
Me
MAGA
either.
about gas all day, every day, and I know why it gets expensive and why it's cheap, and I don't just like sit there and base my entire political identity around it. But I think
sure.
that MAGA is completely lost when it comes to anything that has to do with energy.
I mean, I think solar is kind of not the future, but
Okay, you're gonna have to explain why Japan or China is using more solar than anybody in the world, and more than they're using. They're projected to like double solar compared to what they're using in oil. Solar is like literally the future, and we're gonna be buying it from China if we keep doing this.
you realize China's like flatlined, right, as an economy?
Are you serious?
We have tons of that too.
Okay. You'll see.
If we don't stop fucking around, China's gonna beat us within the next 25 years.
Beat us in what?
Their
Everything.
GDP is on trajectory to be way over ours in the next 10 years.
Technology, GDP, military.
They're ahead of us in every way, in
economy.
technology and AI and cars and EVs and batteries and solar and wind. And Trump is out here fucking making cuts to all of these subsidies we did to industrialize those things because he's in bed with oil and gas. He thinks
Bro,
that
they're
windmills
running
cause
trains.
cancer and they're killing fucking
You
whales.
think the U.S. just discloses everything to the public? That just
Whatever,
everything
dude.
that we have?
They're running their citizens on trains that go 500 miles an hour on magnets.
Oh my
They're
god!
not disclosing shit to Americans. What are you talking about, man?
They're building the world's largest dam in Africa while we just cut aid to all of our soft power in Africa.
Oh no!
The dam is so big that it's supposed to change
no.
the spin and the rotation of the Earth. It's that
Bro,
big.
who do you think? So when we need rare earth materials out of Uganda, out of South Africa, who do you think they're going to give them to? Us or the Chinese people that helped save their entire infrastructure? This is called
whoever
soft
pays more.
Marxism. Dialectical Marxism is
Whoever
what
pays
this
more.
is called. You could look it up. China is paying more right now. China is paying more. They're doing dialectical Marxism across the world.
Plus,
It's
we
gonna
do
pay off.
things. You're in favor of us doing all these tariffs and controlling the way people trade. There's no way for us to stop another country from trading with China. We can't put a tariff on their
Am I saying
country.
that wrong? Is it dialectical?
So yeah, it would be absolutely in our best favor to be friends with them and not be a complete prick like Trump is to everybody.
I don't think you like. Are we supposed to be soft? Like, why are we supposed to be soft?
Supposed to be
and
respectful. Like you don't. It's not black. It's not one way or the other. Like Trump is
Trump
complete.
gets respect differently.
No, he
It's just
doesn't.
different. Yes, he does.
We have
Why?
all the polls that show no country thinks he's great besides the authoritarian countries like Hungary and
Why
Israel.
is he the only president of memory to be respected by Putin?
You think
By
that's a
who?
benchmark for greatness?
I think that's pretty solid to have Russia on your side.
You think Putin respects him? When Trump was when Trump was elected November last year, Putin aired naked pictures of Melania on Russian state television for 2 hours straight.
You're saying Putin did that?
Yes,
Yep.
Okay.
and he spoke right after it.
Are you a Russian spy?
Yeah. King Kong, the Russian spy. That's insane.
We have incidents where Trump has been laughed out of the room by world leaders, Justin Trudeau and Macron. We have incidents where, I mean, any world leader who just reads, who has to translate what Trump says and try to decipher what he's saying, probably just knows how fucking dumb he is and belligerent and indecipherable he is. Have you ever read his speeches, dude?
I mean, I just think that it's crazy that, not to pivot, even though it's kind of a pivot. One of the smartest men, at least on social media, and one of the best debaters, Charlie Kirk, supports Trump.
Oh my God.
Wait, you weren't joking? Are you being?
Charlie Kirk gets fucking destroyed by 20-year-olds from college. He does not.
That's just not true.
Yeah, he does. He's swindling lies. He will not be looked at kindly in history, dude. I think it's disgusting.
Charlie Kirk gets trounced on by comedians.
I mean, if your guys' versions of getting trounced on or whatever.
Yeah, our version is not attacking our college kids who don't know shit.
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
That's such a victim mindset.
He literally goes to colleges to debate.
He goes to educate.
No, he goes to indoctrinate. He goes to indoctrinate. He tells them straight up lies. I've been to one of these events. I went to his college. I went to A&M when he was there.
So you're his fan?
No, he opened up the rally by throwing a bunch of Trump hats, and then started planting the seed of a third term for Trump. He goes, "Who's ready for a third Trump term?" And then he had the whole crowd cheer. And then he went on to tell them lies about how illegal immigrants don't have any sort of due process rights, when it's just blatantly like right there in the Constitution. Like, he just lies all day. I'm not saying whether they should or shouldn't. It's whether they do or not.
Yeah, I know. I understand. They do.
So yeah, he's just a fucking liar, and he gets paid by millionaires to go do this for kids, to go get young votes.
I mean, yeah, I think, but I don't think that he persuades anyone necessarily away from, like, no one that is a left-sided mind is going to be just like, oh, Charlie Kirk said this, and now they switch. So
no, he's definitely going in there and trying to get as many people activated for voting as possible. That's what it is. Is there anybody on the left who does this, who goes to colleges to indoctrinate people?
I mean, there's people that go TikTok live every day.
Okay, do they go to colleges and try to affect our youth like you say we're doing?
I would say
that we do this and we don't.
I didn't say you did. What?
The right says that we're trying to indoctrinate our youth. And you literally have a guy that is his job. And
just
you fucking champion
you think
him.
You think just because I'm on the right means that I agree with every fucking...
You have to answer for it sometimes. It's definitely a deal breaker for me when these egregious things happen in the leadership on the right.
You take and you give.
You take and give.
Do what?
I don't know what that means.
So why are you okay with authoritarianism within our country?
What you said?
Why are you okay with authoritarianism within our country?
I don't think we have that. Can you give me an example?
Do you read a lot of books?
Yeah. I mean, what's a lot? Like a book a month? 2 books a month? I don't know.
Let's do a book a month.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Do you read any on politics?
To be honest, no. Maybe like past wars and all that, whatever, but no.
Do you read on the policies of those wars? The things that got those wars started? The things that worked up to those wars?
Occasionally.
I think you need to read books on fascism and how fascism works.
Okay.
I think On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder would be a great read. Super short book. I think it's about 40 pages long.
You said On Tyranny?
On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder.
That's a good book.
He's a historical scholar. He was a professor at, was it Brown or Yale? One of them. Anyway, Donald Trump got into office. He hightailed. He
moved overseas, right?
He moved to, well, there's 5 of them in particular. He moved to Canada along with Jason Stanley, who's also a historical scholar out of Yale. and then his specialty is World War II. These people write about fascism. It's their life. It's their passions. They write books on these things. Donald Trump attacked them to the point where they moved. They moved out of country. This is what we're seeing is a right-wing authoritarianism within our country. And the first thing they do, they attack the media, the Lugenpress, the lying press, the fake news. This is authoritarianism, my friend.
I mean,
You should read
okay.
books on this.
No, okay. I understand your point, but from what you're trying to get at on the attacking the news, I think that, to be honest, that's where I lean a lot to the right, is all of the news that gets put out there. It's always all left-sided, and that's just kind of a fact. So
I think facts lean left, man.
I just wouldn't agree.
Junior, you're 70% likely to become a Democrat if you graduate college.
Yeah, because the whole college is a system. It's just it was developed, it was based upon the principle. So
No, it champions critical thought and doing your own research and learning history outside of like the whitewash history you get.
I actually think it's quite the opposite, because you get told exactly what to do. You get your
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No one holds your hand. Have you been
to
to
do a certain amount of
college?
credits? Yeah, I've been to college. I'm in college.
Yeah. What happens if you don't go?
They don't give a fuck. They just take your money. So that's the system. What?
Yeah, you literally.
Of course, you're going to pay
for your own success.
tens of thousands of dollars, and then you're going to follow up and actually do the work. I would hope you have the common sense to do that.
I didn't. I dropped out.
Dropping out and not like, did you finish your courses before you dropped out? No? Was that the semester of, like, you made up your mind?
I didn't remove myself from my courses. I just let my GPA plummet, play World of Warcraft, drink Keystone Light, ate Pop-Tarts.
It was like mid-semester?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just did that. So I just did that this past semester. So
How old are you?
20.
Been red pilled already, huh?
So again, like I think like college is a lot more independent. Like you can just go do when you go do a paper. Usually it's like you have a lot more room. Like you can do it on who or whatever you want, within reason, right? Like I think that they champion you like to think outside the box. They don't groom you and say, listen, these are just the way we used to do things, and we just want to keep doing them that way. I think that's what the right does. Like traditional values, family values, all that shit. I think that's what that is. I think the indoctrination of telling kids that the earth is 6,000 years old and they're going to burn in a lake of fire for all of eternity if you wear 2 different types of cloth. I think that is much harder to explain to a kid than simply letting somebody in makeup and a wig read a book to them. And I don't know. I think that all of these things, just none of it makes sense.
I just want to say, for the people in the chat saying like I wasn't smart enough, I had a 4.2 GPA in high school, so just want to put that out there. But I kind of do agree with your past couple statements. So no really fire back, to be honest.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. I just think, back to the media. I can't get behind the media, to be honest. And that's where I lean very.
I think it's absolutely necessary. We have a completely free media that criticizes our government and doesn't get lashed out against by the government. Like we have this whole time we've let the existence of Fox News and Newsmax and OAN on all Breitbart, places that perpetuate things like as crazy as Bat Boy and the adrenochrome and Pizzagate. We let that exist. We don't worry about that. We let fact checkers do their job. we encourage the news. Did Joe Biden ever come out and say this news channel is illegal? And did he ever harass them with the FCC when they made fun of him all day, every day, and even said that he touched or showered with his daughter when he didn't? All of these things, he could have come out and lashed out like a child, like Trump does. And that's the difference. I think that Trump has poisoned the minds and poisoned the well of accountability. And that's what the use of saying that the press is fake all the time. And being the only source of the truth.
I want to point out, it's not just Lugan press. I just those are the terms I'm using. That's literally the terms the mustache guy used, meaning lying press or fake news translated into English. But that's not what I was saying. So the tenet of fascism that covers this is violent suppression of the opposition. And that's what they would do. If they didn't like what you had to say on your news, they either bought you out, sued you until you weren't able to do anything, or committed physical violence against the news actors or the buildings that they were working out of. That's the things that went on. It wasn't just, we don't like Fox News and we don't like, CNN because they lied to us. That's not really what I was talking about. Now, when it comes to different news stations, man, you're absolutely right. Each one of them is going to have a leaning bias towards another, but it doesn't matter which one until you get to the outskirts like Fox News, OAN. Those guys are just whacked out. I don't even listen to them. Go for the independent ones. Go for even the CNNs and NBCs. But no matter what you read, you have to be able to know the difference between. You got to get primary, secondary, and tertiary sources down. If you can figure out what those three differences and those resources, that's all like I learned media literacy when I was in school. Nobody ever told me, hey man, if you get these three things down, you're never going to have a problem reading a newspaper and figuring out what the fuck it says ever again. It's primary, secondary, tertiary sources. Figure out what those three things are when you're reading newspapers. You will know exactly what you're reading every time. What leaning their direction or what direction they're leaning. That's the simplest news I can.
That, and we can just look at a media bias chart, and Trump has been saying things about AP and Reuters. We're literally out of news channels and media places where I can show y'all sources. I try it every day and I get pushback on this stuff because Trump has directly named these places. AP News, he's kicked them out of the Oval Office and then invited Russian state television into the Oval Office. That is, in no way does that make any sense.
I just don't. Not really targeting you. The other guy that's in the call, Tic Tac. Where has there been like violent or like you said violence towards like media, like
by the repression of opposition?
Yeah.
It can be, well, we've had the two senators up in Wisconsin, I think, Milwaukee, were attacked, but the news organizations themselves, Donald Trump has gone over after them financially. He sued 3 different news agencies, including a pollster, and that, to me, that's physical violence.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's not physical violence, but that's a monetary violence.
I mean, I would say that if it's a valid, I haven't read into that. If it's a valid, suit that he's bringing up, and let the court decide it. I don't understand.
Should I be able to post something that's an outright lie and post it on my own newsletter?
I don't. I mean, I don't know, because there's fictional content.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's freedom of speech.
But if
unless
it's like
that causes violence.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, unless it's supposed to be fact, like I don't understand.
Again, this lady was a very trusted, prestigious pollster. He lies all day, every day, and for him to sue somebody over lying is insane.
It's just I haven't read into it, but it just all depends on the scenario. If it's perceived as fact, and then it like it changes people's perspectives on a huge topic, then I feel like
It's not, man. It's like over editing of Kamala's videos.
it's nothing.
It's nothing, dude. He sued CBS for editing over Kamala's videos. He said that they thought, or he thought they were trying to edit her videos to make her look better than him. That's not something you can sue somebody over, man. They were being deceptive in their practices, so they took him to, or he took him to court, and this was after he had won the election. They gave up. You're the president now.
King Kong, somebody just paid to kick, but I appreciate you coming up. You're welcome back anytime, okay? Just tomorrow. All right, man. Have a good night. A big, huge shout out to Aliha. Is it Aliha? Thank you so much for the kick.
Aliha. Nice.
Elijah, maybe? Fuck. I hope it's Elijah. Damn it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me up, Pickles. I'm gonna bounce, man. My phone's about to die.
All right, man.
Plug it in.
Thanks for hanging, dude. Have a good night, yo, and thanks again for all the help you've been giving me.
Of course, man.
All right, take it easy.
I hope you like it.
Beth kicked. I'm sorry, Tic Tac. Everyone, big shout out to Tic Tac. He's been editing shorts for me, so give him all the love. What's up, Empress? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter. He is my servant. I elected him, and I also funded his campaign.
So you support him being president?
No, he needs no support. He's.
Then why is he constantly begging for money from you?
He's not begging for money.
All right, let's take a look. I'm gonna go to donaldjtrump.com.
So you're going to pretend that candidates don't raise money to support
He's
their
president
campaign.
right now.
It doesn't matter. It's for the party.
So he's a billionaire begging for money from you?
It's for the party.
It looks like it's for him. He sells watches. He sells Bibles, shoes, cologne.
You're a liar.
I'm a liar.
Talking a bunch of people that you hope are idiots.
Contribute. Here we go.
He's an entrepreneur unapologetically.
There we go. $1,000.
He's a capitalist unapologetically in a capitalist nation.
Mm-hmm.
No one's got a gun up to your head or anyone's head making you buy it.
Okay. So,
and furthermore,
so he does ask for support. He says, please support me.
You can start with your Socratic bullshit and your circular arguments. Like you're talking a bunch of idiots.
It's quite the thought-killing sentence there. But do you want to just tell me why you like Trump?
Yeah, I liked him, first of all, as an entrepreneur. I enjoyed watching The Apprentice. I enjoyed going to
the game show.
I enjoyed and liked watching The Apprentice, a reality show that was very informative. I enjoyed going to his establishments. So what else do I like about Trump?
You liked that he was a game show host and that he owns hotels?
You could try to diminish what he was, if you like. And try to reframe.
I don't know. I'm just like, when I'm thinking of somebody who's qualified for presidency, I look like, what's their experience with, like, are they a lawyer? Are they like ex-military? Do they know how the government works? Trump doesn't have any of that.
By the people. Do you understand what that means? There's no qualifier. Except for the fact that you are okay. Good.
I get that. I'm just saying, what's your thought behind saying I see him on TV? He should run the whole country. I'm just trying to connect those dots.
Is that what I said, or are you running a Socratic bullshit argument?
I don't know. You can call everything I say Socratic, but I'm trying to pull out of you why you voted for him, and you just gave me the easiest target ever, and you just said you like to see him on TV. Can you give me something a little better?
You won nothing. You're trying to reframe the argument to suit you.
I didn't say I won anything. I'm asking
you asked me what I
for
like
some
about
real
him. I gave you
reasons.
some tangible reasons as to why
You
I like
liked that
him.
he had a good establishment and that he was on TV.
He had infrastructure. He changed the
He
whole
had
face
infrastructure?
of Manhattan. He built, he's a builder. I'm an entrepreneur. Okay.
Have you heard about his horror stories and the people that he's ripped off?
Hey, all is fair, love and war in business is what I say. Again, sometimes it does
Yeah.
get
So
cutthroat.
I don't
An
like that.
environment in which you're running a bit, that's your feelings.
That's
So
not my
what about your
feelings.
fucking
I would
feelings?
prefer to conduct business as a nation without somebody pulling the levers who has historically been a con man or a fraud.
That's your opinion. The fact is he's run
Those
establishments.
are objective facts.
He has run tangible establishments that are edifices that remade a whole freaking city into what it is today, that has been systematically torn down by asswipes that are trying to turn us into a communist,
Communists?
socialist
Can you name
hellscape.
one socialist or communist in our political system besides the candidate for
That's
New York mayor?
well, I'm glad you acknowledged that. So
Can you name one?
since
Mamdani?
I'm glad you acknowledged that, because you would have tried to act like that
Okay,
doesn't exist
again,
too. Just to shoot
y'all have an entire party of like Yahtzees and
y'all
like all
who?
that.
Like
You're
y'all
looking at
who?
one person and
How
you're
do
saying
you
we're
try
all communists.
to put people into a category,
You
label
just did
them?
that, and I'm trying to undo that for you. I'm trying to deconstruct that for you right now.
Dunces and
You just
useful
called us all
idiots.
communists.
Dunces and useful. If the shoe fits, wear it. I didn't call you that.
There you go. So you just flopped on your own.
You just said I called you a
You
communist,
just said
but
you just
I
victim. You
didn't
just
call
try to be
you
a victim for
communist.
me
You're putting
categorizing
words
you
in
with a
my
bunch of
mouth,
people, and
which
then
is
you said
Solid
we're all
MC
communists.
101. It's bullshit. It's Socratic.
Socratic. Can you tell me
You're
what
trying to
Socratic means?
frame the argument based on no facts at all. You're making a straw man argument. You're putting
Straw
words in
man.
my mouth.
You can't just use. I know you've probably watched a few debates and you've heard these words. You can't just like
And you're
use them
trying
out
to
of nowhere.
diminish someone, and you're trying to act like college is the end all be all. Education, etymologically, meant animal training. Okay? Some of the greatest, successful, brilliant people that have changed the fabric of this nation did not go to college. And
Okay,
you
I
know
didn't
that.
either. What?
So why are you using that as a qualifier in any way, shape, or form?
Because there's data, like you just mentioned, you like
Because
that
that's
shows that when
bullshit.
people graduate college, they're A, smarter, and
Do you
B,
think
they're
Trump is
likely
smart?
to. Yes.
Okay, good.
Do I think Kamala's smart? Is that what you asked me?
Yeah, of course you're gonna put words into my mouth
I
and bring up
just asked
that
you to clarify.
dumbass idiot. She's a dummy. Come
Why
on
do you
now.
think she's dumb?
She can't even hold a fucking complete sentence.
Can I use the word Socratic now? You know that I can just pull up a video of a whole speech where she sounds very coherent, and then I can show you a bunch of
Speech.
videos. I can show you a
Keyword.
bunch of videos where
Who is her
Trump.
writer?
Excuse me. You know
You
who
can
Trump's
read.
writer is? Stephen Miller.
I'm glad, because he's a genius as well.
Oh
I
my
love
God,
that
he's a
guy.
white supremacist. But
I love that white supremacist.
oh my
I
God, is
love
this
the
Chewbacca?
captains. I'm a black woman from the city of Philadelphia.
Okay.
And I can attest to you that ass wipes have done more for the Republican Party than Charlie Kirk would ever have done. You're hemorrhaging.
You're talking about me?
I said, if the shoe fits, wear it. I say ass wipes.
Hey,
I
don't
say
be afraid to
communists.
say it. I don't mind.
I said those two
I'm an
things,
ass wipe.
and you just
Okay.
like, am I this? Am I that?
So do you know what
I
an
never
ad
said
hom
you were.
is?
Ad hominem, you say?
Yeah. It's where
Okay,
where
well,
you attack my character in order to win the argument.
that's what
That's
you've
what
been
you just
doing
did.
all day.
You just called me an ass wipe and in no
You
way
call
illustrated how I am.
MAGA like it's a noun. You got to be an idiot if you don't think it's a verb. It's an action word. Make America great.
Hey, listen, girly.
Again.
Girly, I just told you ad homed me and I used
I'm
it properly.
old enough to be your mom.
No, you're not.
Trust me, I am.
Okay. Is this
For the first
Chewbacca?
time. Yeah, I'm a black woman. Go ahead and call me Shabaka if you like
No,
to.
there's a user named Chewbacca
No,
on
this
this
is
app.
Empress.
Okay.
Empress. You can see my handle in the conversation.
Yeah, I know people have alternate accounts.
Now, you got jokes, right? You can't have a serious
I've
conversation
literally had to pull you out of grandstanding like 7 times to try to complete a conversation with you.
because you're sitting there putting words in my mouth. You're using Socratic argument, which is bullshit.
Can you tell me what Socratic means?
It's a circular argument that you swear you're going to win no matter what. You just
Can you
talk
give
to
me an
hear
example of me doing a circular argument?
Yes, you're doing it every 5 seconds. Every topic that you bring up becomes a circular argument.
Okay,
What do
you
I like
just use
about
circular
Trump?
argument to justify my circular
All
argumentation.
right,
I just asked you for an
ask me what
example,
you.
and you just told me that I do them. That is literally doing what you're saying I'm doing.
Linsky 101. Flip the script. Y'all in y'all Black Mirror reality is.
I'm sorry that this got
satanic.
flipped on you, but that doesn't make it anything more than it is.
You are sorry. I agree. We agree.
Okay, do you want to talk about politics now?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I already told you a few things. I love the fact that he's very real. He minces no words.
He's real, but he lies all the time.
He doesn't lie all the time.
Yeah? He has 30,000 documented lies just from his first administration. Washington Post cited all of them with timestamps.
Washington Post, right? Okay.
Yeah. You know who owns that? Jeff Bezos.
Right.
His buddy?
And there is a cabal. There is a cabal. There is a cabal bringing this bullshit to fruition.
So now there's a cabal? That's what your cope is?
You know it's a cabal.
There's a cabal now. Got it.
You know there's a cabal.
Yeah, y'all don't sound crazy.
So if you bring up Soros, what does he say?
What does Soros have to do with this?
Everything.
Okay. What is he? What?
But he is not alone.
He's not alone. So now Soros is your excuse for what I just said?
Is Soros somebody I should never talk about?
No, I'm just. You can't just bring up Soros in an argument and then say nothing else. What do you want to? What about Soros?
Okay, so Soros and his open societies, Soros unbuckling all of the institutions, letting out people that should probably be institutionalized, for one.
Laura, thank you so much for the kick. The conversation started with me having to fight her over the word support. Whether she supported... Bro. W. Laura.
Please call on your Bluetooth phone.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, sure am. How are you doing tonight, by the way?
Doing good. Haley, thank you so much for the $5. And she says, keep up the great work, Socrates. Thank you. I'm doing good. What do you like about Trump?
Sure, yeah. I can summarize it into 3 talking points. If you want to respond to any of the 3, I'll give you all 3 of them. I do want to have a friendly debate with you. I don't like to resort to name calling or anything like that. So if we want to keep it friendly, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
The first reason I support Trump is I agree with his view on abortion. I am pro-life. Secondly, I am anti-delusional. I don't agree with gender ideology, and I especially don't agree with it being pushed on our children and our youth. And the third topic would be I do agree with his immigration policy.
Got it. Okay, let's talk about the delusional thing.
Okay.
So what do you think is delusion?
For example, if I asked you to define a woman and then I asked you to define a trans woman, you would have to give me 2 different definitions, right?
Mhm.
So that would infer that they are, or I would deduce from that they are not the same thing.
Okay, let's talk about that. So if I asked you for the definition of a woman and then I asked you for the definition of a tall woman, could I say the same thing?
No, that does not take away from the argument, because we're not talking about tall women versus short women. We're just talking about trans women versus women in this topic. So it's
We're talking about like types of women and you just think that one type of woman is just not a woman, and you're gonna have to articulate that. If you're gonna sit here and you want to get into the weeds of what is what, I hope you really know what you're talking about, because this is where all of y'all usually just break down. I ask you what a woman is. You can't tell me. I find all of these exceptions, and then I try to tell you this is why you're wrong, and you can't just blindly follow this weird thing Donald Trump's doing. We're making us fighting over gender ideology, because it's not constructive. I don't think he actually has any views on this. Neither do y'all, and I don't think y'all. In fact, y'all kind of championed like the anti-intellectual ideas of like how college or even thinking about gender studies is stupid. So none of y'all come armed with any sort of evidence or data.
Well, I reject the claim that he doesn't have any view on it because he signed Executive Order 14168 January 20th of this year, which I don't know.
Which made us all female. It was great.
No, it didn't. It
what does it say?
It prevented and restricted teachers from calling students by their preferred pronouns.
Oh. That's y'all are the only ones legislating this. Can you name the legislation that made this like come into action? Like that made us guilty of this?
It's an EO, so it's not signed into law yet. But your claim was that he had no view on the topic or on the claim.
Yeah, I know.
I'm repeating that he doesn't have a view because he signed an EO. So he obviously has.
I'm talking about like what is a man, what is a woman. So he actually signed in an EO that made us all female. He said in the EO that we are all what we are at conception. And if you know anything about science and you went to like liberal indoctrination college, you would know that we all start out as female and then some of us become male.
Yeah, I know. And I agree that Donald Trump isn't the brightest person in the world, but we all knew what.
So
he
y'all
meant.
are the ones who are going to come in and tell us what is what, but Trump got it wrong on day one?
Yeah, I mean, he obviously meant what you are born at birth. That's what he meant to say.
Yeah, and then that's kind of fucked up too. See, none of that makes any sense either. And this is how simple-minded you are. I can start asking you about this, and you're going to start flailing and maybe attack my characters. I'm sorry, not you, but this is what usually happens. And then the poem of "This is why we won" comes out because y'all don't know what else to say. But if I were to just show you historically throughout the world, throughout history, depending on society you're in, there's all sorts of genders. And you can't refute that. There's evidence everywhere of this. And you just coming out and be like, there's only two. And then I just say, well, there's not.
There's male, there's female, and there's intersex, right?
Okay, so that's a sex.
Right.
See, again, you have no idea what you're talking about, man.
Sex and gender are synonymous terms when we're speaking about humans.
No, we're not. No, they're not.
They are. They just are. They are synonymous terms.
They just are, and then I can Google it and show you how they're not, right? If I just Google it real quick and show you that they're not, what are we going to do?
Well, the definition of gender has male and female in it, and male and female are sexes, so that's what would infer that they are synonymous terms.
So you're just reaching here. If I were just are sex and gender synonymous or synonyms? No. Sex refers to the biological characteristics such as chromosomes, hormones, and genitalia, while gender refers to the social, psychological, and cultural aspects of being a man or a woman.
Yeah, and that's media. Obviously, that's saying that's AI, and a lot of AI is left winged. So,
okay.
Yeah.
You mean science or data is just left winged because the AI just searches the internet for data?
It's a Google AI search. So an AI is man-made, right?
Which AI do you like?
I mean, I don't typically like to use AI unless I am treating it.
Where can you prove to me what is there like an authority you can point to, like the Endocrine Society or something that says there's only two or that they're synonymous?
Yeah. While you're up there on Google, just type in what is the definition of gender.
Okay. The male sex or female sex, especially when considered with the reference to social and cultural differences rather than biological ones, or the one range of other identities that do not correspond to established ideas of male or female. And in language such as Latin, Greek, each of these classes typically masculine, feminine, common, neuter of nouns, pronouns distinguished by different inflections that they have required in word and syntactically. Grammatical gender is only very loosely associated with distinctions of. Why not?
Because the very first sentence is the most important one. It says male or female, and male and female are sexes.
You're cherry picking? Because it
Uh,
says it right here. Grammatical gender is only very loosely associated with distinctions of sex.
but whenever I say the terms are synonymous, that means that they're similar, right? Gender and
No,
sex are just synonymous terms.
synonymous
So,
means literally the same,
yeah, and
not
that's what they
similar.
are. Like, but the very first sentence says male or female, and that's what the sexes are of us human beings. So they are synonymous terms.
Dude, do you go to do you go to church?
Yeah, I do go to church. Yeah.
This is where you learned how to twist words to make them work for you, I guess. But if you just read this and like read it and actually comprehend what it's saying, it says the exact opposite of what you're saying.
Well, like,
but if you look at it and you do these weird perversions of it, I guess in your head, if you turn that into a college professor or a high school teacher on a piece of paper and you were doing this topic on genders, you would get an F in every one of those classes.
Okay, so I can actually even prove this even further. While you're still there on Google, I want you to put define woman, and then I want you to put define trans woman and see if they're the same definition.
Okay, and then I'll put define tall woman and see if it's the same definition as woman.
Well, the claim is that trans women are women, right?
Yeah, and I think tall women are women too.
Right, but trans women are women. Trans women are not women, is what I'm trying to say. Trans women are not women.
Okay, and I'll just look at define woman and show you how they fit the definition. An adult female human being. That's from Oxford.
Yeah, that is the true definition.
And then a person with the qualities traditionally associated with females. I feel more of a woman by empowering myself. What does it do right for me? There you go.
Right.
A person who traditionally associates with females. There you go. We got a trans woman that traditionally associates with a female name. Maybe paints her nails.Maybe has long hair. Probably has feminine characteristics.
So now you're cherry picking definitions from other different establishments that have wrote definitions. Like a left-wing person could write that definition, but the top definition that you read up first, it's an adult human
definitions
female.
Are not prescriptive, they're descriptive. Okay, so for you to point at a definition and say this is what it is and this is what it has to be is wrong.
A woman has to be an adult human female. It has to be an adult human female. A woman has to be.
Okay.
That's that top definition that you read up there, right? Let's go read that one. An adult human, an adult female human being. That is the simplest definition of a woman that you can possibly have. Like that's just what it is. And now if you look up the definition of a trans woman, it'll give you a different definition. So you can deduce that trans women are not women because they are two different definitions.
Again, that school of thought completely breaks when I just say, well, if you look up the definition of a tall woman, it's a different definition of a woman. So you think tall women aren't women.
But there is no political stance on tall women versus women, so it's irrelevant to even bring that up to begin with.
No, it's just testing your logic.
It's not testing my logic at all because you're talking about some physical characteristic of a woman versus...
Yeah, and you are too.
No, I am not. A woman is an adult human female.
Okay, what makes somebody female? Is it physical characteristics?
It's chromosomes. It's the inherent
physical
ability.
Characteristics.
If I can give you the three.
Is chromosomes a physical characteristic?
It's that in addition to the inherent ability by nature to produce children. So not all women can produce children.
Can you show me where that's somewhere in anybody's dictionary?
I'm just giving you characteristics of a woman. A woman also has ovaries.
Okay, there's women who are born without ovaries.
Yeah, I'm saying that these are characteristics of women.
So you're just saying generally, but there are outliers, and these people are inherently already outliers.
There are no biological males that exhibit any of these characteristics.
Okay, and I'm not arguing that.
There's no biological
male. Biological male just means living. That just means somebody who is alive.
Yeah, so no man can ever have ovaries or the ability to conceive children.
It's not true.
Or to have those chromosomes.
So gender is an ideology. Gender is a social construct, and this is what you have to completely ignore.
Gender is a reality.
No, it's not. Gender is literally just a social construct. You can't deny that. If you deny that, I don't know I don't know what to tell you, but we made this up. Like, if we were to restart everything tomorrow and the whole earth was just wiped of culture and somebody was born, they would have no idea that they should have long hair and painted nails and be girly and like pink. They would have no idea that's a thing. We would rewrite science. It would all come about the same exact way. What is a male? What is a female? But these social ideas would be very different. It would be whatever we made up. It would be just like in Judaism, they had 8 genders, or in Native American, like in indigenous Native Americans here, they had 3 spirited people. They had all sorts of different things.
And none
They
of these
just
ideas
make
are
it up.
grounded in none of these ideas are grounded in reality, though. So,
Well,
like,
how do you know what's grounded in reality? Like, what do you mean? What's reality?
the same truth and reality that's saying that me and you are on a TikTok live right now together. Like, I'm not on Facebook
It
Live
is
with
a
you.
social construct that is the reality of the situation. We can make these things up. It's all, you can't just say none of these things are valid unless it's mine, because I can poke holes in yours all day. I can poke holes in your ideas of this stuff all day. And just like I said, there are women who are born without a uterus. And you said, oh, well, the people who are of the nature.
Every man is born without a uterus.
No, there are people, no one is born a man.
Yeah, but there's never been a man to, I'm sorry, there's never been a man to be born with a uterus. That's what I meant to say.
And for me to go ahead and show you that's a symmetry breaker for your definition of gender and sex, that you can't be born a man, but you can be born a male. If we have a symmetry breaker there, does that mean that they're not synonymous?
No one is, you can't be born a man because a man is an adult.
Yeah, that's weird.
Right,
So you're
yeah.
adding qualifiers to this one and not sex. That's weird.
because-
So that makes it different, huh?
No, it's just a transition from adolescence to adulthood. That's all
Yeah,
that.
you're just describing the qualifier I just named. You're adding qualifiers, which inherently make it different.
Yeah, but all throughout history, we can accept that boys become men.
Okay, and all throughout history, we also have cultures that have many, many, many other different types of.
But none of
genders.
those are grounded in reality. That's the whole.
What do you
that's the
mean
whole-
reality? None of these things are grounded in reality.
That a boy becomes a man?
Yeah, what
That's
is it?
grounded in reality.
When does a boy become a man?
Well, we recognize that legally in the United States at 18 years old.
Oh, okay. In the United States, I'm glad you said that, because that is a social thing, right? In the United States, we socially say that 18 is adult. And when you go to Europe, there are places that say 16 is an adult, or
Yeah, and
21.
one could also deduce that a boy becomes a man at post-puberty, like after they've completed puberty.
Okay,
That's
right. And there's all these different ideas, right? And that makes this social, not scientific.
Yeah, but it's still grounded in reality. Is what, it's not.
That's the most baseless thing for. What does that even mean? Grounded in reality.
Because, for example, what's not grounded in reality is that a woman can become a man, or a man can become
Again,
a woman.
like
That's
you're
not
not
grounded in
describing.
reality.
You're not describing, like, if I were to write all of these things down in a like software and like coding and say this is what a woman is, your software would just shit bugs. Like, this is what a woman, but it's not this, but this is a woman, but da, da, da. And in my reality, I could write all of these ideas and articulate what I think a woman is, and it wouldn't be spitting out bugs and error codes because it's actually coherent. And you're just saying, well, I'm just going to dip into history and what they thought and use that for my what's it called?
I can't help you. I don't
Appeal
know.
to authority. And then when I bring up history, you say, well, that's history. That's what, and then you add this qualifier that well, this is grounded in reality. Well, I could just say all of these things were all grounded in reality. If you're a 3-spirited person, maybe you felt a certain way. That is real. You can't say that's invalid. Or you were born with certain characteristics or phenotypes or different genitalia or whatever. Those are real things. That is reality for these people. And they do think that that third spirit's gender is real. You can't just say it's not.
Yeah, so perception is reality. I'll give you that. Like, however I think is how I think. However you think is how you think. But there's also an objective reality, right? So like there's a subjective reality that a lot of people are living in, where they think they can just be whatever they want. Because whenever we, close the door to reality and open the door to delusion, we now have children like identifying as animals in schools and barking.
No, we don't.
So I just watched a documentary actually by Matt Walsh. What is a Woman? And there was literally a person, an individual on the documentary that thought they were a wolf. So you can't tell me it's not
Nice.
happening.
And that is not a trend. That is not something we need to go figure out right now. There are people who might do that. There are furries. Those people do it completely recreationally. And we also have
No, this
people on
individual
your
really,
side who
he
think
really
white is the supreme race, or you think that people that the Earth is 6,000 years old, or that a magic sky daddy made you out of clay.
Yeah, and some of those thoughts aren't grounded in reality. You see what I'm saying? Like there's an objective reality and then a subjective reality.
And you think
And
you're
objective,
going to be the authority of the objective reality for the rest of us?
well, don't look to me. Look at the rest of the country. We all voted for Trump, so the majority of people agree he won 49.8% of the popular
Again,
vote, which was
that's
more than
appeal to
Trump.
popularity. And what I could say is that at one point in time, the majority of the country loved slavery. Does that make it objectively right?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, so that's not very good excuse.
I don't know how we tie slavery into transgenders, but
It's testing your logic.
It's quite the pivot. I mean, you really took my brain and stretched it so far away from the topic right there, like, and that's a good tactic for a debate. I can't fault you for it. However, it doesn't take away what I'm talking about when I say objective reality versus subjective reality when it comes to something as basic as biological science.
If you just admit in one sentence that reality is subjective, and then you go on to say in the next sentence that there is an objective reality, your break. I don't know how to debate that.
Well, I think what we can agree after this point, after this topic, is that this is an adult problem and shouldn't be pushed onto our youth.
Okay, can you tell me where we're legislating things to push them onto the youth?
It's just a gender ideology. Kamala Harris in her campaign actually endorsed and encouraged that gender affirming care should be given to trans youth minors. Like she publicly said it out loud. So whenever
so she said that she would follow the law and the science. She didn't go advocate for these things. What you guys do, you guys find these strange pivot, like these strange social wedge issues.
Look at
and
you got your Google, right? You got your Google. You can
yeah, there's nothing you can show me that says that she's trying to push this. She just said that she's going to follow the law.
Go to Google real quick for me. I can prove this one.
Someone just paid to kick you. I will look it up right now, and then I got to kick you.
Okay, just type in, did Kamala endorse gender affirming care to youth? You can type that in.
And why is that bad?
I'm trying to prove that she did, because you're telling me that she didn't endorse it.
Yeah, and why is that bad?
Because it's not, because I thought we just agreed that it's an adult problem. It's a political problem that it should be.
No, it's not an adult problem. People are born trans. That's what the science says.
Well, then we're getting to a different part of the topic that I would argue very strong against, is that puberty blockers and surgeries and giving pronouns to children is bad. It's inherently bad because these children haven't even gone through puberty.
All right, I have to kick you. Thank you so much for the kick, Jason. Up to you. Love you guys. Jason and Jennifer, thank you. And Brian Greco, thank you for the $10 kick fund. She makes me extremely angry. I'm sorry, Brian. Someone just got it too. But thank you so much. I have so many friendlies in the box. I love y'all so much. We are just getting up in numbers. Oh my God, here we go. Yellow.
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course I am.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, as my username suggests, I'm from Mexico, so mostly southern border policy is what I like from him. But I support everything else he's doing, but that was my main reason for voting.
What are the big, huge, bad outcomes of us not doing his policies that he did?
Right. Well, I mean, just look at the Biden administration. Biden undid everything Trump did. Like, he stopped border wall construction. You removed the MPP, the Migrant Protection Protocols. And we saw the highest influx, the highest numbers of illegal immigration.
I'm asking you what the actual, harm, what are the actual pain points of illegal immigration?
Yeah, if you were to let me finish, 53 migrants were unalived in the back of a semi-truck altogether from the heat during Biden's administration. It's a humanitarian issue. People are unaliving at the border, trying to get here, and the lucky ones that do make it here are paying taxes and getting no benefits. Am I wrong?
You're right, but I don't believe that you are trying to be their savior, because what your plan is to eject them from the country and make them, like, put them back in poverty, put them in Uganda, or put them in CCOT for the rest of their lives. You think that's better than letting
Well,
them
you're
work?
being disingenuous, because we know for a fact that they're not all going to Uganda. They're not all going to CCOT. 249
Okay,
people were sent
wherever
to
they're
CCOT
being sent,
under
you
the
think
Enemies
that's
Act,
better than
back to
being
their home
here?
country. Back to their home country.
You think that's a better situation if they escape their home country? That's what they
No,
need?
but keeping them here and exploiting them isn't the answer either. Or keeping them here to then be put in detention centers and then be deported isn't the answer either. I don't like
Yeah, I know, they
detention
could just
centers.
work.
Hold on. I don't like detention centers being filled up as much as you, dude. But that's literally what happens when you see the influx of illegal immigration. That's what happens when you allow people to come into our country
Again,
undocumented.
you're gonna have
Then
to
we have to
You're gonna have
like
to tell me what
follow
the
the law.
actual pain points are. Detention centers, you guys are spending $140 billion on doing this, so you'd have to, that goes out the window
To
right
clean
there.
up
if
Joe
you're
Biden's mess.
No, Joe Biden expelled far more people out of this country
Of
than Trump
course, yeah.
did.
Biden and Obama had to deport more people. They saw the highest influx of illegal crossings.
Yeah, and they did the job. So at the same time, the border was wide open,
But people
and they
were
enforced
still
it.
coming in, right?
Yeah, not that many. 1.5 million maybe total. Do we need to
Not that
spend
many.
more
Okay,
than
so then you
every
shouldn't
country?
be, okay, if not that many people crossed over, we shouldn't be that worried about filling up detention centers. There's not that many people.
I mean, sure. I don't know why we have to go around and hunt them all down and arrest them. That's a lot of money.
Because we're enforcing the law.
You guys
Because why would
hired
you
a
want?
felon.
Okay, hey, let me give you an example, like real life scenario that I've gone through. I got into a car accident with somebody. They were an illegal immigrant. I got all the blame for it because they can't even be found after they did a hit and run.
Nice.
So it's like, how is there any sort of good to having people here illegally, undocumented? It's not good for them. It's not good for the American citizens.
It is good for them.
It's not.
It's good for
It's
everybody.
good for them to be here
Yeah.
undocumented,
So-
paying taxes and getting no benefits. You think that's
Yes,
good for them?
it's far better than working for like $3 a day somewhere, getting something way less.
You're right. Mexico doesn't have as many opportunities as the U.S. probably because the Mexican government's also
Okay,
highly
again,
corrupt
but that's
and
the truth of it,
allowing
right? That's the truth
criminals
of
to
it.
control it.
It's the
So
truth
your
of
idea is to let everyone in the world come here because they live in a third world country. They should all just come here and be slaves to the U.S., right? Pay taxes, get nothing back. That's what you want, right?
You're like, listen, while they
that your
might
main
have to
argument?
pay some taxes, you're like, my solution is to kick them back out of the country and put them back into hardship, because
No,
that's
my
way
solution
better.
is to stop incentivizing people to come illegally and incentivize them to come
What is
legally.
the actual pain points for you? Again, like, this is circular.
Well,
You're like, I need
there's
to
many.
save these
Like,
people
for
from the
example, there's
conditions they
people
have.
unaliving at the border, people literally paying into cartels and organized crime to get them over here. People are getting kidnapped, raped,
So
their
you want
organs
to put them
taken.
back in those
They're
situations?
drowning. They're running out of water in the desert. And then, like I said, the ones that make it here, the lucky ones, they get exploited. They get paid
And you
under
want
the
to
table.
spend
They
more
pay
than every
taxes and get no
country.
benefits.
You
They
want to
can't
spend more
vote.
than
They
every
can't get
country's
food stamps.
military. You want to
And
pay
then
more
guess
than
what?
every
They get
country's
rounded
military.
up, put in a detention center, and then deported. Why
No,
is
they
that a
don't.
good thing at all?
11 or 12 million are here just like working and having a great life, far better than what they had when
I think it's
from
a
the
great
country they
life
left.
living undocumented. That's the issue. As a Mexican, I know what it's like. I know people that live
It's
here
far better than
illegally.
where they came
It
from
is
most
terrible.
times. Most
You
times
can't
it's
even
better.
call the police when something happens because you're afraid of being deported.
I
They
get
literally
you.
can't
You're
call
on
the
both
cops.
sides. You can't speak on both sides, right? You're like, it's so bad that we need to send them back to something even worse.
No, it's so bad that people that do have it worse should still be able to come here legally. Asylum is still
You
a
guys are
legal
making that
process.
impossible. Trump is
Asylum
undoing.
is good.
No, Trump
right?
is
But
undoing
should
500,000
asylum
people.
be exploited?
Sure. And what's the pain point for that?
Why should asylum be? Because people that actually need asylum won't get it if asylum
Dog,
is being
we tried to
exploited.
pass a bill that gave us more judges to adjudicate these claims far faster.
The Langford bill that also allowed 5,000 crossings and like
It did not allow
15,000 weekly
5,000
crossings.
crossings. Okay, those are encounters. So if all 5,000 didn't belong, they would all get kicked out.
It was crossings. They said once it reached a certain
Encounters.
amount of number, they would shut down the border.
Yes,
So you
and a
support shutting down the
crossing
border.
leads to an encounter.
Hold on. So with your logic, you supported a bill that once it reached a certain amount of crossings, we shut down the border. But
Yes.
it's wrong. It's wrong for Donald Trump to shut down the border after seeing the highest influx of illegal immigration.
That bill is much cheaper than $140 billion, which is more than every country on earth besides China's military. We could fix all of
The
homeless
issue
with
of the
that.
people that are already in the country illegally. It didn't address the issue of the CTELs and organized crime. It didn't address the issue that there's still like 5,000 people being able to cross illegally. It didn't address the issue
It doesn't mean that
people are
5,000
unaliving
people
at the
get to
border.
cross illegally. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Read the Langford bill. Tell me what it says. It
Dude,
literally
you don't
says
know
it
what you're
has a
talking about.
cap.
I
The
know it
Langford
has a
bill
cap.
has
You
a
don't
cap, did
understand what
not?
it means.
Did the Langford bill have a cap?
Yes, you don't know what it means.
You're arguing that it's encounters, not crossings, right?
Yes.
You're saying
You don't know what that means.
Footprints. It's footprints. We have cameras at the border. We literally have cameras
That's
that
not what
watch
that means
people coming
either,
across.
dude. Encounters means that somebody is encountered, two people, like Customs and Border Patrol, and then a person trying to cross. That is an encounter. And however that encounter ends it has nothing to do with whether you can get in or not, right? Like if that ends in them being expelled from the country immediately, that's an encounter. Okay.
Okay, you can play semantics. I'll go with that, right? And
It's
that
not
still stands in
semantics.
my
That's
logic.
the law. When we're
That
talking about the
still
law,
stands with what
it
I
is
said.
the
If you think
semantics.
that
It's very
after a
important.
certain amount of encounters, we should shut down the border, then you should also think that after a certain amount of illegal crossings, we should shut down the border. Yes or no?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so then Donald Trump is doing the right thing.
No.
Why?
Okay.
After seeing record numbers,
I know. Why is it worth
record numbers of illegal
Can
crossings?
you tell me?
Why is it wrong?
Because it's $140 billion. $140 billion is fucking dumb.
Because it's expensive.
Yes.
So you don't think we should take any money from our defense to protect our country from illegal crossings?
Not $140 billion.
Oh, well, we disagree, I guess. I mean, we wouldn't have to spend that much if Biden would have secured the border instead of unsecuring it.
Unsecuring it. Dude, okay.
Yeah, why would he remove migrant protection protocols? Why would he stop border wall construction?
You're talking about the MPP program? Isn't that the Remain in Mexico?
Yeah, Remain in Mexico is in the migrant protection protocol.
That only affected 70,000 people, and is because it was horrible. You just sat up here and you claim to care about all those people who get raped and killed, right? Who are on their way here. That created that problem. That put 10 cities outside of the wall.
Because
and
Mexico wasn't dealing with their crime.
Excuse me. You want more of this? You want 3,500 people out of those 70,000 to be like kidnapped, raped, sex trafficked? You want more of that? Because that's what that cost.
Well, so I'm glad you acknowledge that rape and all that is happening at the border. And yes, it's because Mexico, when people are in Mexico, they are in danger because Mexico is not addressing its crime issue. Mexico is highly corrupt.
That's how that program worked.
Donald Trump.
And that's why it's bad.
Second administration now doing something about that, multifaceted response, also addressing the organized cartels while also reinstating Remain in Mexico. You can't just reinstate Remain in Mexico and do nothing about Mexico's crime. He's doing something about it now, but Mexico is saying, no,
will never
don't
do
touch
it again.
my criminals.
Mexico will never do Remain in Mexico ever again. You guys,
they already are
so
doing it. They have to.
No, they're not.
They're forced to receive people back at the border.
No, they're not. That's why. Thank you, Taylor. Thank you so much for the $40. Supreme Court already said Remain in Mexico is unconstitutional. It's not true. People like that. It just illustrates how far gone they are. They don't know what any of this means. That guy literally thought that it allowed 5,000 illegal crossings all the way into America each month or each week. How high are you? Hello? D? Hello? I don't think they're here. Chat, don't forget to tap the screen and give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. My Cash App and Venmo in the bio, and it's $40 to kick somebody. A shout out again to everybody who's paid to kick. You guys are fucking awesome. I love you. Hello? Zach, hello.
Hello?
What's up?
What's up? I disagree with the prompt.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Quick clarification really quick. If I think Trump is mid, would that go against your point?
I think Trump is like absolutely horrible. So yeah, if you think Trump is like okay, then yeah, we disagree.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I think he's okay. I think he's done an okay job, and I don't think he's bottom of the barrel when it comes to presidents of all time. So that's why.
Okay, why? Why do you think he's okay?
I think he's done a pretty good job with the border.
He hasn't passed any bills.
Doesn't
He's
matter.
spending
It's
a
what.
fucking an egregious amount of money too.
Well, would you agree that it was better than it was under Biden?
I don't get what better is. Like, how does this help me?
Less illegal immigration is what better means.
How does that help me?
How does that help you?
Yeah.
What helps our country, which you should care about.
How does that
Not
help our
everything
country?
has to directly help you for it to.
How does that
be
help the
good.
country?
Oh, well, first of all, in classrooms, like I said, there's nothing wrong with having kids that aren't completely English speakers. But half the freaking class, man, are you kidding me? That's
Half?
terrible for our country.
Who's
I don't know
who's
what
in a half a? First of all, like if your classroom is flooded with migrants, you're getting so much funny. If you're in Texas, you're getting $8,000 a head for your classroom. So
So you don't think it
you could
should be
only
illegal?
pray that they do that.
You don't think it should be illegal then?
No, I think there should be like way more ways to come here legally. But the reason why there are so many illegal undocumented migrants is because it's very hard to come here legally, especially with Trump in office.
Okay, well, do you feel like even if I'm not saying it's perfect the way to get in the country, I'm saying even if it wasn't perfect, do you feel like a better way of dealing with it is just coming in illegally?
Yeah, if you're that person, like if I was with my family in Mexico or El Salvador and like I was getting harassed by gangs and they wanted to turn my sister into a prostitute and rape my mom, and they collected protection money from me every day, but the fine for crossing the border in the United States is $250. I would say, you know what, I'm just a rebel, I'm gonna do
Crime.
it. It's a crime to speed. I do it. Do you speed?
No, I don't.
Everybody else does.
Well, I don't. Doesn't work on me. I don't speed.
Okay, everybody else does. I'm sure
Well,
that
I
if I
don't think you
followed
can
you around
compare
all day, I
speeding.
could find a traffic citation for you. I'm almost
Okay, so do you think
1,000%.
speeding is the same thing as illegally entering a country?
I think it's worse.
You think speeding is worse than illegally entering a country?
Yeah, the outcomes of speeding is like
I don't care about
48,000 people
outcome,
die in
bro.
car crashes every day or every year, and then the outcome of migrants is 29 deaths per year. So if I
But
were to
what's the
go,
limit though? How many illegal immigrants do you want to our country is completely just like essentially
what's the
Mexico?
limit?
What do you want it to
I
be?
would say when they exceed what the U.S. citizens do, like if per capita, if
Oh,
they
so
started
more.
doing worse and there was an actual pattern that they were more inherently criminal, then that would be worth pursuing. But they're not. They're the exact opposite.
By the way, I never claimed to vote for Trump, guys. So I'm just letting you know. I think he's mid. That's what my argument was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel as if you can't. If you most people you don't, but most people do care about illegal immigration.
They've been
Even
told to
liberals.
care. Yeah, they've been told.
But
They've been
most people
obsessed.
care.
Well, they've been told to care. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people
Why do you
hated
think they've
Jewish
been?
people in 1930s Germany. It doesn't make it good.
How do you even connect those two?
Because you're
How?
appealing to the populace, right? And that's what I'm saying. In a certain time period in the United States, a lot of people thought slavery and child marriage was fantastic. They would vote for it too. Does that make it right?
No, but
So you
just
can't use
because
the.
society is constantly changing doesn't mean everything that's bad is gonna essentially mean it's okay just because you feel that way.
Right. So you can't point to a bunch of people agreeing with you to be for to say you're right. You can't
I
do
don't
that.
think just like those things you mentioned. I don't think in 100 years people are gonna say, "Oh, what? We didn't let everyone who wanted to come in our country illegally come in. Oh no, that was horrible." I don't think people are gonna think that.
No, they're going to look at Trump sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process.
One example. One.
Go ahead and all of the people that went to CCOT, besides the people
One example.
traded for they were traded for a prison swap, prisoner exchange afterwards. But a lot of people were sent besides Abrego Garcia. So Abrego would be one. No due process, no crime in either country, just sent straight to prison.
So does that mean that how?
I'm sorry.
I said we completely are on a disconnect because you don't even think illegal immigration is bad at all. I think it's
You're
bad.
just
I
gonna
think
have to
it's a
tell me
little
why I
bit.
should care so much about it. Why we should spend so much money on this. You
I
just got
never
to
said
tell me what
that.
it's going to
I never
solve.
said the system was perfect. I simply said you have to care about it.
I do care about it, and I think there's way better ways to handle it than going around calling people vermin and poisoning the blood of our
What
country.
are you talking about?
That's what Trump does?
Oh, Trump calls illegal immigrants vermin.
Yeah,
Wow.
and it says they're poisoning the blood of the country, says they're rapists and criminals, but some might be good people.
He was probably referring to someone that was a rapist and criminal and called them
He
a
was
vermin.
generally
Those
just
two are
referring
vermin.
to...
You don't think rapists are vermin?
No, so when in that speech, in fact, that year when he made that speech, there were only 3 murders by immigrants, and 11 million of them were here. So they aren't rapist or criminal. They're like way safer than U.S. citizens, in fact.
So can you show me the clip of Trump saying illegal immigrants are vermin?
Yeah, it's actually a Hitler quote too.
Oh wow, man! I can't wait to see this. Man, you might have just changed my whole outlook, man. Wow.
I'm calling on Crooked Joe, corrupt Attorney General of New York. Deranged Jack Smith. Bird brain, Nikki.
What is this? I can't even. It's just a bunch of clips. I need to actually hear a clip.
Migrants, animals. He called them animals. Trump calls immigrants vermin who poison the blood of the country.
United States of America. You're the reason. No, you're the reason Kamala Harris is historic vice president.
Kamala Harris, historic vice president.
She is first black female president.
Doesn't mean she's good.
America was at risk.
She was fantastic.
Has an interesting vocabulary. He calls immigrants vermin who poison the blood of the nation.
So Joe Biden saying he calls them vermin means that he said they're vermin.
Dog, I'm wondering if this turns into a clip of him actually saying it.
Please show me the clip.
I'm trying to find it. I don't have these things bookmarked for people. There's a million things we talk about every day. So, opponents vermin. Trump calls migrants animals. Calling migrants vermin. Trump calls vermins who poison the blood of the country. Hold on. That's the one we just watched. Just go here. All user clip. Trump calling opponents vermin. Bloodbath to vermin.
I don't think you're gonna find
vermin.
it, man.
Trump telling
I think you would have found it by now.
Well, he says they're poisoning the blood of our country. Do you admit that?
No, wait, don't just go over the fact that you were completely wrong. Don't just come over.
I'm not completely wrong. The sentiment that he says horrible things is absolutely true. Poisoning the blood of the country. He said that.
What
Do
are
you
the,
think they're
what's
doing
the
that?
context? Can you click on the video? What was the context? What was he talking about? Come on, man.
Yeah, and that's an actual Hitler quote too.
It doesn't mean he was quoting Hitler. Is that what you're saying? He's Hitler now?
How can you tell me,
bro? This is
can you tell me in what context that a political leader should be able to say that anybody is poisoning the blood of a country? In what context is that appropriate? Unless you're talking about Nazis.
So, I still haven't seen the clip. I want to see what he's talking about.
Okay.
Because if he's talking about rapists, yes, those people are horrible people. I would call them
rapists are horrible people, but he's saying that migrants are rapists. That people from south of the border are rapists.
I haven't seen the video. Please show me, bro.
And he's constantly lying about their crime rates too.
Now you're moving on to that. I literally just want to see the one where he calls them vermin.
Yes. Okay. Oh my God. We're still on vermin?
You just said he called illegal immigrants vermin, and now you can't.
And then I said, okay, poisoning the blood of the country.
Oh,
if he calls his political opponents vermin.
You still haven't showed me the clip of him even saying that. He didn't even say that.
Yes, he did.
Show me the clip.
Trump saying poisoning
WYBG Kev in the
blood
chat.
of the country. Trump's immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country.
I love you.
Lincoln's comments to Hitler.
You've been supporting me from the beginning. I love you, bro. Is this the clip? A girl. She's kind of bad. She's bad though. God, would you crack? She's kind of bad though. What a long ad you got there.
Tonight, former President Donald Trump rallying his supporters in the early voting state of Nevada. It comes a day after he made these controversial comments about immigrants at a rally in Durham, New Hampshire.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
The Biden campaign accusing Trump
What?
of parroting Adolf Hitler,
Okay.
as similar wording was used in his writings. And at least
So
one
you pulled up a clip of Joe Biden. So Joe Biden said he said something that Hitler said. That means he's Hitler. I don't get what your point is.
Okay, who's poisoning the blood of the country? If you're a political leader, you're running for president, who would you be okay with saying
So
that
did
about?
he say all immigrants are poisoning our country? Or did he say rapist immigrants are? I'm sure
He didn't say
said
he didn't.
that.
There was no qualifier. There was no extra qualifier there.
Okay, then how do you know that he was not saying that if there was no extra qualifier?
There's no extra qualifier. Like he's talking about migrants, and he said that they're poisoning the blood of the
Where
country.
does he say migrants instead of rapists?
Oh my god.
There's nothing. It just cuts to him saying that, bro. Like these clips are budgets.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm sorry, bro. I thought you'd come more prepared.
Dog, I don't have these. I don't have
West
these
Coast
ready
University,
for you.
Texas, our nursing programs are accelerated.
I have the same
designed to
internet
help
that you
make a
do.
difference sooner. WCU Texas, focused with the support you need to keep going. Learn more at westcoastuniversity.edu.
We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions.
16 million illegal immigrants.
So do you admit that Trump is referring to immigrants when he says poisoning the blood of the country?
Illegal immigrants, criminals.
Yeah, that's poisoning the blood of our country. You now
criminals?
co-sign that?
Are they criminals?
No more than you or I when we speed.
Bro, first of all, regardless of what it's considered like due to law and stuff. Bro, speeding isn't worse than illegal immigration.
Speeding could end in somebody dying, and we have far many people dying from speeding.
Like 50 miles per hour. The percent of that is way lower than
we have
going,
48,000 car
above.
deaths every year. 48,000.
What's the average speed? I'm sure it's around 10 miles above the speed limit, not 50 miles above the speed limit.
We're fighting over peanuts. I'm saying that speeding leads to worse outcomes than people crossing the border without getting searched. Far worse.
Okay,
far,
but it's not.
far more
It's
frequently.
still worse. It's still worse.
How is it
bro.
worse? You have to sell this to me. How is it worse?
It's still worse because at the end of the day, if someone decides to speed and they get in a car accident, that doesn't mean everyone that speeds is killing people. You're saying that everyone that enters this country illegally is coming in illegally. If they're not coming
Everyone
in the right
who's speeding is speeding. Everybody who enters this country is. That's
yeah, but
the,
you
the
try
parallel.
to compare it to killing people. Like that's such a
is.
small percentage of speeding.
The outcomes of speeding, the reason why we don't allow it is because it can hurt people. And the reason we don't allow migration is because we like to keep tabs on people, and people could be criminal. But it turns out that they're not. They're not creating that much crime at all. So why are we spending so much money doing this and not going after actual crime that hurts people?
Have you ever? Hey, it's not just about criminal. It's about culture. Why do you think every other country doesn't do that? No other country.
Nobody
has
spends
every
this much
single
money on
other
it.
person.
Nobody on earth spends this much money on what y'all are doing. Ever.
I didn't spend a penny on that.
Trump spent $140 billion on ICE, bro.
I'm not a Trump fan. I think he's mid, but this proves how far left
this
you are,
shows
bro.
how. What do you mean he's mid? He's not mid for spending more than any country on earth.
Overall, he's mid.
Okay, so you concede that this is bad too?
I didn't say he was perfect. I said you don't even think illegal immigration is bad, which is mind blowing. I didn't even heard of it.
It's not. It doesn't require this much urgency now.
Okay, well, clearly the American people it does, and they're not.
Well, yeah, I know because they're all confused. None of them know any of the facts.
So
they think they're just out here killing everybody.
Confused? Are you
yes.
kidding me, bro?
Yes,
That's
yes.
That's
yes,
delusional.
people can
people
be
on your side think it's freaking bad too, and they don't like anything Trump says. I think if you'd say a nice thing, you would get. Like,
I don't care. I'm sure Hitler said some nice things too, but he
why
doesn't
are you
redeem
comparing
himself.
Trump to Hitler? That's just disrespectful to Jews, bro.
No, it's not. It's
As
disrespectful.
someone, like-
it's disrespectful to Jews to ignore the slight of fascism that Trump is using.
So define fascism.
Ultra paleogenic nationalism.
Okay, but a fascist, I might be wrong, but isn't it someone that puts the country above the people? Am I wrong?
Yeah. So what does America first mean?
No, but they're putting give me an example of Trump putting the country over freaking the people. You're comparing Trump to Mussolini and Hitler, bro. Do you know how crazy that is? These people have murdered so many innocent people.
Yeah, that's the
And you're
end.
comparing
That's what
Trump,
happened at the
who
end.
you might not like. He's not doing
what
that
we're
stuff.
focusing on. We're focusing on what led to that, and the recipe and the playbook they used, and we're looking at Trump going, dang, he's doing all of those things. That's crazy.
So Trump's as bad as Mussolini.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Using the same playbook.
I don't know. Okay, but that is crazy. That's disrespectful to all those people that died.
Yeah, it's disrespectful to them to ignore that Trump's doing all the same things.
Who said they have to like Trump? But they don't. They're not comparing Mussolini to Trump, bro. Are you even Italian, bro?
No.
Okay then, bro. Like, you don't know what they went through. You didn't grow up in Italy.
I don't have to. I just read the 14 tenets of fascism and say, oh, Trump checks
then you
all
should
of
know
these
how
boxes.
disrespectful it is.
No, you're disrespectful for just saying that Trump's not doing it.
I said Trump's not as bad as freaking Mussolini and
Okay,
Hitler.
Trump
How
is
that
following the playbook. You're moving the goalpost for me saying he's
I'm moving the
exactly as bad as
goalposts.
Mussolini.
You said they're as bad as each other, and I said they're not. And you
All right,
fascist.
but you admit that he's fascist.
What's an example of him doing something that's fascist?
So you just want to go through the 14 tenets?
What has he done that makes him a fascist?
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
Like, this is crazy. You have to be one of the most left-leaning, crazy people I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, okay. So
Like, you're worse than that one dude, bro. Oh my god.
Okay. All right. Here are the 14 tenets of fascism. Powerful and continuing nationalism. So Trump going America first in the name of all these bad things he's doing, and he wants to invade Greenland and all these other things. And all we hear from y'all is America first now. It's our turn. And then you rip people off of Medicaid and do all that stuff. You don't give a flying fuck about America.
He's a fascist because he puts his own country.
When you
above
put
every
all of
other
these
country.
things together, okay, you can't just minimize this to one point at a time. Disdain for recognition of human rights. So for a few weeks, I actually literally had to debate all of y'all on whether or not certain types of people had due process, or whether or not women should have health care. Identification for enemies and scapegoats as a unifying cause. We've got Nancy Pelosi, we got immigrants, we've got Hunter Biden, we've got the FBI, the DOJ, and the corrupt government. The supremacy of the military. Trump is dumping more than any president ever into the military. He put $2.2 trillion into it in his first administration. He also has military parades, very Kim Jong-un-like. He also is building a Golden Dome, very gaudy, very mafia-style bullshit. Rampant sexism, grab him by the pussy. I get really upset when I come home and my wife hasn't made me dinner.
Have
or
you ever
any of those things?
I got a question on that sexist thing. I'm assuming you're probably in your later 20s. Am I wrong?
Appreciate that.
Oh, you're older.
Yeah, I'm 37.
Well, if you're gonna sit here and say that when you were in high school, and I'm not saying he was in high school, and I'm not justifying what he said, how are you gonna say that just because he said some bad words doesn't means that he's some sexist person? I've said terrible things, and I'm not sexist. I love women.
He absolutely is a sexist. So like a woman that accused him of grabbing her genitals, he called her horse face, not his type, not the chosen one. He's held multiple beauty pageants. He's talked about how sexy his young daughter is. He's talked about walking into the changing rooms of these beauty pageants while they're undressed.
Well, first of all,
because he owns the place.
Do you like women?
Yeah.
You like women?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know Trump's personality. You know how he is. He likes women. What do you expect him to say? He's not gonna be some guy that's just like, oh yeah, man.
Do you think it's okay to walk in on women and while they're changing?
I mean, if they allowed him to.
Do you think they could consent that power dynamic of him owning the booth?
If they were like,
pageants?
really, if they were like, hey man, come in and look.
Do you think 17, 15-year-old girls can consent?
Were they 15?
Yeah, there's an accuser of
the girls you looked at in the changing room. Show me the proof right now.
Yeah, there's a 15-year-old that accused him.
Now.
Yeah.
No, the clip where you're talking about the changing room, where are they 15? I didn't know that.
Yeah, It was Miss Teen USA 1997. Yeah, he owned it.
Oh. Show me that, man, please. This is crazy, bro. And first of all, I'm not even a big Trump guy, but I can understand that like you guys just blow this out of proportion.
Miss Arizona says it, but you want the clip of
Donald
him
Trump
saying that.
loves a beauty pageant. And by his own admission, he was no stranger backstage while owning parts of 3 different pageants for nearly 2 decades.
know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
In 2001,
Were they
Tasha
15?
Dixon was Miss Arizona, competing in the Miss USA pageant. She experienced this kind of awkward moment firsthand.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis.
Dixon was 18 at the time and says watching Trump
She's
storm
not
into a dressing room was
15.
shocking.
Stop, it's not the only
To
one.
have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention. Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
In 2005, 4 years later, Donald Trump bragged to Howard Stern about what he could get away with since he owned the pageants. The conversation uncovered by CNN's K-File.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it.
You're like a
Everything is
doctor.
good.
Later in that same show, Trump is asked if he'd ever had sex
Listen,
with Miss USA.
the bottom line is Trump is sexist, and this is not a deal breaker for you, which definitely slides the sexism bar a little bit towards sexism when we champion this type of behavior and elected to the highest office of the land.
So first of all, when did they? Why didn't they say anything like before he was president? Why did they say it after?
Oh, gee, because I don't know. Everybody
Probably
saying,
because they don't like him, bro. Maybe
yeah,
I didn't even thought of that.
maybe they have reasons to not like him.
Yeah, but why would they say it while he's president? They could have said he was already rich and famous. They could have exposed him earlier. Why did they say it when he was president?
Dude, he was literally, there are documentaries about how bad Trump is before he ever ran for president, dude.
Okay, but that doesn't answer my question. Why
You
would they
said,
not
why
expose
did they
him
not do
earlier?
it? They did. He's had 4,000 lawsuits since the 1990s. I have to kick you, Zach. Someone paid to kick you. This kid posts out of context clips and debates like he's doing with you. Oh, he's just trying to clip me. Somebody paid to kick him already too. I'm sorry, guys. God damn it. Lauren, thank you so much. Guest has done nothing to earn or deserve his citizenship. Yeah, he's calling out illegal immigrants. Lauren, thank you so much for the 35 for the kick. Usually, guys, kicks are $40, but we had some other kick money too in the kick pool. But thank y'all so much. I love y'all. Zach was too far gone. Zach, are you over 18, dude? I've talked to him before. He's maintained that he's over 18. Hello?
Hey man, what's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am. We've talked.
Have we?
Oh yeah.
What do you what do you want to talk about?
Well, I just I was gonna see if I could make you money by getting me kicked.
We don't need to do all that.
Oh, I know. I'm just joking, man. So we talked before. I don't know if you remember. I'm the blind guy.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a while. I haven't seen you on here, but I thought, well, I'm gonna jump on.
Oh well, I appreciate you, man. Did you want to talk about anything specific?
Well, I was just kind of listening. One, that guy was on here before. Sounds like he just needs to do some research, but you guys were covering a couple things, and I think it was the fascism. Would you say it was the
14 tenets?
14 tenets.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily agree with some of them because in order to, I don't know how to put this, in order to change things, I think you have to do things a little different. And I think with our government over the last, I don't know, 20 or so years, actually maybe even longer, but I've seen the same things, and we've seen the exact same people do the exact same things, and nothing's changed in our government. And I think That's one of the reasons why I stand behind Trump, because I think he sees it and he wants to change it. And I don't know, maybe some of those points have to be brought in. And I'm in no way, shape, or form fascist, but I think some of those things have to come about to be able to change.
So
if not,
I think this is a strange position to have because progressive, it's in the name, right? For liberals, that's what we want all the time. We want change. And what I would say is we can just look back and look at laws that we've changed in the past and what has worked and what doesn't. And for you to just throw it all out the window and say none of it's worked and there's been no change, I think is a little disingenuous. We can actually see and track change, and we can see how Democrats actually create jobs 50-1 when it comes to Republicans. We do far better for the economy every single time we're in office. Republicans have crashed the economy 8 out of the last 9 recessions. There's just like heaps and heaps and heaps of evidence where we should never touch or let Republicans tell anybody what to do with their economies. There's not a single Republican state you can look at and say, this is what Republicans can do for you. Whether it's like Texas and Florida, which have their success has nothing to do with Republicans. It has to do with oil and tourism. But everything else, you guys run the poorest states in the country with the highest crime rates. You guys have the highest violent crime. You guys are the murder capital, or the school shooting capital of the United States, which is also school shooting capital of the world. There's nothing to be proud of that we need to go and try on your side. And what we're seeing is all of this stuff you're just attributing to this appeal to change is it just also like happens to perfectly line up to all of the changes that fascist dictators want. Like not just one thing, not just two, but all of them match up perfectly like a little puzzle piece, man. And that's what we're showing. We're not just saying, well, change is good and shrugging it off.
So can I throw this at you? Isn't necessarily that we're nitpicking certain states. I mean, because I don't think every state is like a. And I'll give you an example. Ohio. Ohio doesn't have those crime rates. I believe, and I'd have to go back and look.
And you're just going to point to an outlier, but I'm saying if you look at trends, top 10 out of the top 10 most dangerous states, 7 out of 10 are Republican. Same thing with cities. Everywhere where we see Republican laws, the outcomes are worse for cities in blue states or in red states than blue.
So who runs those states? Is it Democrat or Republican?
The legislature?
I believe that the governors of some of those states, and I'm gonna have to go back and look, but I believe that some of the governors just in those states are actually Democratic.
Okay, if it's a red state with a red governor, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Gonna have to look at that. Because
yeah, Oklahoma, 50th in education, horrible crime rates. I'm in Dallas. Our crime rate's worse than Washington D.C. It's Texas, a red state. There's nothing that Republicans do that are like just breathtaking or like profound in ways of changing crime other than making it worse. Like you guys just have like relaxed gun laws and that's about it. There's no studies showing that reduces crime.
Okay. But you don't believe that he's trying to change some of that?
I think that he's not trying to change any of it permanently. So his takeover of Washington, D.C., that is a Band-Aid. The second military presence is gone, crime's just going to pick back up. You have to actually change the law and the way the community works there.
And I absolutely 100% agree with that. You can't put a Band-Aid on it, but he's got, again, when you look at these things, nobody's ever done anything. Nobody's ever said, hey,
that's not true.
We need more police.
We did that. We did 94 crime bill. We have tried that, and we saw the horrible outcomes of that and over policing, and now our jails are full. We have 25% of the world's population in prison. We are not 25% of the world's population. We've tried this, and it's real bad and very expensive.
So what do you suggest? What would your solution to that be?
There's a lot of things that we do that for no reason Donald Trump hates, and that should worry you. Like, okay, well, Donald Trump is against cashless bail. If you Google this right now, put it into AI, put it whatever, and say, is cashless bail bad for crime rates? And you would read, no, it's not. It's just great for everybody. If you're rich, you have the same justice system as a poor person. If you're a nonviolent criminal, you don't have to sit in jail if you're poor and lose your job and fuck up the economy even worse, and then make the taxpayers pay $300 a day for 2 hots and a cot. It's it's just progressive thinking, and then Republicans stand on the other side of that, like Trump, and point to us and say, look at these people who are weak on crime, and he champions illogical thinking, and he gets you all hyped up about fucking nothing. That's what Republicans do.
Okay, so let's forget about Trump. Let's forget about Republicans. Let's forget about Democrats. What is the solution? What is the actual solution? Because that's what we need. We don't need to blame this. We don't need to blame that.
That is the actual solution. We found a solution, and you guys are pointing to it and saying how bad it is. And then I'm pointing to y'all and saying, why would y'all do that?
Okay. Can you restate that? Because I guess I didn't understand.
Our solution to some of these things would be a thing like cashless bail. And cashless bail would make it to where if you commit a nonviolent crime, you're not just stuck in jail waiting for trial. You're allowed out. And that is an injustice to poor people. If rich people like Trump, who literally benefited from cashless bail, doesn't want y'all to do it, he's just doing that. That tells me it's just political theater. Yada yada yada. Like, I'm telling you, we are actually coming up with solutions, and for no reason at all, y'all shoot them down.
A cashless bail. So you're saying I guess I'm still not understanding. Can you? I guess I'm going to say, can you draw it out with crayons for me? Because that doesn't make sense to me, what you're wanting to come across to me.
Okay, so when we talk about things that reduce crime or reduce strain on the economy, or just ideas that work from either side of the political spectrum, I can point to a thing called cashless bail, where, say, if I went and I stole a TV and I got caught, I would not have to sit in jail for 6 months waiting trial. They would write me a ticket and they give me a court date, and I would be a free man. I would get to continue working my job and contributing to society. I wouldn't have, some guy in the same cell as me who was rich pay his way out and get out because he had money. We're treating everyone equally, and it's causing less strain on our tax system and our prison system. This is a progressive idea. This is a good thing, and for no reason at all, Trump has come out and talked cash shit about it. And what he's doing is just giving y'all messaging for being tough on crime, and maybe this just ties into his thing with DC, like political theater. He's going in there with a bunch of military, getting crime rates low so he can brag about low crime rates, while spending an actual fucking metric fuck ton, and doing authoritative stuff, overreaching, federal overreach. I think big government, that's probably as big as you can get as a government.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. That cashless bail, is that not already in effect in the majority of the states?
Yeah, and Trump has come out and said we need to do away with it.
Okay.
Yesterday or the day before.
Okay, I was going to say, that's new to me. I did not hear that. Now, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because, yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't believe that driving without a license should be, I should be thrown in jail. But the state of Georgia says you drive without a license, it doesn't matter. You're going to jail.
Sure.
Now, however, I believe that
I'm just saying what the law ought to be, not what it is, right? I think that if we want to make things better, we got to throw out ideas like what works, what doesn't work. And that would be one of my ideas of how we are pushing for things that work and how y'all are working against us for no reason.
Okay, well, I mean, I can understand that, and I truly can. But I just say that, okay, Is that working? Is it working? Because it's already in effect now, but is it working?
Yes.
So let me give you an example. The driver's license thing. I got a call. My son says, hey, I got picked up, no driver's license. They're going to take me to jail. Got to do something with the car. Okay. Get there, they said, well, we're going to impound the car. Well, we're here, we're going to drive it home. No, we're going to impound the car. Okay, you're going to write him a ticket? No. No, we're going to we're going to take him to jail. Okay. Got to put a bond out. It was a cashless bond, but, well, technically it wasn't, but he goes to jail, get him out in a few hours. He's got to go to court. Goes to court, we got to wait for the judge. They bring everybody in, sit here and wait. Judge says, okay, at this point, you need to go see these people. So we have changed to another thing, another room. Go into that room, call us up, say, okay, we're going to take this down to, I don't even remember, but something else. You just need to pay this. Okay, we paid that. He leaves. Senseless, just for money, just for fines. That's all it was. Waste of time for the court, waste of time for the police officer, waste of time for the jail, waste of time for the other officer in the second place we went. Now,
I think it's just fine that we enforce these laws. Like, if you drive without a license, we should probably give you a ticket or whatever. If you got to go to jail for a night, that's fine. But I don't think we should hold people like that in jail until their court date. I think that doesn't help anybody.
So in Ohio, same thing. Driving without a license. Pull you over. Somebody comes get the car. You take the car home. They write a ticket. Say, show up to court on this date. There is no jail. There is no nothing. You go to court. They sentence
This
you.
might exist in some places. I'm not saying it doesn't. Like, I don't know what you're saying though, but like, yeah, we have. I don't think it's as popular as you think. It's usually in Democrat-led cities where we can just do the math and say, hey, if we just stop fucking charging everyone bail money like they charged your son, the society would have less strain. Like, we could like the bad outcomes of this are almost non-existent. We should do this.
Isn't Georgia a Democratic-led state?
No, it voted blue once, but they are definitely red.
Are you sure? Because I thought for sure that it's been Democratic for years, and Ohio has been Republican.
The South, Georgia?
Yeah.
That is Republican. That is the Bible Belt.
Can you look at that? Can you? Is there a way that you can pull that up? Because and I might be wrong. But just because it's South, I mean, I don't know. I'd like to see.
Following, Georgia is generally considered a Republican-leaning state, having elected Republicans to statewide offices and delivering electoral votes to Republican presidential candidate. However, due to its recent history being a swing state, it was only a swing state during the 2020 election. It was like a shock to people. It's always been red.
Okay. All right. Well, my apologies on that, because I thought for sure that it was a Democratic state, and I thought this last election was pretty rough too, because I thought it was going to go one way. But okay. All right. Well, man, I just wanted to come up here and throw a couple things at you and just have a little conversation. That was it. Just talk a little. I hadn't talked to you for a while, so I thought I'd jump on here and just have a chat.
Yeah, dude. Well, thanks for coming up, and thanks for being cool as always.
Hey. Oh yeah. Well, maybe I'll jump on here and some other time and rattle your brain again.
All right. Sounds good to me, man. Have a good night.
All right. Yep. Can you kick me?
Gotcha.
All right.
Abolitionist Al says, guest, please see my link tree for the cashless bail report. Abolitionist was in the box too. Abolitionist, I saw you. I appreciate you trying to help. That was done thing just because your brain. Well, that's a do 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 do. Oh gosh. Yeah. And somebody actually brought up a similar situation earlier. And that's another great example of Republicans working against like the obvious better like legislation. A lot of states allow undocumented migrants to obtain a driver's license, which has shown to reduce hit and runs by a ton. And I myself have been a victim of a hit and run by an undocumented migrant. So like it is a thing, but if you cared about that at all, you would let them get driver's license. But they're like, look at these blue states. They're giving them driver's license. They're trying to vote. Just anti-intellectual policy. They're here legally. They need to go. These people are literally like Build-A-Bears. You squeeze the little button and they say the same thing over and over. This is why Trump won. I'm going to make a Build-A-Bear. I'm going to make a Trump Build-A-Bear. I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a Trump or Build-A-Bear. There's only 2 genders. Can you imagine me recording that at Build-A-Bear? This is why y'all keep losing. Doritos Locos Taco Bear. Take record. Here's another good one. Come here legally. That's a good one. And then I say, hey, why is Trump kicking like people who came here legally out of the country too? And they go, well, I don't know. And they just like start kicking stuff on the ground. I don't agree with everything he says. Do it the right way, China. He's mid. Trump is not mid. Trump is not mid. Y'all see, I'll be back. Yeah. Oh, chat. Thank you for that. They want to be legal, but it's not easy and done, all of them. Yeah. They want to be legal. They would love to come legally. If it was as easy as just like, I don't know, there was like an app. Just spitballing here. There was an app and you filled out your information and they did a background check. It's almost as if we had something like that. Have we had a proper prayer today? No, we haven't.
Oh, I'm so glad you let me up before prayer. It's important. It's really important. I do have a picture to share. I did post it in the live chat, but it's important. I was just notified of this on Twitter from 12 hours ago, and it seems like not everybody knew. So in case people do not know, this is from the State Department, and they say our nation was founded on the recognition that moral virtue and a steadfast faith in God are necessary preconditions of freedom. Yet under the Biden administration, U.S. foreign policy belittled Christianity and weaponized government against faith, That era has ended. Under POTUS's leadership, the State Department will eradicate practices that devalue and demean the Christian faith. This is out of Project 2025, and this is, yeah. So before you do your prayer, make sure that nobody gets upsetty spaghetti.
And guys, if you turn to page 1 of the 14 Tenets of Fascism, this is real powerful, beautiful, beautifully written. I think it was divinely written.
Divinely inspired.
Religion and government are intertwined, and that's just a beautiful way to put it. So what that means is when the government starts holding hands with certain religions, and I don't want to get too technical with y'all, but that's definitely what that means.
Yep. So I just wanted to let you know before you started your prayer that the divinely inspired word of God from the 14 Tenets of Fascism. Yeah, it's a pretty good read. If I do say so myself, I'm gonna hop back down.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Just really love it here so much. Oh God, every day it gets better. All right.
Rub some dirt on it and chug a beer.
Yeah, exactly. All right, thank you. Bye.
All right. Hello.
I just want to say that the whales are getting real upset about the windmills, and they're gonna die if we don't take care of that.
I do have a prayer request for that. So tonight's prayer circle, we will mention that.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God, I would like to pray for the whales.
Yeah.
And they just need Jesus. They need Jesus, and they need the windmills, and they need the magnets to make sure the sharks don't get the whales.
And we're praying for all whales, dead and alive, including Trump's mother.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to say. All right. Thank you.
All right. Guys, I want everybody to start bowing their heads. And I want you to get ready for your spiritual injections. Dear Jesus, dear Lord Jesus, I ask you to bless these whales with your protection from the windmills and those evil farms funded by George Soros. They're giving all of the whales cancer. They're killing all of those birds. And Jesus, I just know you love them birds and them doves. And I'm willing to do anything to save them. And until there are whale oncologists from the RFK Junior's HHS department, I think it's a good idea to eradicate all windmills. And Jesus, I pray that you help me hide from the truth and close my eyes in the face of facts, close my ears when someone's speaking to me with reason and logic. And Jesus, I just I want to thank you for giving me the strength to fit a Trump-size member all the way in my rectum. I think I just consider it carrying your love with me all day. And it's just a little reminder of your love and worship. And Lord Jesus, I just want to say thank you again. Amen. Amen, chat. I heard the whales are flying into the windmills. So far, every whale has lost their flight. There ain't a bit of coincidence that there's not a single flying whale left on Earth. And there are windmills. Mr. Calling Pickles. Say meal. I'm just so glad to get that off my chest, and I just think it's a beautiful thing to be touched by such a giving God. He is a giver. So far, it's 235 windmills and whales 0. Who's fighting for the windmills? I mean, who's fighting for the whales? No one can actually say windmills are good. I love solar, but windmills are trash and don't do any good. Windmill investments have gone up 2 to 3% by the U.S. government and private corporations from last year. And I would assume billionaires know what they're doing when they put billions of dollars into this shit. Just a hunch. Just say no to windmills. What do windmills do to whales? They give them cancer. And sometimes when it doesn't give them cancer, it gives them telekinesis powers, which is even more terrifying, chat. Get rid of all windmills. Much love, Beth. L orcas with telekinesis. Billionaires invest in oil too, bud, but you're against that. Nobody's against oil. I think we can all agree that we will never get rid of oil. We have oil in everything, in plastic, in lipstick, in everything. And it will run cars, it will run tractors, it will probably run large machinery till I'm dead. But doesn't mean we need to not invest in alternative fuels. There's no such thing as windmills, they're turbines. My bad, Marty. Wind turbines. Wind turbines. We have colloquial sayings, and people know what I'm talking about when I say windmills, because that's what Trump's been referring to them as. AI is going to max out the grid, right? So true. Windmills are a thing actually used in part. Yeah, there's a distinguishment. Yeah. Yeah. That's like saying, I don't know. It's like saying I drive a car, but my car is a truck. Technically, it's a truck. I'm gonna go get my car. Sir, I like how your outfits and accessories match Thank you. Thank you. That was premeditated. Love the orange glasses. Thank you. I'm telling y'all, I'm going after the 70s DILF look. We're doing a dad bod summer. Not Pickles eating that shit. But why male models? We can pretty much just watch, please. What? Yes, we can watch South Park. DILF Autumn. Someone says environmental impact wind farms can pose risk to wildlife, particularly birds and bats, and cause noise and aesthetic issues for nearby residents. Cats kill more birds than wind farms. So it's not as big of a deal as you would try to pass it off as. You remind me of Steve from Blue's Clues, but like now, not then. I will take that. Steve, Blue's Clues, Steve made a like historic comeback. Do y'all remember during COVID where he made everyone fucking cry? I take that as the highest compliment. Tall buildings with windows kill more birds too. That's a good fact, LJ. Pickles the liberal Uncle Rico look. I bet you I could throw a football over them mountains. Wind turbines are net negative. And I don't think we've landed on that yet, right? Like we keep industrializing these things, and if you were to just pass it off, be like, we should just stop. I think it's silly. Like they're just not as good as certain things. No, dude, a windmill chilling there, like free energy from things we're not like from wind. Hello? Diversifying energy is a great idea. And industrializing it, like if it's not super great now, if it's only like this much profitable or helps reduce green, if it's renewable, that's great. In 10 years, it'll be this much. And in 20, it'll be this much. And then we have something great. Human hunters kill more birds than windmills along with whales. Oh my God. Justifying not expanding renewable energy because bird death is wild. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a bird shortage for sure. Name a product, it's all built by oil and gas. Yeah, no one denies that. No one wants to just get rid of it. I want oil and gas to have to compete with windmills because it drives the price down, making everything else cheaper. It's a no-brainer. DEI and energy. Guess who's the biggest investor? I don't know. Way to fall apart. Contaminated the beaches, Cape Cod. Didn't they find painting one blade reduces bird death enormously too? That's cool. Makes sense. The songbird population is declining. Cats, but not a reason to get rid of wind turbines. Is it a thing? Has anybody else gotten to that age where bird watching is cool? Apparently that's a pipeline no one gets to escape. And there's like apps where you can like have it listen to birds and then it tracks and like puts geolocations on where all of the birds you listen to are. It's deep, dude. It's deep. I'm a bird photographer. Oh my god, that's tight. I'm at beekeeping age. I got there at age 23. Have always been cool. Hello.
Hi, Pickles.
Hi there. You're not a Trump supporter, are you?
No, but I did vote for him. I was on this live earlier when you had a guest who was just kept calling you Socratic. If you, I don't want to bring back any traumatizing memories, but I did vote for him, not the first time, the second time or so this last election. And let me just clarify, I don't identify with parties. I vote on policy. And I think the biggest demise right now in the US is this chasm that is occurring between leftist and rightist. And we need to come together as Americans first. And so I did vote for him, unfortunately.
Do you regret it?
Of course,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yes.
Okay, good. Because I would say, yeah, if we want to come together, we can't elect people like Trump. He's constantly trying to divide us.
Yes. So Renee said, why would you vote against women's rights? At that time, I don't think he was really speaking in terms of women's rights. I think he was leaving it up to the states to decide, which has taken a dramatic turn. That is, I'm pro women's rights, and I'm just astounded. Roe versus Wade getting overturned, what's happening in Texas, women getting possibly, they're proposing in South Carolina that you can get a charged for manslaughter on an abortion. Yet, and here's one thing: a man's rights stay the same in this entire country. A woman's rights change state by state. The
Yeah.
reason I voted for him was I believed, to my own demise, I believed that he was going to really change and shift some of the socio-economic standing, and also change with RFK the pollution, how much Americans are being inundated with toxins. And so that was kind of really the points that swayed me to believe that. And of course, it were lies.
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I guess what I would say to that is on the left, or when you vote left or Democrat, we are always trying to do consumer protections. We are always, like, this has been always a thing for us. We've always wanted kids to eat healthier. We've been working at this for years
Agreed.
and years. And for someone like RFK to come out and say it as if it's this brand new idea, it really is astonishing to me how many people were like, oh my God, that's a great idea. It's like, man, welcome to the convo, because we've been doing this for a while. And
Yeah,
Trump is the opposite of that. Trump is the guy who slashes FDA regulations and creates outbreaks of listeria and all sorts of other shit when he does that.
agreed. And the populace, for the most part, I think there was a poll and unanimously it was like 60% of Americans wanted these toxins out, the dyes, all of these filler foods that are in the foods. And you're right, RFK didn't offer any innovative thought, but it seemed like he was the only person that was actually pushing for that change, because unfortunately a lot of the congressmen, they were just accepting, allowing sugar industries to
Yeah, big sugar.
dictate.
Yeah.
And let me just preface too, I live in Italy. I'm only here visiting um, for a few months, so I have a very clear view of what the difference is. You walk into a store in Italy and you get bread and it has wheat, salt, or flour, salt, water, egg, right? Um, Here it's, the list is so long, and that's something that really shifted. I mean, I've always been a big proponent about health, but the government is supposed to look out for our health care or our well-being, right? So it really did kind of like shift me. I'm astonished. I regret it. 100% regret it. And what becomes even more unfortunate is you'll see other debates or other conversations. Let's say it's not even political, and you'll see these comments from MAGA people. They're like, oh, they're probably a liberalist, they're a leftist. And I'm like, where does this attacking on left or right go? Because it really is like it's dividing and making people less potent in what we need to stand for. My biggest concern, I guess, coming into this talk is we need to really talk about this authoritarian state. We're living in 1984 right now. Like, it's insanity.
I agree. It's all I can do is try to point to it and show people the reality of it and hope they see it. I don't know what else to do. There's no, I don't think you need to be this brilliant person with like some hot political take to say this is bad. I think you have to be completely radicalized to be totally okay with it, though.
To be okay with the authoritarian and the mass surveillance that is about to come undone. I think that, and of course, I'm completely neutral on this. A lot of people have associated their sense of being and acceptance as MAGA. And to say anything against MAGA almost disassociates them from their own identity. I mean, when I was on your live last, that woman kept going on, I voted for him because he was on a reality show. Well, that doesn't create any qualifications to lead a country of 360 million people, right? So
yeah, if you just talk about these things and point at them at face value, there's a shock value to it. But I appreciate you coming up. I wish you were more of an opposition. I think there's one person in the box that's opposition though. So is there one more thing you want to say before I boot you?
No, I guess one question. When you have Trump sucks debate me, do you have a lot of people that come on and really want to debate you? Do you feel like you're making have you felt that you are converting people?
Yep. I get messages. I get people that come back and say that they don't like Trump anymore. While I admit this is somewhat abrasive, there has to be a fair mixture of, hey, look at this, come watch and stick around. There has to be some sort of hook. But I think it's in every way above the belt and tasteful, considering what else I've seen. I've seen much worse, like AI Trump images with doing horrible things and stuff. I think this is above the belt.
Okay. I mean, convert away. I'm all for it. I don't think we should be left or right. I think we should be voting on what serves the people, the preamble, but it doesn't seem like it's going that way. So thanks for having me on, and ciao to all of you, and do the good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too.
Matt Raid, yo! Matt Nemo Raid, thank you guys for the raid. What's up, Meebo?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I just got here, but I was floating in and out. I only caught half of that last conversation.
Yeah, we were just talking about how she was a former MAGA voter and now she's terrified. Trump is doing authoritarian things.
What are the things that are authoritarian again?
Taking over municipalities with the military, threatening multiple institutions with actions by the federal government if they don't bend to his political will, including law firms, colleges, sanctuary cities. The whole states' rights thing was complete bullshit because he's gone far past that.
Well, how so? Does the federal government have a duty to protect its citizens or no?
It do, and we've been doing that this entire time. Historically, we could have done this whole time, and we don't, because A, it doesn't work. It's just political theater. It's temporary. The second he withdraws the military, things go right back to the way they were, right?
Sometimes, but in the case of sanctuary cities, do you think that's like positive for the people that are living in them?
No, you would
Like
have to
to
substantiate that.
like our sanctuary cities essentially outputting like good outcomes for the people
You would have
that
to
live in them.
prove to me that they're not.
Yeah, I guess I would say that the
And you would also have
running
to you would also have to substantiate how this is the president's job to run like everything down to local level politics. Because didn't the constituents vote for whoever put those laws into place, down to the legislators and state representatives and the mayor and the governor? They voted for those things, and that's how they wanted them. For Trump to come in and say, no, I want it my way, it's not very small government.
like you're saying we voted for sanctuary cities.
Those people who live there, yes.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I'm
They
not
did.
sure. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't thought about that actually. Did people vote for sanctuary cities?
They voted for representatives that did these things, just like you voted for Trump to do all of this shit he didn't even mention. In fact, denied he was going to do.
Like what?
He had no idea what Project 2025 is. He's 40% done with it already somehow.
Like what's he done from Project 2025? Honestly, the only time I hear Project 2025 is in like left-wing circles. I've never heard.
Yeah, I know. He's brilliant.
Right-wing person talk
It's brilliant.
about it.
All you have to do is go to project2025observer.com. Show you. Project2025.observer. This is 47 complete, 47%, and it's only been a couple hundred days. The USAID cuts, obviously the announcement today where they're going to start cracking down on anti-Christian bias and stuff. That's Project 2025 as well. The homeless encampments, that's Project 2025. The person who wrote the part for the FCC, he just so happens to be head of the FCC now. Trump appointed him there. The architect of Project 2025, he just so happens to be Russ Vought. He's just so happens to be in Trump's cabinet too as the head of the budget. And then
Can I ask you
the same thing with
real
Tom
quick,
Homan.
though? Yeah, well, I mean, Tom Homan's Obama appointee as well, but so you'd have like I don't know. It seems a bit conflating, but what I want to ask is like this Project 2025 thing. Aside from like, what is it? It sounds like when you use it, or when I hear people on the left say it, it sounds like kind of like a pejorative. What is so bad about Project 2025? Like, I actually just don't know.
Holy moly. Okay, well,
like I know
it takes away a lot of women's rights. It even goes, I think it goes all the way back down to fucking interracial marriage. They want to put religion in schools. They have a thing in there called unitary executive theory. It's what Trump is doing. He's clawing all of the powers of the federal government away, all the checks and balances away from like federal courts and the Congress. He's done all of this stuff with executive orders, just about besides Big Beautiful Bill. This was all pre-written by a bunch of lawyers. All of this magic that he's doing with the Supreme Court, where he wrote an executive order that went against birthright citizenship, that's literally right there in Project 2025. It's a bunch of legal theory. It's written out in hundreds of pages. He's literally doing it. He's not doing it on accident. He lied when he said he had no idea what Project 2025 was. And when people voted after he said that, people voted for lies.
I guess I don't know. It's hard to like live fact check this, but I don't see anything about prohibiting interracial marriage. Maybe I can control F something else. And I think some of these are a little bit like sensationalized. No, like
you can play them down all you want, but they're obviously so bad that Trump had to distance himself from it during the election. Why would he do that?
Well, I think I don't think that's actually I think that's a wrong framing. I think he distances himself because again it's a pejorative. You don't want to be associated with a pejorative, even if the policy is good. Like the Republicans, like from a politics perspective, like there's a lot of things that they distance
he literally
themselves
did
from.
Project 2017, the Project for Leadership. He did the exact same playbook, 60% of it during his first administration. For him to pretend like he doesn't know what about it is incredibly deceiving.
Yeah, but what are the outcomes of that? Like, I would say it's overwhelmingly positive. You'd have to point out like which piece
Do
of
you know
legislation.
who the Heritage Foundation is?
Yeah, I know they're the conservative think tank. Yeah, I know Heritage Foundation. I've never actually like read through Project 2025.
Yeah. So,
For like
so
for
you're
Project
both playing it
2017.
down, saying like he didn't know what it was, but it's also not bad if he did and if he's doing it.
Look, I agree with you that he probably knew what it was. Like that's probably a lie so that he gets more votes. Like I don't disagree. Like politicians lie. It's kind of
Like they called it liberal propaganda. Like I got shit talked. We were. It was called fear mongering, and
Yeah, dude,
it's literally happening. Like some of the crazier things, like cutting USAID, is in there.
That's not crazy though. That's like
3 million
People
people are gonna
agree
die
with
this
that.
year because of that, dude.
Like I get. Are they though? Like, is that true?
Yes.
So we should just make the world dependent on U.S. taxpayers.
That's a straw man. No, there's a thing called
Is
soft
it?
power. Yeah. And it's far cheaper.
Like,
It's
it's
far
crazy that
cheaper
them-
to go around and help these developing nations or war-torn countries that have starving kids and say, hey, look to us. Look to us when it comes time, when China comes around and says, hey, we want all your fucking minerals. And we can say, no, dude, those are ours. They're going to trade with us, not China. Or, hey, instead of thinking that the U.S. is full of terrorists and that democracy is bad, like China would like you to think, or Russia, look to us. Think our way is better, so that in 20 years, we're not spending trillions on fighting radical terrorists from your country. It's literally a no-brainer.
But we've had these programs for a while, and China's
and they
already. They didn't. China's been
work.
stripping resources from Africa and.
It doesn't mean that they don't get to do that. It means that we are clawing at our share, and we are no longer doing that.
What do you mean we're not? So you're saying we're not getting any resources from these countries anymore?
I'm saying that we've de-invested in getting all these resources and getting playing nice, and making allies with developing nations. Not to mention, like, people are just dying. Like it's. It was $9 billion and it's going to save 3 million people like this year alone. You guys are spending $140 billion to save 29 lives.
Oh, well, are you talking about ICE?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the spending on ICE is overblown. Like it could have probably been 20 billion or something like that. It didn't have to be 140. I think Trump spends too much, to be honest. That's one of my critiques of him, like for sure. But I think the Democrats live in fairy tale land. Like you have to cut stuff because you're not willing. There's not like what is something that you would cut if you were president today and you see the budget the way it is and you recognize it. Yeah, okay. Aside from the military though, because the military is not really. You're saying you completely cut it, or how much would you cut?
There's plenty to cut. There's way the military industrial complex. Look, it's a trillion a year right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, we have the biggest military in the world.
Yeah, and we still have homeless people.
Wait, is this supposed to be the federal budget? What is this?
Yeah, it doesn't have Social Security or Medicaid or Medicare in it. It's just.
Of course it doesn't, dude.
Yeah, because
That's
those
why
are
it looks
self-funded.
so ridiculous.
Why would you want those
That's
in
why
this?
It looks ridiculous.
Those are self-funded. Why would you want those in this?
Quote unquote self-funded, sure. Yeah, sure. They're self-funded.
So you want them in there just to wipe them back out?
They're perpetually expanding, right?
Yeah, and you guys are kicking all these immigrants out that make it even more insolvent.
You realize that it's a net drain for immigrants. For illegal immigrants, have a net drain on these programs.
Not on Social Security.
Social Security.
Absolutely not.
You're right. Yeah, not Social Security. I'm saying like when it comes to Medicaid, because of sanctuary states and the way that the federal funds the states. It's a net drain.
That is a claim made by far right sources, and we actually
can give me any far left source you want. The
Congressional Budget Office good for you?
Sure. What's the total cost of illegal immigration a year?
So, while it might cost us a couple of $1 billion, it's far less than 140, deficit. Right?
Huh?
It's far less than 140 billion, which is what we put in ICE.
It's about a $50-60 billion deficit.
That's what they claim, right? That's an estimate. And what they did, we've seen audits of these reports that they use to make that number, and they've exaggerated the absolute fuck out of it. Read an article called Analysis of FAIR's Claims on Undocumented Migrants, and they will show you how these are just blown up numbers. And if you simply don't blow up these numbers, they're a wash, and they're
What
adding
part is blown up?
$1.7 trillion of GDP to our country, which is good. But like literally, if you look at how we pay money to add GDP, to grow our GDP, we have Trump, who's spending $180 billion a year giving tax breaks to people, which is a double negative, or we could just let migrants stay and add our GDP far more, because Trump's tax
No,
cuts, I believe, was like 0.4% GDP growth is what you can attribute to those tax cuts.
It's far too simplistic the way you're framing it. The GDP number, you realize what the GDP calculation is, right?
Yeah.
It includes government spending.
Yeah.
So obviously, Pickles, if you imported 100 million people next year, GDP would skyrocket. It doesn't mean it's productive. GDP doesn't, like, if government spending balloons, yeah, it looks really attractive to GDP. The same way in any socialist country, GDP looks amazing when they explode their social welfare programs, because it includes government spending. It doesn't mean it's sustainable. The problem that the US is having is not one of the increasing or decreasing GDP, really. It's that we're overloaded on social programs.
You're wrong, because these social programs make up like this slice of pie and shit, like unemployment, labor, all these things. None of these things outweigh what you're saying.
Pickles, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the 70% of spending that the government, 70% of our budget. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You're going to try to tell me how Social Security is part of some of our spending. You hate that, don't you?
It is. It's a tax.
Okay.
Is it not?
Yeah. The thing is, we can easily see the outcomes of taking it away. We can see that, like, we would have all this poverty and people like homeless on the streets and dying like 10 years earlier, I believe is what it was. It's
not necessarily.
Completely
costs
fucking
would
dumb.
go way down.
I'm sorry?
I mean, costs would go way down. You've seen the stats on when Medicare was implemented, right? Hospital costs ballooned. And immediately, I think.
Okay, this is
within
gonna.
the
This
first
is
year.
okay. Trump's cuts are gonna make 1 out of 5 rural hospitals shut down. Do you think that's gonna make things go up or down in price?
What do you? I'd have to see the claim. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. It depends. Like you're assuming there's no other funding. There's no other way to fund it.
We haven't done that yet. Like, if Trump actually had a plan to fund it again, then that would make sense. But he is pretty much just gutting things before having a plan for replacing them. And y'all are okay with it. It's terrifying.
It's not that we're okay with it. It's that we all recognize it's necessary.
No,
like you can't just keep running the deficits you're running. It's gonna destroy.
Listen, I will never
poor
ever.
people, by the way,
I will never ever listen to a Republican when it comes to deficits. Republicans have always fucked up the deficit every time they're in office, and Democrats work against them and reduce it every time. Every time.
I agree. So Clinton did this Obama thing. I'm not sure about.
See how it went down? That big bill right here, this is because during Bush, towards the end of Bush, they passed a bill that bailed out all of the banks. And
yeah, I remember.
He had to pay for that. That's what this is. And then he also had a way to pay for that. He increased taxes. We had a way that's what we do. Y'all never ever increase taxes or cut spending when you guys write legislation. That's why it works out this way. Ever.
But Pickles, it's because increasing taxes has resulted in reduced revenues. The last couple times they did it.
Yeah, I know. It's just so short-sighted.
It's not short-sighted. Revenues increased under Trump, despite the tax cuts.
Yeah, I know, because we had inflation.
It's not. No, it wasn't just because you can even look at real revenues, like inflation adjusted. They increased regardless, and the top 1% paid more. This is like the thing that like no Democrat can contend with. It's just like so funny because it's happened so many times.
You can't attribute all of that economic growth to the bill.
What would you attribute it to?
The economy is always growing year over year.
Then why but then you'd have to explain why revenues and why the tax base brought in so much and why wages increased so much.
Okay, again, I would just tell you that bump, the only significant bump you'll see is in 2022, and that's it. And that's when inflation was hot, red hot. That's when you see that bump. No. That's it.
Right, sure. And I agree with you that we had extremely high inflation, but that's exactly my point, is that this Democrat policy of just never-ending spending and never-ending bills, infrastructure, Inflation Reduction Act, whatever, yada yada yada.
Wait! Y'all are the spenders. We're not the spenders.
You absolutely are.
Wait, which Republican president spent less than their Democratic counterpart?
Sorry, I got a call. What'd you say? I missed which Republican president?
Trump spent like 8.4 trillion. Biden spent 4.4. Trump
Well, it depends what you mean.
He's blown out the deficit again, another 5 trillion.
Yeah, but
just
the deficit,
in the first year.
Half of that. Yeah, but half of that is just reducing inflows, which is different than spending.
I don't care how. No, it's deficit spending, bro. I'm sorry. When you tell your customers to not come give you money, that is spending.
Right, but that's only because that's more of a comment on how it's scored, not so much on like the economic reality of it. Because revenues, like I said, revenues went up.
More so the economic reality of it.
It's not, because revenues went up. The CBO scoring, that deficit number that you're referring to, it's based on static scoring. The reality is that revenues increased under Trump. So this was assuming that like
revenues always increase. Did they increase more?
They don't always increase.
Yes, they do.
That's not true.
Okay, during recessions, they don't. 8 out of the last 9 recessions happened under Republicans, though. So why would you choose them?
Well, they usually tend to happen under Republicans because they actually are responsible and they do the right thing. They don't do they don't just spend. You know, inflation, like printing money prevents recessions, but it doesn't mean that it's positive for the economy.
Okay, and Trump's printed 5 trillion and Biden printed 1.5 trillion.
What? No, he did. That's absolutely not true.
That's a little number.
Neither president printed money.
I know, but during Trump, yes, that's what happened. And why do we print money?
It was like
because
2.2.
of Republican fucking shit. No, it was 5.
Dude, it wasn't 5.
M2 went from 13.3 to 18.6 or 19 from the years of 2017 to 2021.
Wait.
And then 2021 to 2024, we only went up 1.5 trillion of M2.
Okay, wait. 2017, it was 13.3 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
By what year did you say?
2021.
Yeah, 2021 during COVID.
It was 19.
Yeah, it explodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so
2021.
Trump's administration printed all that money, and we didn't.
But the administration doesn't print money. It's the federal.
I'm just saying, again, you just hated the fact that it was under Trump, and it was. So why would you do that?
But it wasn't under Trump. Like you're saying that Trump passed bills. He did pass the CARES Act. That's the only thing that they monetized for.
The 4.4 trillion of his spending was COVID, but that doesn't mean. I don't think you understand why we print money. We don't print it because we just wrote a bill and we can't pay for it. That's not how that works.
We absolutely do to finance bills.
No,
absolutely.
We borrow money to
finance. That's called
bills.
monetization.
No,
what's that?
We borrow money to finance.
No, the Treasury issues debt and the Federal Reserve buys it up, and it increases money in M2.
Yeah. So when Trump created all this debt, you're telling me in turn we had to print money?
No, because you don't print money when you're reducing inflows. You're not printing money. You're under the assumption that tax cuts,
whether it's a reduction in inflow or the other way around, it doesn't matter. The effect is still the same.
Matter.
You're talking to.
No,
I've been a bookkeeper for 10 years. I know exactly how this works.
Dude, they didn't monetize for the tax cuts. You're arguing that tax cuts are inflationary, and by definition, that's not true.
I'm not saying you're putting my words in my mouth. I'm not saying they are not.
No, you're saying that Trump's deficits.
No, when you do this and you create a lack of inflow of money, and there's less money for us to go do things with, what do we have to do then?
The inflow of money is a projection. The reality is that it increased.
Okay, just because it didn't. No, it's not. It did not increase.
Dude, it did. Like, you could look at federal receipts.
It did not increase because of Trump's cuts.
Pickles.
It did not increase because of Trump's cuts. We had a record inflation. If you just look at the real numbers, like you claimed you wanted to do, show me the real numbers of the GDP growth, and show me how Trump did it, and show me an analysis, because I'll just show you a Brookings analysis that shows you. The Brookings analysis says that his fucking tax cuts grew our economy by a projected 0.4%.
Then you'd have to explain the federal receipts. Type in federal receipts, Fred.
You would have to tell me how all federal receipts are because of Trump's tax cuts.
Because we've been under his plans for 10
No,
years.
I know, but you think that the growth are because of his tax cuts. You would have to attribute it, somehow draw the line that that's
Yeah,
because of
I
his
would
tax
attribute it.
cuts.
Yeah, extremely favorable corporate income tax, capital provisions to bring back manufacturing to the states, the widening of the tax base. There's a lot of metrics you could look at that are indisputable. Like you'd have to explain how the government, despite lower taxes, got the massive amounts more money in revenue.
Inflation.
This was okay, yes, I actually agree with you on the inflation part, but the inflation didn't occur till 2022, right?
And that's when the number
look at the receipt for
skyrockets. I've
no,
literally looked
look at
at
the
it,
receipt
and
for
there's this
2021.
huge hill when 2022 hits, and that's what they all point to.
Pickles, look at the receipts for 2021. It was U.S. record-breaking receipts. Like
When we were at 5 or 6% inflation.
I mean, even if you look at 2020, I'm saying like, yes, I agree with you on the inflation part. We agree there. Like we're on the same page on the inflation part. Inflation makes this number look a lot, more inflated, I guess. But I'm saying even if when you account for inflation, it's still
Show me
hit
that.
record.
Show me that.
Yeah, federal receipts.
Records is not enough. I don't care. I don't care that you're saying record because every year we hit record numbers of income. With or without these tax bills.
That's not. Sometimes it goes slightly down, like in the 1980s. Like there's some years, like in the early 2000s.
Right.
It goes down,
There's outliers, and generally, so you can't just glaze Trump for it doing the same thing it's always done.
What does that is tax cuts.
No,
Tax cuts have. Yes, it does. And like we have historical data to prove this. The same thing happened in the 80s under Reagan. We took in way more money, and the top 1% paid way more. And like I don't know. And it's pro-growth, and like you guys strawman this and call it trickle down or whatever, but it's like I would argue that your policy is trickle down, because you seem to think that you can just set marginal tax rates at 90% and more money will come in. It's never been the case.
I don't say 90. No, I think there's a sweet spot, but it's definitely not the floor.
Oh well, that's positive to hear. I mean, you seem more reasonable than some of the other people I debate with. Then.
Yeah, like, I think we could do like 28. I've seen the graph where it shows receipts and how every few years it just goes up and down and up and down when we play with the federal income rate for the higher tax brackets. I've seen that.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. And what you have to do is look at an analysis of what that actually means instead of just writing it off and saying, oh, it went up when Trump did tax cuts, or it went up when Reagan did tax cuts. What we also saw was an insane amount of wealth gap. And we just see people and employers making decisions that are antithetical to economic growth and more for just literally just getting rich. So while we saw like a 90% increase in stock buybacks, that doesn't mean anybody did well in the economy. Besides a few stockholders.
What's so bad about stock buybacks?
Because even if you do them, you can still just maximize your profits and lay people off. There's no actual incentive to do the right thing. So back in the 1970s, when we had those high marginal tax rates, people had they had to make a decision on whether or not they wanted to pay a few $1 million in taxes. And what they would do is, instead of paying the millions and millions of dollars in taxes, we'll say it's $5 million to the IRS. They would say, fuck this. I don't want to do that. I'm going to give everyone a raise, and I'm going to do new company vehicles, and I'm going to do a new storefront. And that created far more economic output and better things for lower middle class than fucking tax buybacks, where the richest of the rich jerk each other off with their money and get richer.
I don't think that's true. Because you're essentially saying like we need to force behaviors we need our government to force behaviors and not allow people to spend the money in the ways they see fit. Not every company did stock buybacks. It was only companies like Apple. It was only there's a few big companies that absolutely did stock buybacks. But you'd have to argue why people choosing to invest their money is a bad thing. Like there's times where stock buybacks.
I think it's horrible. I think it does nothing.
It's
for
not
our
illegal.
Economy. It used to be before Reagan.
What do you mean it does nothing for the economy?
It does nothing, but for very few people, it does nothing.
Do you not think there's? Hold on. If you're an investor and you understand the economy,
only 59% of people are invested in the stocks, and you're going to tell me that a couple people making an extra few dollars overnight versus the outcomes of them like thousands losing jobs is good for the economy?
It's a false framing, because these people that make this money, what do they do with it? They invest it right back into the economy.
No, they
They
could
grow
already
they grow
do.
R&D. They invest in new corporations.
That's already
They
tax
they
reducible.
invest in
They don't need
startups.
tax deductions for that. That's all. Everything you just listed is
You- you-
literally 100% tax reducible if it's an operating cost.
Exactly. That's why people do it.
No, they don't have to do it now that there's no tax rate like that.
But they were incentivized to under TCJA because of the capital provisions. There was a lot of incentives to reinvest. So like the incentives are totally aligned. I don't think you guys think that stock buybacks are inherently bad. First of all, they have huge diminishing returns. Like if I invested if I invested in a product that has no fundamentals, I'm not going to see a return. Like yeah, I might inflate it in the short term, but I'm not going to get any money back. Like it's a dumb investment. It doesn't even the argument just falls apart in itself.
And again,
Don't
I
you
don't
think?
think you need tax cuts to make any of the investments. There's not a single one you can tell me that you need a tax cut for so they can go do it.
Well, what if I showed you research that shows that anytime you increase the corporate tax rate,
It increases things by 30%. I've already seen it.
no, it hurts primarily the workers. It hurts wages. 50%. Sorry, I'll let you cough.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I was gonna say bless you, but maybe I don't know what's the alternative. But yeah, anyways, what I was saying is, yeah, corporate tax rate raises impact workers and investors negatively.
So do tariffs.
No, well, tariffs impact consumers, yeah, but it's
and
a little
workers and companies, just the same. In fact, worse.
Yeah, it's a tax. I agree with you. It's a tax.
It's probably worse. It's harder to shake than an inherent tax on your profits.
It's essentially a sales tax. Like I don't know if it's worse. It depends on the product.
It's absolutely worse. It adds to your cost of goods sold, and you can't get rid of it. There's no way around it. And if it's a corporate tax, there's a million ways around it and make it disappear.
Yeah, I think I don't necessarily disagree. I'm not pro tariff. I think there's just a utility to tariffs that you guys often ignore.
No, I think we know the utility of tariffs, and we have to continue to point out how Trump is using them in the wrong way, and it's just a tax on us.
It is a tax on us, but it at least has the option, unlike corporate tax, to have like geopolitical and international wins. A domestic tax will never have the effect of the tariff in that sense. Like you cannot. What do you mean good?
I don't think that one man should go unwatched, unchecked, affecting the entire world economy. This man ran a game show. He is not an economist.
Yeah, but he knows how to. I mean, he knows how to work people. I would say, from what I've seen.
Now, I can literally. He's the worst communicator I've ever heard of. Everybody hates him.
I don't disagree necessarily. He's not the best. He's not the most articulate. But I don't think articulation matters that much. I think it's more.
I think it's
like
absolutely.
The dude can.
If I wanted to trust somebody to negotiate for my life, would I choose Trump or would I choose Obama? I would choose Obama every day of the week because he is articulate. He can keep his cool. Even if he doesn't like you, he can work with you. With Trump, he'll fucking tweet 40 times in one night and call you a horse face.
Yeah, look, Obama's definitely more articulate. I'm not gonna die on that hill. But I think Trump understands human nature a little bit better. I think the guy is locked in, and I think what he's doing.
I think that he's gone his whole life with a silver spoon, having so much money and having a last name that demanded respect that none of his character flaws went checked. Throughout all of his social situations growing up, everyone brown-nosed him, everyone sucked his D and told him he was great, despite his horrible character flaws, being sexist, being just flagrant and braggadocious and wrong a lot.
But Pickles, and that's fine, for as far as like character stuff, maybe I won't necessarily disagree, but you have to admit, even when we started this conversation, you said, well, he implemented 60% of Project 2017, and that's what you had said. You
Yeah,
can't
meaning
lie that you might disagree with his policy, but he's effective at getting it done.
no,
And
that's what I'm
he's
saying.
not,
He's a useful idiot. I think that
that's not useful idiot. That's highly competent, because
no,
politicians usually struggle to get things done.
right.
Even like
He's not. So it's not the W. You think
he's effective.
like what if you think that he didn't have anything that he wanted done to get done. The Heritage Foundation has their own lawyers. They have their own people. They have their own agenda. And if Trump gets a bunch of funding and it pretty much staffs his entire White House with the Heritage Foundation people because he had no idea he was going to win presidency, that's what he did. And he greenlit everything, but probably without reading it because he has the attention span of a 4-year-old. He probably just yes mans all of it.
I think his understanding is a lot more than people give him credit for. Like, and I
He
think
doesn't
that,
even understand
yeah,
tariffs.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's true, because I've never seen, like, I never wouldn't have even imagined, like, even FDR didn't use tariffs this like aggressively, and he clearly knows when to cut back. Like, he's not so dogmatic that, like, he's not so blind to, like, he has cut back on some of his positions when it's appropriate. So he's not super dogmatic in that sense. And
Every day he has to come out and lie about them, though. If they're so great, why does he have to lie about them?
I don't disagree with you that he's lying. I think there's political utility in lying. That's just the truth of it. Like,
So you admit he got elected through lying.
I think every politician does to an extent. I think the only honest politician.
Trump is a 13 out of 10. And what's Joe Biden's worst lie?
I don't think Joe Biden had the. I don't think.
What's Kamala's worst lie?
Actually, Joe Biden used to be pretty punchy. So maybe that's. I don't want to hate on Joe Biden, but
what's
like I think
Kamala Harris's worst lie? What's Obama's worst lie?
I don't think Kamala Harris understands her own policy. I don't think it's her policy at all. I
She's
I
a
actually
lawyer.
don't think she understands. Yeah, but like as far as her economic policy, it felt so like just shallow. It's such
she
a.
She literally
it's
sat in a room full of billionaires and economists, including Mark Cuban.
And they agreed on a bunch of handouts, like, and more spending, like more outflows.
Actually,
like
no, her plan was going to reduce the deficit far more than Trump's plan. This is a preview. See how the deficit rides up? That's
what was she
Kamala Harris was going to reduce the deficit, and Trump is going to explode it. And shocker, that's what he did.
Wait, what was she going to cut that would reduce the deficit?
She was going to do a capital gains tax. She was going to rewrite tax. So yes,
more taxes, dude. It never ends. More taxes.
You guys. This is why you guys always put us into debt, because you guys are so close-minded. You will never be responsible financially. Adding taxes before fucking spending more, you will never do it ever.
We want to reduce spending. We don't want to increase taxes.
That will never get us anywhere. You guys never reduce spending either. Why do you fall for that every
Increasing
time?
taxes doesn't increase revenues. This is like the fallacy of the left.
Yes, it does.
They think they can just spend. This is how companies go broke, or not companies, countries. This is how countries die. Is you die by a million tax cuts or tax. There
are literally dozens of countries who have far more progressive tax rates that are flourishing way better. Every Scandinavian country.
That's not true. You want to go through this? I went through this exercise recently on Instagram with some guy.
Yeah, I know. You're just going to tell me that they have a 22% corporate tax rate. No, I'm talking about the actual progression of the tax rate. All right.
They have extremely regressive tax rates. They have 32% income tax. They have 25% VAT, which is paid by, like, it's regressive tax paid by primarily people. You know,
we have VAT
goods,
taxes
fuel.
Too. That's
not
just import
25%.
Ours are 30 on tariffs.
VAT. Oh, the tariffs. You're talking about tariffs. No, I'm talking about domestic taxes. Sweden, like, for example, Sweden's domestic taxes, when it comes to like property taxes and stuff like that, they don't really, and corporate tax, they don't really tax like capital like that. Like the capital gains tax and stuff like that you're describing, it's completely flipped. Like the US has way more progressive than the Nordic countries. Our corporate tax rates are higher.
Corporate tax rate is not the only progressive tax rate. I'm talking about where the opposite of like tariffs that affect the bottom half of the economy. I'm talking about the opposite of that, right? Trump is Trump is
Let me
making the curve go the opposite direction.
let me phrase it like this: the average middle class person in Sweden pays a 55% effective tax rate. That's
Okay.
way higher than the U.S. The top
Okay.
1% in the U.S. pay almost
What
half of
about
all.
top in Sweden?
How much do they pay of all taxes? You're saying
What's their effective tax rate?
the top in Sweden? Let's see. Actually, that's a good question. One sec.
So for Denmark, the top effective tax rate is 55%.
Yeah, that's high. But that's like that for everybody in those
That's
countries.
the happiest country on earth.
Yeah, like again, like 55. But what you're missing is that the amount that they get from the top 1% there is peanuts compared to the U.S. The U.S. has
We have a bigger
like,
economy.
I know, and we're really top heavy for it. I'm saying our tax code is way more progressive. They have a lot. The Scandinavian countries have a lot more flat taxes. Like our taxes go up way more as your income gets higher, and
Not
we
as
have
high
more.
as this.
Well, I mean, overall, I guess
Not
you're
even
right.
close. It's like 8%
Dude,
for some of the richest
if you
people.
compare,
Trump paid $750, $0 multiple years. We saw. Trump,
yeah, maybe because he took losses. They do that in Sweden too, by the way. If a company takes losses, they don't pay taxes either.
Yeah, but
so it's 1-to-1. Like that's just how it works. I mean, you're trying to.
Our side would like to get rid of some of these loopholes. Your side loves them. Wants to add more.
No, Democrats love loopholes.
Yeah?
They campaign on high taxes, but they are actually the ones that put way more loopholes than Republicans. Republicans would want a flat tax. That's actually what
That's regressive.
Even Ron Paul.
It's regressive.
How is it if you make $1 million and I make $100,000 and we both get taxed 10%? How is that regressive?
Do you know what marginal utility is?
Like no, explain. I mean, I've heard of it.
Marginal utility means for every dollar you make, the next dollar is worth less than the last. So if I'm a millionaire and I lose $20, it's not I would probably almost never know. But if a homeless person lost $20, it could be life or death.
I guess, but you're saying there's diminishing returns on actually needing the money. Like you're
no, the value of money.
Right, but but the opposite is also true, where it's like people who are good with capital end up with more capital because they're good with capital.
Yeah, and economies that have less regressive tax rate have more social mobility. And there's this thing you can look at, and there's a social mobility scale or economic mobility scale. We don't rank that high. There are countries who rank higher, and the difference between us are those things.
But we have more progressive tax rates than these Nordic examples.
You're just saying that, but that's not how we rank.
Dude, regardless of how we rank, they literally the taxes on capital and businesses in these countries are much lower than the US.
How did you just now think to look at the highest tax margin of these countries that are your examples? Because that's what would tell us whether it's regressive or progressive.
Because they're 55% across the board. Like whether you're low, middle, or high income classes, they're essentially
it's like 30 to 55. That's way better.
No,
but if you're poor, you don't have anything. You don't pay anything.
That's not true. You still pay. Like if you're saying if you have an income,
if I'm broke in Denmark and I needed if I needed to go to the hospital, I could go, and that you can't do that in the United States.
Yeah, sure. Denmark is also smaller than the LA county. Like,
yeah,
sure.
That is not a case for you. That is a case for me. Okay, because if you're talking about a healthcare system for many or for few people, I would say in every case, a bigger group of people in a healthcare system makes it more viable. Is a healthcare, if you're in an insurance group of 4 people, would it cost more or less to be in an insurance group with 1,000 people?
It depends on the person.
No, the answer is more.
No,
the answer is more
true.
every single time.
How?
If you're in a policy with 4 people and your group is 4 people. So if one person gets sick, the 4 other people are footing that bill. You're fucked. Your policy is extremely volatile. But if there's 1,000, your policy, your underwriters are good. They could offer you much more competitive rates with smaller deductible, everything, and offer more coverage if you have more people. That is what I'm illustrating. A larger country could far outdo in every way, shape, or form most of these safety nets.
I disagree with when you introduce the bureaucratic layer of the state, it costs only balloon because you're introducing a whole nother layer with a whole nother set of regulations, with another form of price controls, which is exactly what we have in the U.S. We've only seen healthcare increase in price the more we try to socialize it. With the advent of Medicare,
we paid twice as much with worse outcomes for most countries.
Yeah, I agree.
We could just literally just copy them. That's why, because there is a middleman between us and our healthcare.
We have a much different society than them.
That doesn't mean anything. A person with a medical need that needs medical attention, it's all the same. It doesn't matter if you like tacos or Indian food.
I don't know. I look, when you say copy them, by the way, like which country? Like, because Canadians, for example, I don't know about you. I don't want to wait in line for 6 months to a year.
Straw man.
Okay, it's not a straw man.
Guess what?
It's an example.
I've been waiting for 13 years. I live in the United States. My line is infinite because I have no choice. I cannot go at all.
What do you mean you have no choice?
There are many people who can't go to the hospital or the doctor at all. I have a little brother. He's like a cyst on his back. He's had it for like 14 years. If he lived in another country, he would have gone 14 years ago. But you're crying about having a 6-month wait. I had a friend in Canada who had a tumor in his brain. Without $1 coming out of his pocket, I think he paid $35 total for like parking and shit. He had them literally laser this tumor out of his fucking brain. It would have cost us, it would have put me into crippling debt for the rest of my life. It would have ruined my life.
So
and he got to do that.
We're not in disagreement that the prices are insane here. My argument is that the prices are insane because of how involved the state is.
No, I think it's because we've let people, we've put a profit incentive between us and healthcare. So the more they deny healthcare, the better it is for them.
I think that's overly simplistic again. Like, if you actually look at what these other countries, for example, something as simple as like, this is like another supply argument, but if you look at the average schooling that in the US you have to go for to become a doctor, it's like 10 to 15 years. All these other countries, you can start on that track at sometimes while you're in high school, but as soon as you graduate high school. And like, because of that, they have a way higher supply of doctors that are it's just faster, it's easier. We have like insane regulations here. I don't even know if it's the regulations on that.
So we need to start paying for higher education too, instead of harassing them and defunding the DOE?
Well, this is another fallacy of the left. You guys assume that more money will give you better outcomes despite it not being true.
You think less money is going to do better outcomes? I think it's an even worse position.
I do think so. I think less government money, exactly, less government money.
You defunded Texas, for instance, by 15 or 20%. That's where I live. Tell me, what logic are you using for this? How is this going to be better for Texas?
I'll tell you the logic I'm using. We've done nothing but subsidize education, healthcare, and a bunch of other things, and they've only ballooned in costs and decreased in outcome. And you want to tell me that, well, it's just not enough money. It doesn't matter that we're $35 trillion in debt. We should just add more money and give DOD more money.
This is a very small.
DOD.
Yeah, you guys are literally just spending so much on the military, twice as much as you're removing from schools. You funded ICE with 140 billion and defunded schools by 286.
Pickles, I've already said
that is
ICE,
absolutely asinine.
If it were me, it would have been 20 billion to ICE, 1/7 of the 140. I agree with you, and I would cut the DOD as well, the Department of Defense. I agree with you on those things, but it doesn't change the fact that no matter how much you increase the money spent on these other places,
that is a fallacy.
The outcomes are not. It's not a fallacy.
Yeah, it is. It's like, did you know that they also, no matter how much water you drink, you will die. Don't ever drink water. We need to just figure out how to be okay without water, because every person who's drank water dies.
Pickles,
We've tried
okay,
this
so you want-
forever. We have data on this.
So you're arguing let's increase the budget to Department of Education and all these other programs, right?
Yes.
How much? Like when is it going to yield the results that you think are just right around the corner? We already spend
I think
more than anyone in the world.
No, we don't.
And you want to spend more.
No, we don't. That's not true. That's a lie
On
Trump
education
said, and you guys
healthcare,
just bought
you
it.
said it. You said it. On healthcare, we spend the most.
You said
than
education.
Well, education is up there. Okay, sorry. On health, sure. Which country is more on education?
We're like 10th place or 8th place. There's plenty. Yeah.
Per student?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that actually. I mean, I'm happy to look into that. But okay, but anyways, the point is, you think it's a money issue. We need more money.
Absolutely, everything costs money. Yes, we like the students in other schools that have like in I don't know, Denmark. We'll use Denmark. They've got like tablets. They've got fewer kids per classroom. That costs money, and they get a much better outcome.
What if I told you that some of the counties in the U.S. with the most money per student have the worst outcomes?
That's not a good analysis of data, because you're just saying this is an exception. And what I'm saying is logic tells me if you want something to be better, you have to fund it.
I actually agree that it's intuitive to think that, but what the outcomes have shown, and we can look at Baltimore City public schools, we can look at Detroit, we can look at New York, we can look at Kansas City. These are some of the most high funded areas in the US with awful outcomes. So maybe more money.
Maybe you're just pointing at how there are exceptions, but logic tells me the more poor a school is, every time they perform worse, right?
Maybe there's a happy medium, but
every time
we spent. What I'm trying to say is we didn't spend nearly as much of a percent of GDP in previous decades, like in our parents' generation and so on, and we had way better outcomes. So maybe, can you consider the fact that it might not,
like, compared to who? Like I am definitely smarter than my parents. I don't think they got a very great education. I feel like if I had kids, they would have learned code by now. Like in fucking elementary school, I think kids are learning coding. Like, no, it's not. It's gotten far better. And for us to yank the money out of the future of our country is fucking stupid. I think for you to just do this simple test to be like, we added money and it didn't work, therefore money's not the solution, that is very simple-minded. I think that we absolutely have to. I think that and there's no way that this is going to get better with less money. You just have to tell me one solution, like one scenario where a school is going to start doing better with less money. Like, give me the play-by-play.
I think it's not necessarily like quote unquote less money. It's that more money actually gets to the school and is not wasted on administrative layers.
That doesn't happen. That's not a thing.
It absolutely does.
That's not a thing.
It absolutely does.
That is not a thing Trump is doing.
Why
he's not rerouting this money to schools and local districts. He is just
he absolutely is.
No, he's not.
It's more on the state level, and the state it is.
You don't understand how this works. Okay, we've collected those taxes, and we will continue collecting that much taxes from those states, whether or not we give money to the schools.
I understand, but I'm saying that I am in favor. I do not think the federal government does a good job at providing these types of services, healthcare, education, blah, blah, blah. I think they're notoriously awful at it, and a ton of money gets wasted, and it's just too many layers. So I think I'm all for local levels handling their problems the way they see fit.
Again, this is like a weird thought terminating
Why
idea.
is it weird?
Because it doesn't make any sense. You're just like, we've tried this with money. Like, we've tried seatbelts before. They don't save every life, but they definitely help. Like, we shouldn't do it with all seatbelts, because there's some bad car accidents where people died and they had seatbelts.
Your argument when you brought up these other countries that they have such better outcomes, they function a lot more closer to what I'm describing than what you're describing. They have municipalities, and they handle these things at either the national level with a much smaller population, the equivalent to that of a actually much smaller than a state.
Well, it's also funded by a much smaller population.
Like, what's the size of Sweden? Like, is it the size of Georgia or like North Carolina or something? Like, why is it not
10
better?
million, 20 million?
Sure, I'm pretty sure it's like the Sweden's population is probably comparable to like
I
Georgia.
live
and
in
North Carolina.
Dallas, which is the same size then, and
So
why couldn't I just do that here? There's
don't
no
you think it's
possible way
better
that we'll ever do that.
that you'll ever do what?
That we could just have this isolated like commune or something, or like this experiment where we have like laws only for doubt. Like it's so much easier to
No, dude, that's
negotiate
not what
as
I'm
a
saying.
nation if we say, hey, hey, if you want to work with Medicare, you're gonna have to sell us insulin at $35. That's a thing that happened. That's an instance
Price
where
control.
we said, hey, we can bargain as a society and get far better outcomes.
Pickles, that's called a price control, and price controls do not work because that money, just because you say the government can say, oh yeah, insulin should be $35, and guess what happens? Somebody else has to pay for it elsewhere, or it's just not economically viable, right?
Yes, it is. Like we know what it takes to make insulin. We know the cost. It
The
absolutely
materials,
is.
you know the cost of the materials.
Yeah.
But you don't know costs outside of just the raw materials.
Yeah, if you're spending hundreds of billions on marketing, I think there's ways to cut.
It's not marketing, dude. It's R&D.
We already know how to make insulin, so we're good.
In the case of insulin, yes, but when you start trying to control an entire economy, yeah, you're a central planner. That is
Trump, your boy Trump is literally worse than Biden on this. This was negotiating on behalf of customers for Medicare and Medicaid. Trump is literally executive ordering
yes,
this into existence.
I know, and I disagree with him on it because it's and this is why I say that Trump is a Democrat in disguise. Like honestly,
no, Trump has no actual values or political stance.
He does. He believes in tariffs. He believes in price controls.
He doesn't even know what tariffs are.
Okay, but he believes in them.
What does that mean?
It means that he believes in heavy government intervention and heavy taxation.
What?
Well,
no.
What?
Tariffs are a tax. He believes.
Yes,
he believes
tariffs are a tax. He just believes in isolationism.
He just doesn't want to
believes
admit
in government intervention
because
like
conservatives are completely opposite of that. So he tricked y'all into voting for him, and now he's doing all these increases of taxes. But they're not taxes on you; they're taxes on other countries. I promise.
I agree with you that the rhetoric is misleading. Like I'm anti-tariff. I'm not trying to defend tariff. All I'm saying is that I don't think that Trump's economic policy is all that right wing. I think he's to the left of Bill Clinton. That's all I'm saying.
I think
I think Bill Clinton was more of a conservative economically than Trump.
I think it's a cop out to criticize him and say, "Oh, well, that's leftist," and I disagree with it. Like we would never come in and unilaterally do a worldwide tariffs with an executive order. You guys would absolutely go apeshit. You would storm the Capitol. They are.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. We actually agree on a lot of things, by the way. I agree with you there. We would go apeshit because you're right. Trump gets away with it because he's doing it on the Republican side, which is like a lot more palatable for people on this side. If a Democrat did it, we would freak out. Absolutely, I agree with that. Because it's like the Democrats, it's always like more and more taxes. For Republicans, they get a little bit more leeway on this type of thing.
I mean, like the whole idea that with Democrats is just more and more taxes, that's leaving out the important detail that those tax increases typically follow Republican tax cuts, right?
Like what time period?
So, for instance, there were I can't remember off the top of my head what the increases were under Obama. I know that they were not dramatic, but the Bush tax cuts.
Here, I'll share my. Oh dear, what's going on?
I mean, if you have the data on that, I'm also actually curious if the same thing is true from Reagan's cuts to Clinton, because I know that Clinton raised taxes a bit on a number of brackets.
Yeah, so Obama held at 35% top marginal rate. I don't have all the numbers right here. This is just the top marginal rate.
That's just corporate rate.
This is income tax, like federal income tax.
Oh. So, were there any changes between Bush and Obama? I could have swore that he had increased taxes on like the individual side. It was. It's. I don't. It wasn't like the top. It's somewhere in the middle.
He might have increased more in the middle. Yeah, I don't have that number in front of me, but yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So, I guess the point is that Democrats get shafted because, oh God, you got to raise taxes. Yeah, because Republicans insist on cutting them every 10 to 20 years. Like that's just, it's like clockwork. Reagan came in, slashed it, and dear God, then what happened?
Record revenues, won the Cold War.
Won the Cold War with tax cuts? No.
Got the highest re-election electoral votes, I think, in U.S. history.
Right.
Among,
so
the entire country. I think he let his opponent win his home state, in 1984. Or
you talking about Mondale? Yeah, no, Mondale was kind of dog shit.
Yeah. So Reagan, unanimous. No matter what, it doesn't matter who you were, you're probably voting Reagan. So I don't know what happened. I would say pretty positive outcomes.
Well,
some things I disagree with.
You say winning the Cold War as if tax cuts are responsible for us winning the Cold War, which is simply not true. There were a myriad of things that went into us winning the Cold War that had fuck all to do with Ronald Reagan and his trickle-down economic theory. And what's his face?
First of all, it's not trickle-down. And his relationship with Gorbachev, I think, played a huge factor.
In ending the Cold War?
Yeah, absolutely.
In dissolving the USSR?
No, not specifically in dissolving the USSR, but I think that the record revenues because of his tax cuts absolutely did help fund the military at the time. We had record revenues in the 80s. It actually increased so much they couldn't believe it. They didn't know what to do with the money. They just ended up overspending, but
they also dipped into Social Security and started blowing up the debt. It's kind of silly to say that we had all this extra money. No, that's when the debt starts to explode is under Ronald Reagan.
No, it doesn't. That's not necessarily true though. It only explodes momentarily because of the war, and then under Clinton has a surplus under the same tax code. So it's a little just.
The debt explodes momentarily under Reagan because of what war?
They hit a deficit under Reagan. Yeah, they had a deficit under Reagan.
Well, because of what war?
They did way more spending on the military than under Clinton. Clinton cut federal workers by 400,000 people or something, and he cut a ton of spending on.
Yeah, no, I know, and Clinton's approach to it, which I mean, honestly, that was just straight up Gingrich and Gore, but
they largely contributed to the tripling of the national debt. Nominal terms under Reagan, the federal budget deficit as a percent of GDP spiked from 2.5 to 5.7 in '83 in just a 2-year period. Literally, the overwhelming evidence points towards these tax cuts not creating federal revenue surges. In fact, it just says it ballooned the deficit.
Yeah, and
dude, look at the receipts for those years. It was insane. There's only 1 year that it was.
Because it's dishonest to say that. It says that contrary to the claim, the tax cuts they substantially tax cuts resulting in shortfalls prompted several subsequent tax increases in 82, 3, 4, and 7 to recover some of the lost revenues. What?
Pickles.
So you're wrong about that too.
I'm not wrong. Here, I'll give.
They had to continue increasing taxes because there was such a windfall of receipts.
No, they reduced it again. They only increased it for 1983. They reduced it again.
And 4 and 7.
Overall it was heavily reduced. If you look at the entire, I know which acts you're talking about. I've looked into this heavily, but you have to understand the thing that they were doing. This is with Volkner because of the they had in the 70s they had high inflation and high unemployment, also known as stagflation, right? When Reagan gets into office with his Federal Reserve chair, they had artificially high interest rates to wrestle down inflation. So yeah, there was a few small recessions, but they recovered quickly, and overall Reagan was extremely favorable from both sides of the aisle. And I think
the federal revenues as a percentage of GDP actually declined slightly under Reagan.
As a percentage of GDP, that is one way to frame it. That would go to your point.
Come on.
That is
Oh
no,
my,
that's one way.
that
To,
is the way to frame it. You always
no,
look at
Pickles,
GDP to
that is
that
that
and
is
receipts.
expected. Initially, when you cut taxes, you do lose the initial years. Yes, it goes down. On
They
the it's a
had to
long term.
re-hike them. Are you using this as your benchmark? Because yes, they had to go back and do like
They didn't.
5 hikes because they cut them too much.
That's not true, dude. Come on, that's not
It's
true
literally
at all.
5. It's 5.
Here, luckily I wrote this all down. Let's see. Okay,
82,
in 1982,
83, 84, and
here,
87
here's what
it's
happened.
4.
In 87, in 88, it was cut to 28%. It was cut down. You're talking about Economic Recovery Tax Act, ERTA. That was 1982 when it was reduced to 50%. It was not
But they
increased.
also had to hike other things. You're just ignoring the details.
Which what are you talking? What did they hike? Because from my understanding, federal income tax and corporate taxes were lowered. What did
and then
they
they had to
hike?
hike other things.
What did they hike? I'm happy to learn if you're right. I'll concede it if you're right. I don't think they hiked anything. I see here the Tax Reform Act of 1986, which further lowered the top rate, and then again they lowered it in 1988 again to 28%, down from 38.5% in 87.
They tightened rules on depreciation for businesses. They expanded federal unemployment tax, wage base, and rate. Repealed
They
scheduled
expanded.
increases in accelerated depreciation deductions, doubling the federal excise tax on cigarettes, tripling the tax on phone services, instituting 10% withholding tax on dividends and interest this was later repealed. And then that's only 82. On 83, they accelerated already scheduled increases in payroll tax rates. They introduced a new tax on Social Security benefits of higher income retirees. They included federal employees under the FICA hospital insurance Medicare tax for the first time in 90. I'm sorry.
Wait. That sounds like a lot of things you'd support, by the way. You
I
literally just
love
said
those things. That just proves my point. Yes, it's a point for me.
they increased taxes on. They made it more progressive. It sounds like.
It sounds like, yes, they had to fix things by doing things we like.
That's a good one. By doing things we like. Yes, sure. Maybe there's a give and take. But they did reduce federal income tax heavily. Would you agree? The marginal rates were, I think.
And then they contribute the ballooning of the national debt to this. Yes, they did do that, and it created a huge deficit.
I'm not disagreeing. Like, yes, the deficit
So
did
you
occur.
retract the fact that this increased tax receipts.
No, it did increase tax receipts.
It did not increase tax receipts.
Oh my God! Like
The
we literally
hikes
have.
increased tax receipts. They had to do them because they were so low.
What hikes? The things
I
that you're
just read them
talking about?
off.
I'd like to see. Honestly, I probably after this I will look at an analysis of how much money came from what the stuff you said versus from actual economic growth, and it would be interesting. It's actually like, thank you for bringing that up. Like, I appreciate it. But when you look at federal receipts, they still skyrocketed. And yes, like maybe you can attribute
The fucking
are you
tripling
saying
of taxes on cigarettes sounds like it sounds a
it
lot
sounds
like
a
a
healthy
lot.
move? Yeah,
It's big stuff. Huge.
No, and it is. Yeah, but if we're trying to incentivize healthy behavior, I don't know.
This was
I
to
think it's
pay
better
our
than-
bills.
What's that?
This was to pay our bills.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
That's what
Where's the
increased
disagreement?
federal receipts, not cutting taxes.
So you're saying we just smoke so much that it just.
That's one of many things. I read a whole list,
mean-
and that's
Okay,
only
so
1
the
year.
thing that you're
That's one
reading-
of 4 different years that they made huge increases in taxes because they
Can-
fucked it up so bad.
Can you see how much of that is attributed to the increase in, like, what percentage of those changes is attributed to the increase in receipts?
If they were doing them in reaction to low receipts, it's obviously because the receipts were low, man.
But Pickles, you realize you said that. Wait a minute, dude. I can't believe I'm looking. I have the data right in front of me. I can't believe I didn't ask you this. When they did that in 1982, you realize 1983 was the only year that it declined. Like, revenues declined. In 1982, it was 617 billion. In 83, it went down.
That's
to
how tax
600
laws
billion.
work. When you write a bill, the next year is
No,
when
but you
it
said they
hits.
passed all these things to make it higher, but in 1983 was actually the 1 year it was lower. and this was when they increased taxes. Oh my god.
Okay, so they had to keep doing it. They had to do 4 more times.
But they also reduced heavily a ton of other taxes.
Before or
Overall, you
after?
would agree. In 87 and 88. And that's when they took record revenues.
Now, all of these analyses say no, that it's not true. But it says revenues did increase, but not to cover spending. The nominal tax receipts increased
Yes, I've already said
$599 to $991 in 1989. Federal outlays grew faster from $674 billion to $1.14 trillion, caused the federal deficit and national debt to triple through his presidency. You're being dishonest.
No. I've said that from the beginning. It didn't keep up with the amount they spent. I agree with that 100%. I'm saying that the tax cuts still took in more revenue. That's my whole point. How the money
did not
was spent?
create more revenue. He had to create hikes. You're being dishonest. You're ignoring the fact they had to do hikes.
So that's why I'm asking you, how much are those how much of the revenue is attributed to those hikes? That should be an easy thing that they would analyze. If it was it 30% of the revenue, was it 50% of the I don't think it was as much as you're making it sound to be. I'll look it up myself after anyway, but I'm just curious. I'm trying to have an honest exchange here.
I'll
look it up on the side.
Increased, so 1982's increased 1% of GDP. Wow. And then 1983's increased to $168 billion in financials. And then this act changed rules on interest exclusions and income averaging. And then this act closed some loopholes in extended telephone excise tax. Jeez. The growth factor, despite the revenue loss from 1981 cuts, total tax revenue only fell from 19 to 18% of GDP in 1989. This was largely due to strong economic growth during the period, with the economy growing 1/3, in real terms 34%, according to the Cato Institute. Tax increases were significant. While the economy grew, the subsequent tax hikes played a crucial role in mitigating revenue losses from 81 tax cuts.
So what was it? Sorry, what was the percentage?
It's literally tax revenues climbed by 99% during the 80s. This was a combination of tax increases, bracket creep, and economic growth.
Music to my ears. I mean, it sounds like that's exactly what we want, right?
So, again, you're attributing all of the economic growth to these tax
cuts? No, not all. Just a majority. Let's say 60%.
You cannot articulate this.
Well, how not? Why not?
Tell me, in what way does a tax cut create more economic activity? Give me an example.
Oh, now we're getting into it. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Oh my God! Hold on. Let me make sure I get this word right. Okay, are you familiar? Are you back? Let me know when you're back.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with elasticity of taxable income?
Sure. I mean, I get what that means.
Yeah, it's essentially I guess I'll just for the chat though. It's essentially a measure of how much people change their reported income in response to changes in tax codes. So when you lower rates, you see this a lot throughout history, through U.S. history, but also in other countries. They end up reporting way more income because the tax rate is more favorable. So you end up taxing at a lower rate, but at a much higher nominal income. So essentially this goes into broadening of the tax base, where you have more money being spent by corporations, more jobs usually they don't necessarily increase wages that much, but they do hire more. So you have more taxable income.
I get the theory, right? But you're just gonna have to tell me how effective it is, right? You'd have to prove it's so effective that it creates all of this extra tax receipts, because we don't have any evidence of that. We have 5 corrections though. We have 5 tax hikes to correct the overcut of tax cuts because it was cut too much.
It says, look, from what I'm reading here on the this is according to, what is TEFRA? It attributes the tax hikes you mentioned. It's attributed 40% of the of the equation here, and then like you said, 10 to 20% from bracket creep and inflation. But there was like 30 to 40% was actual real economic growth. Those are numbers that I could.
I'm not saying it's
see.
not real growth, but is it growth because of the tax cuts?
Well, yeah, that's what this is implying. But I'd have to look at it more deeply. Like I'm not trying to make like a
what does it say?
Statement.
Can you say what the part about Tefra, how that factors into the sentence you just read off?
It was just something I was reading off of here, but I again, I have to look. I don't know anything about this. I'd have to look into it. So I'm not trying to make like a definitive claim here.
Yeah. So Tefra is partial rollback of
Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act.
Yeah,
it's pretty damning.
It's in 82, and it was basically increases.
Okay.
It was tax increases.
Pretty damage to your claim. Damning, I'm sorry.
No. I'm saying that it agrees. I'm saying that those payroll hikes, Social Security, Tefra, those excise things that you mentioned, according to this quick thing that I searched up, account for 40% of that revenue growth that you're talking about, which is a number that I could probably accept. I'd have to look at it more deeply. So I'm saying I agree with you, but there's also nuance. The rest of it was also from economic growth. So both things can be true. You're right that they did hike up these taxes and that increased the revenue that was reported, but at the same time, the economy did grow.
I mean, dude, think about the 80s. Yeah.
Well, dude,
it was the 80s.
Sure, but you know what was going on in the 70s? Like, you keep in mind, drugs. In the 80s, we had like 2 or 3 recessions because of how bad the 70s were. We had insane inflation.
And then we had things come out like gaming and computers, home computers.
Yeah. And we can go to the .com for sure.
All sorts of stuff happened that had nothing to do with tax cuts, man.
I'm not saying it's tax cuts in isolation. There was also things that the Federal Reserve was doing with interest rates and whatever. Like, I'm saying, if you look at the context of the 70s and the 80s, Reagan was extremely favorable for good reasons. Like, you're kind of ignoring.
No,
you're kind of
I think people are extremely naive in the 80s.
No, dude, I don't think so.
They hired an actor to be president. Again,
and he did an effective job. Like, and
he's looked at as like one of the worst presidents ever. Like the most by plenty of historians.
I mean,
he's the most consequential president of our history. He has fucked up education. He fucked up the wage gap. He fucked up so many things.
How did he fuck up the wage gap?
Are you serious?
You're saying because he cut corporate taxes, the wage gap just exploded?
Yes. You can see it on you can see it from satellite.
Pickles, that has to do with inflation, not corporate tax cuts.
No, absolutely not.
Pickles,
inflation doesn't cause wage gap. No.
He also legalized stock buybacks. That
stock buybacks don't change. Dude, you guys realize we have higher corporate tax rates than all the Nordic countries, right?
This is not a response to this, right? It happened.
It did not. You're attributing it to something that only fits your worldview. And when you have a challenge, you just like, no, it had to be the tax cuts. Corporate tax cuts don't. What are you showing me?
You can see it on a fucking satellite. Look at this. The mystery of income inequality broke down to one simple chart.
Yeah,
this is on Forbes. They might know a thing or two about money.
They sure pretend like they do, yeah.
Wait, what is our current corporate tax rate? It's 15, right?
No, that's not active yet. 21%. 15 will be one big beautiful bill, but that's it has a conditional.
Domestic, yeah.
Yeah, it's like you have to be like totally domestic or something.
Yeah. No, it's basically.
Okay, this is it. You see this? You see this graph? You see where they run away from each other? You see this red line? You see where they just fucking divorce like my parents when I was 5?
Honestly, it's hard to see with the chat. If you could pull it like more higher on the screen, like what are we looking at here? We're looking at wages.
This is the wealth gap. Okay? And this is where they run away from each other. This is the top 10% income. This is the bottom 90%. This blue line. and it just fucking goes. In 1980 is where they're at, like neck and neck, meaning like if I worked for you and we were both doing well, we could both, like, you would get the new Corvette and I would get like the 2-year-old version. Now it's like you get a Bugatti and I get a Honda Civic.
Right. No,
Okay.
I understand. Yeah, you're citing the 30-to-1, which is now 300-to-1 ratio. I understand what. Yeah, this exploded. To say that this is because we lowered corporate tax rates to some degree is like so reductive.
It's almost as if there's like an ocean of economic data on this. Almost like as if like everyone
This is
agrees
why
on
I'm
this.
surprised that. This is why I'm surprised that you hold this view, because you're completely ignoring all the globalization factors, all the things that were happening in the economy
Do
at
you
the
think
time.
all of the economists do that too? Do they still do that? Do they still,
You'd have
even,
to- which
even in the name of
economists are
that,
you
they look
citing?
back and they say, dang, Reaganomics really fucked us up?
It depends which economists you cite.
I'm pretty sure
Who is-
Forbes might have something to say on
Who's the
this.
economist? I read economics for fun all the time on my free time. This is really not as popular of a take as you think. This is a really
I think
simplistic
you might
narrative.
fish for confirmation bias more than
No,
for the truth.
I don't. I mean, I don't think so. I'm happy to read if you show me an economist that has a really good case for this, that is completely on. Oh, we cut corporate tax rates by 15%, and this happened. We went from 30-to-1 to 300-to-1. Like, bro, you don't even. Do you sound how? Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds?
Dude, you started bringing up how he won on the election by a landslide. This is not.
He did?
I know, but that is an appeal to popular. Like, you can't be sitting here with
I'm
me
saying that-
citing data and you saying things like that and say I can't
I'm
be
saying
serious.
But my point with that was that he was extremely popular for what he did at the time, and he did not inherit a favorable position. Like, the economy was in shambles in the 70s.
Yeah, I know, and people are very naive, and they didn't have the internet, so they couldn't all hold him accountable. Be like, hey, did you know that he was like he just fucking hated people of color, and that's why college is expensive now. And
Because I will read, as long as it's not a Forbes article, I will read whatever economist can make the case. I'm happy to read it.
Sure.
Like, I'm trying to have a good. It's like, I enjoy this. Like, it's actually fun for me. So I'm happy to learn if you have something that's, and you can just send it to me later, or I can come back another day or whatever. But I think it's a little simplistic to say that, oh, cutting corporate tax rates by 20. I don't even. How much did he actually cut it by the way?
It's literally it's the consensus of the world that did
No, it's not.
contribute to wealth inequality. Absolutely, it is literally just the consensus.
So corporate tax rates should just be like 60% in your eyes.
No, I'm sure there's a sweet spot, but you can't straw man me like that.
Okay, well, like, what's the sweet? I don't even know what it was before. What Reagan cut mostly was federal income tax revenue, like rates on individuals. Corporate tax rates, I'm pretty sure were not even, like, I'd have to look it up. I don't even think he cut it that much. Let me see.
Okay, many economists and analysts argue that Reagan's policy, known as Reaganomics, significantly worsened income and wage inequality. These policies included tax cuts, weakening of labor unions, and reduced social spending. That all makes sense. Those
Here.
things all of y'all still love doing today. Broader economic trends, skill-based.
I looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
Corporate tax rate was 46% before Reagan took office.
Mm-hmm.
He cut it down to 34%.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling me that triggered a 300-to-1 ratio in wages, and all this, trickle
I'm
down.
sure that's not the only thing that happened. He did all sorts of things with taxes.
I'm just saying, if you can find me an economist that can defend this, I'd be happy to read it. But it's going to
Sure.
be okay. I think it's going to
Federal
be
Reserve
funny.
Bank of New York, Brookings is a literal fucking economic institute.
I'll read it. I promise. I will read it after this.
Here you go.
But no, I
worsening
think with
America
this-
income inequality, is world trade to blame? And then
I think what had more to do with it was exporting, not that it happened all at once, but throughout multiple administration, exporting millions of jobs in industry, and obviously that there were some favorable things for it, like we got things cheaper, but it definitely hurt wages. As far as Nemo, your comment about the corporate tax rate, the Nordic countries that you're looking at is just, you have to keep in mind that's just one tax. In the US, we have a federal tax and a state tax for corporate tax rates. So they're realistically a lot higher. Because there's no state tax in the Nordic countries. It's just the federal tax essentially. So
well, I mean, that's going to vary by state though, right?
Yes, but I'm saying where companies tend to, it does vary by state for sure. But generally speaking, when you're talking about like the big companies, the ones that contribute, that, you know, make the most amount of jobs, and like the Amazons and Apples and Facebooks, like
they move to those states after they take advantage of blue states. That's what they do.
Sometimes a lot of them are still in Silicon Valley and New York, and those have the highest corporate tax rates by state. So sometimes, but I'm just saying that the U.S., when you factor in those two taxes compared to the one tax in the Nordic countries, it's a lot higher. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, all right. Yeah. Because, like, I looked at the 3 of them, and they're all at 22. One of them's at basically 21.
Yeah.
But
They're all 20,
yeah, if you add in state, then okay.
Right, and by the way, keep in mind that's only because Trump lowered it. The corporate tax rate used to be under Obama like 35% still. So like, you can see that there's a huge disparity, and that's including the state taxes. There's a huge disparity. To make the argument that lowering corporate tax rates balloons the wealth disparity, it's too simplistic, man. Like, Pickles, like, you're a smart guy. Like, I don't think you actually believe that.
Don't patronize me. I literally do believe it, because that's what the consensus is. It's like all the critics say the same thing. I'm reading a wiki on it right now. I'll find you citations. Income and wealth, nominal terms, compound. Like, they attribute his tax cuts to the tripling of the national debt, which fucked up the trend after World War II of us having a shrinking GDP to debt ratio, which was so good for us. And it really fucked up our economic mobility, the social mobility, size of federal government, income distribution. So top 1% earners share income before transfers and taxes rose 9% in 1979. It's 13% before falling to 12.3 in 1989. And the top 1% share of income earners 7.4 to a peak of 12 before falling to 11 in 1989. The bottom 90% had a low share of income versus 1989 versus 1979. Yeah. It's literally just, I draw this all the time. I've probably drawn this for you before. But think of like a raffle machine that's spinning, and you're pouring money into it. And this money just circles. It goes, here's poor people, here are rich people. All right, and money is flowing into the economy. Say this is $20 trillion. That's what we have in circulation, roughly. And when when you buy like a Subway sandwich, it floats to Subway CEO eventually, and he collects some of that wealth. And then he hires people, and it goes back down here, or he buys items from other people and it shoots back down, or he pays taxes. And that's where a lot of it shoots back down. And then it keeps going into the flow. And when you cut taxes, what it does is this accumulates, it gets a little bit bigger. And eventually this starts to dry up. And what we also have to do is print money to offset this.
No, that's the killer.
And that's what exasperates this problem, tax cuts.
No, dude, you'd have to explain. Look, the most capitalist areas in the world, like Hong Kong, Singapore, the Nordic countries, they all have one corporate tax rate of 16%, 20%, 22%. They're all lower or the same, mostly lower than the US. Sweden, ironically, the Nordic model that you want to emulate is way more regressive than our tax code. I don't know if you realize that or not, but I'm just saying that this argument, it is.
No, you're just going to point to some random two things that might be regressive, but the top tax rate is much higher.
No, it's not. You look at the top 1%, they pay 55% effective tax. So does a middle class person in Sweden. They pay the same.
Okay, what about the top?
They pay the same as the middle class people.
Okay,
That's
but what
my
about the
point.
top?
They pay the same.
Okay.
What do you mean, what about the top? In the US, they pay way more. The US, you realize the top 1% pay more than the bottom 90% in taxes.
That's also just misleading. That's also just misleading.
It's
Like
not.
Trump has had multiple years where I've paid more than him.
And I don't disagree with that. That happens in Sweden as well. That's just called called not
but
having
how
income.
common is it here?
I don't know. I don't have. I mean, is it more common than in other places? You know, all these other countries, they shift the burden away from capital and property, and that's how they sustain these social programs. It's through regressive taxation. We're way more progressive than them. I've already brought up many taxes that showcase that.
No, you're just being misleading. I bet I could ask AI and it would say no.
Ask AI. Ask AI. Just ask which, because you even look at property tax
system is more progressive.
I'll give you an example. Sweden's, because I did the research for this recently. I don't usually know random shit like this. Sweden on property taxes has a cap of $880 a year, regardless if your house is 150K or 1.5 million.
Sweden's tax system is much more progressive than the United States, though both have elements
How?
of progressivity. The differences come down to tax rate structure and redistribution. Sweden, the top personal income tax rate is around 52 to 55, kicking in at a relatively moderate income levels. This means high earners contribute significantly larger share of their income to taxes. United States, the top federal margin, the marginal rate is 37%, not 52, not 55. And
Yes.
it only applies to very high incomes, roughly 600K plus married couples. State income taxes add 0 to 13%, depending on the state, e.g. California's top rate. Trump contributed to that inequality too. And tax base and middle class burden. So Sweden, US, uses high flat consumption taxes like 25% VAT, which everyone pays, including lower income households. Middle income earners pay substantial income around 30. So while the rich pay more, the middle class also bears a heavier burden than in the U.S. So you're just strictly saying middle, and I'm saying their highest class pays more. It's progressive.
Our highest class pays more of the total budget of the total federal revenue than theirs by a lot. Ours pays about 46%.
Because we have a lot of rich people?
Partly, but so does Sweden. Sweden has a lot of really big corporations as well, by the way. They have a lot of
people can just be so fucking absurdly rich that they have a tax burden that offsets a lot. But that doesn't make it okay.
I'm just saying, like, we don't have things like 25% VAT on all goods. That is regressive.
Okay, but if you
really
admit
regressive.
that's regressive, you admit tariffs are regressive.
I've already said they were regressive.
Okay, so
absolutely,
you
I'm
can't-
anti-tariff. I don't support
So
tariffs.
that in combination with our taxes, it absolutely, and Sweden also redistributes wealth. So Sweden combines its progressive taxes with the universal benefits, free or highly subsidized
Yes, of
healthcare, higher
course.
education, childcare, all of that stuff. They offer all of those things. So if yes, they have more taxes on the middle class because they offer so much.
That's okay. So we are in alignment. They do offer more. Yes, they have way more advanced social
Yeah,
programs.
we don't get
Like,
anything for that. We don't get anything really.
yeah, but you seem to think that we'll get something if we go to 50%. Like, it's going to be the same shit. It's all
I
going to go
think
to.
if we fucking
It's all gonna
stop
go out
electing
the
Republicans to
country.
fucking gut our government that gave us nice things. I don't know why you guys want to live in a shitty house. I prefer my house
It's
to
not-
have
it's
like
not shitty,
nice
we just-
elevator, like a nice slate roof. You guys want to live in a
we
fucking
believe in freedom.
one of the
We
three
do
little
not-
piggies tents.
When we just believe in freedom. We do not want the coercive power of the state to take our wealth.
Okay, well that's what Trump is doing. He's coercing
extent.
the fuck out of everybody.
And there's a lot of disagreement on the Republican side over it. Like, I have debates with Republicans about it all the time. I'm not, again, like the tariff thing is really weird because you guys suddenly turn into libertarians, and the Republican side is defending tariffs, which is really weird. It's a really weird thing to experience because it feels like everybody switches costumes for a second. You know, you get what I'm saying?
No, I think libertarians are completely incoherent, and I think that free trade isn't exclusive to that political ideology.
Isn't exclusive to what? What do you mean?
To libertarianism.
No, it used to be It used to be liberals that believed in it, and I don't know what happened. I wish they would come back, to be honest.
It was a conservative thing, bro. You're wrong. Like, they didn't want any taxes. They didn't want anybody telling anybody what to do, how to do it. They didn't want to choose favorites. That's the magical coined term that you would always hear from Republicans, that we were choosing favorites when we did subsidies. We did all sorts of things like this. You guys wanted hands off. And now you guys are here saying we want hands-on, we want full control, we want military in our streets, we want fucking huge taxes, and we want the government trying to sway the entire world's economy, not just ours.
Yes, the U.S. both parties are heavy interventionists. I actually think both of them have gone way left, and I think it's for the
Trump is far right, isolationist.
No, he's not, bro. He's on economics, even on social. He's pretty left, man.
What? No, he's not.
He ran $217 million ads of anti-trans campaigns.
Well, I mean, he's just trying to win an election, and that was a
That's
low-hanging
very
fruit.
problematic. That causes actual people to die.
Look, I'm not going to comment on his political strategy. Like, it was his most successful ad. I don't really care for it. That's not why I voted for him.
So you admit most of the country was swayed by a very dishonest ad?
Most of the country, for every election, is swayed by dishonesty. Yeah, I think politicians have lied. Obama did the same.
Yeah, we don't punch down on minorities to get elected.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't punch down on? Who's the smallest minority in the world?
This is not a competition.
Oh God, he's about to say the 1%. Oh
it's
God,
the individual. No, it's the individual. It was
oh
Rand.
God.
I
was about to
it's
you on my permanent shit list. Oh, thank God.
No, dude, come on.
That's like some like fucking ANCAP level logic.
It was
the smallest minority in the world is the noble billionaire.
I mean, you guys run on hating billionaires. I think that's crazy. I don't know.
You guys run on protecting them. I think that's
not necessarily
even worse.
Protecting them. It's not about protecting billionaire. That's like such a reductive argument. We don't think that the state should take all your money away to accomplish nothing.
To accomplish nothing?
Yeah, like you look at some of the highest taxed states in this country, and like their outcomes. It's not more redistributive. The wealth disparity is even bigger than in states with less
they're
taxes.
just booming economies, so you can point to these things that come with booming economies.
What?
Yeah, like I mean, you're talking about wealth disparity. Obviously, if you have a homeless person in Arkansas, and I don't know, the richest person in Arkansas, fuck, I don't know who that is. Let's just pretend that it's $100 million or something. Cool. Okay, that's a lot. That's a pretty big disparity. Now compare that to California, where you have a homeless person and then you have billionaires, like multi-billionaires. Obviously, you're going to see this insane wealth disparity.
Yeah, and all of these poor people probably all migrate to California because it's climate inducive or whatever. You know, and they can take showers on the beach. Like, there's all sorts of reasons to be in California so that you don't fucking die in the snow or in the desert.
Sure, and then there's elements of that's true, but even in non-California blue states, like, you see the same disparities. So it's like
you see it everywhere.
Well,
there's nothing that Republicans do that stop homelessness.
I agree with you, but
they make
I'm
it
saying
worse.
that my point is that if these redistributive policies worked, we would see them working, but they clearly don't work.
They do
work.
work.
Where do they work? Where?
So you can just look at California and say you can just do math. They do this all the time. This is just what progressives do. But they can. There was a study. Let me find it again. There was a study they did where they took the city's budget and they added $500,000 into like feeding and sheltering homeless population. And what it did was it saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars because they had that much fewer people committing crime to get two hots in a cot, or going to the hospital, or whatever to get
Wait,
free
when? Where?
healthcare.
Where was this? When was this?
Let me find it.
Oh, you don't have to. Okay, whatever. You don't have to look for it. I was just curious if you had it.
But yeah, there's obvious things you can look at that there are good outcomes for social safety nets.
I'm not talking about just social safety nets in general. I'm talking about specifically redistributive policy, high taxes to fund these.
Yeah, it's like no-brainer stuff. Stuff like that. Like that would save us money.
It's not no-brainer, but
that
it's
saves
not
us money for us
no-brainer.
to give poor people food.
Like you'd have to show me a use case. But what I see in places that have these policies is high poverty, low education output, high drug, high crime, high homeless.
There's no that's dishonest. So there's no study that shows that.
Dishonest.
Yes, it is, because most of these blue cities that you're going to cite are doing bad. They're just simply high populated areas. There's not a single high populated area that Republicans can take control of in the name of a city. They have to gerrymander their way into governorship.
What do you mean?
Can you name a big? Can you tell me a big red city?
Would you consider I mean, off the top of my head, let me see. A big red city. I mean, there's so many, but I can't think of any.
There's not a single big red city.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like
what do you consider? Is Dallas not one?
It's 60% Democrat. I am in Dallas.
Okay, you're saying like where the city itself is majority red, maybe Fort Worth. I'm sure there's some in Texas.
Nope.
No, it's don't they have the Republican mayors though in Dallas and Fort Worth? Didn't you guys vote for? You're saying they have more registered Democrats. That doesn't make it, but like they have Republican mayors.
Yeah.
So what's the metric for what would you consider like what are the requirements for me to tell you a city? There's a lot of red cities. Not as much as blue cities, I guess, but
the thing is it's blue legislation that creates a city, right? So like I always cite the case of like a mom and pop shop versus Walmart. And God damn it, my shit's out of batteries. So like you would have Walmart and then mom and pop shop. And Walmart has like health benefits, they pay for school, they do dental, they have maternal leave, and mom and pop shop, they offer nothing. But they pay $2 an hour more. This right here, this company is going to have a higher retention of employees by far, by a landslide. And that's how cities work. That's how cities work. Where there are social programs where cities for people to like get food when they're hungry, or go to school, or get financial aid. That's what creates a city and a hub of people that stay and stick around. That's why Republicans cannot hold on to a city.
Yeah, you just explained dependency. I mean, that's the same the way it works with most programs.
It's not dependency, it's called social mobility.
No, social mobility would be people moving out of cities for different jobs. That's social mobility, especially
economic
upward
mobility. It's called economic mobility. So
people staying in the same city at the same job is the opposite of economic mobility.
No,
you're saying that people stay. You just described the dependency.
No, I'm like this is called mutually beneficial, right? So if a city relies on its constituents and the constituents rely on its city, and it's mutually beneficial and they grow, like we've been doing for 200 something years, then I think it's just proof that these ideas work.
How so? Like first of all, these cities do change in, sometimes from red or blue.
Yeah, you
It just
guys do go around and strip shit away that is usually working, yeah.
like what? I mean,
I
I look
just
at how.
talked about this earlier. Trump, for
But,
instance, just came out and started talking shit about cashless bail. Can you tell me one bad thing about cashless bail?
I don't know enough about the topic, to be honest. I'm not like
He doesn't. He loves that. He just wants you to hate it.
Okay, sure. I don't know. I really don't know about cashless bail. But
There
what I'm
are
saying
no negative. There's no downsides to cashless bail. It just mentioned it pretty much just says like if you don't commit a violent crime, we don't have to hold you in jail until your court date because that costs the constituents a lot of money. And imagine tying up everybody who gets a speeding ticket or gets caught shoplifting and they don't get to go back to work. They lose their jobs. Like there's all of these others, like collateral damage to putting people in jail for nonviolent offenses. And what we've done is we've thought outside the box as progressives and we said, let's not charge people bail. Let's just let them go and see what happens and see if they come back to court and see if it helps us. And in every way, shape, or form, we were right. It helps the economy. It helps us kind of eliminate the benefit of being rich in the judicial system because it's just if you have a lot of money like Trump, it turns out you can get away with things. And if you're poor, you would be in jail for the rest of your life if you were Trump.
Yeah, I mean I generally agree with that. But what you're missing on the progressive policy side is, you're right, it sets up some of these cities, is that they also completely annex the ability to build housing. So you have a housing supply shortage. They believe in price controls, like wage controls. They tend to price out, the lowest earners, not only of housing but of jobs. They also have, these theories about crime reform and social justice reform and whatever. Again, affecting mostly low-income areas negatively.
How so? Like what?
What do you mean, like letting criminals steal like X amount and not being prosecuted for it? Like
that's a
policies like
Republican
that?
thing. That's not a Democrat thing.
Where did Republicans pass that?
I'm in Texas, where you have to steal $2,500 as opposed to California. It's $950.
Okay, well then. Look, if it's a Republican thing, it's ridiculous regardless. Like I would disagree with that. I think I didn't know that about Texas. That's crazy. But I'm saying like when it comes to environmental issues and housing supply and whatever, progressive policy just kind of destroys the little guy. Like that's
not true either. So like Trump deregulating housing market so that all the rich people just go buy all the fucking homes, I think is far worse. All the homes? So all of the investors bought like 10% of, so they went from 10% to 20% in single family homes since Trump's been in office the first time.
10%? Are you talking like the BlackRock thing?
They've doubled in the representation.
You're saying that BlackRock owns 20% of all single family homes in the US? Is that what your claim is?
I don't think that's an investor.
BlackRock is, yeah.
I don't think that's the investor I'm categorizing. They could be, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Blackstone. Okay, you're right. My bad.
There's BlackRock and Blackstone. They both do this.
I was thinking Blackstone though. That's my bad.
Yeah. So BlackRock, Blackstone, and Vanguard. Those are the main ones.
And you're saying they own 20% of all single-family homes?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that sounds like those three, or are there more?
No, I'm just saying all investors. It's not migrants like Trump says, because migrants have gone from 2% to 2.5% to 3% representation in our population, and they can't buy homes. So.
By the way, we might actually find agreement here. Like, are you saying that we should outlaw it for investors on above a certain amount of money to buy homes, or like, well,
sure, I think we should regulate the fuck out of it.
Okay, yeah. The thing is like, this seems like a both party issue. Like, I don't think that you'd find too much.
If we started saying this, what y'all would do is say that's communism, that's socialism. Why are you trying to punish rich people? All of these things, when it would be like an obvious thing. A lot of countries already do this. Y'all would hate it.
But
y'all would never do that.
Dude, the places where housing supply is struggling the most are completely Democrat ran, and they could do this at the state level.
Yeah, because we get we're popular. A lot of people come to Democrat cities.
Well, it depends. I mean, Texas has the highest growth right now, and more people are moving there than.
Yeah, and they're all Democrat.
Well, are they? I don't know. That's kind of like a bold claim. But Texas is actually trying to keep up. They at least have the means to keep up with housing supply. Whereas like these blue states don't. And you don't see blue states banning this, and that wouldn't be like they're in their right to do so, correct?
Banning what?
Investment companies from buying up single family homes.
I mean,
Like I'm
maybe
saying
that might be something you have to do on a federal level. I don't know, but
you
I
could
don't
do
know.
it on a state. I mean, you know how
My
regulated
understanding
it-
was that it was done on the federal level. Like I don't know if it's possible on the state. I mean, I guess, but on the federal level, the last movement on this was Trump had deregulated the
Dodd-Frank.
Was it Dodd-Frank that basically removed the 90-day rule?
I think so.
So basically, there was a rule in place for residential homes that I think the property had to be on the market for 90 days before any of the big firms could come in and snap it up to become a rental. I can't remember what that fell under.
Thank you.
It's either
whoever
that
did
or like he did an executive order as well.
Yeah, I mean he also gutted Dodd-Frank, so that also happened, which was fucking terrible.
Look, I'm saying it's easy to blame Trump for something like this, but I don't see any movement or even like.
Y'all make it worse, and y'all try to come in and fix it. It's just silly.
What do you mean fix it? That's what we just try to say. Hey, leave it to the market.
No,
That's
you're not.
generally-
You guys are such an interventionalist right now. It's insane.
Well, right now, yes, I actually agree with you. Right now, I wish the Republicans would reclaim. In my opinion, they're not to the right enough, like on many things.
No, I think they're directly intervening. That is a far right thing.
No, it's not, dude. How so? Like from an economic perspective?
Yeah, like fascism is specifically like corporate protectionism and like pretty much walking us into like a corporate oligarchy.
It's not corporate protectionism. It's do you know
It
the
absolutely
25
is.
It's
It's
what do you
one
mean
of
by
the tenets.
protectionism?
It's one of the tenets of fascism.
What are these four? Are you going to bring up the 14 tenets?
Yeah.
Do you know the 25 fascist points that the National Socialist Party set out to do?
No.
Are you familiar with those? Because I find it funny that you bring up these 14 characteristics made from some guy, some intellectual later on, but you don't actually contend with the things that the Nazis themselves wrote down and literally their 25
So
goals.
if you're taking what they're saying at face value, you're just literally falling for the propaganda, aren't you?
They literally enacted. What do you mean falling for the propaganda?
You're like, this is what they said. They couldn't possibly have meant otherwise.
That's not what I'm saying.
Come on, man.
I'm saying we can measure if they one either went for them and two achieved them, many of which they did.
Nemo,
They
you,
were-
you know
they
more.
were Pickles, they were corporatist, but like if you disagreed with what they said, like they had a central planning like they believed in central planning. If Schmittler said you have to produce this thing, you either produced it or like
Trump says if you either make this shit here or you get tariffed 100%, even if like the owner of Mattel.
Yeah, I mean, like the way to think about this, as far as fascism is concerned, as far as their like views on economics, would be state capitalism is like one way of describing it. So it uses like a capitalist type model, but there's there's a lot. There can be a lot of state intervention. I mean, also. The Nazis, there was definitely an oligarchic aspect to it as well. The people that benefited, what?
I would argue that that's more akin to the Democrats, nationalizing industry, abolition of private property. That's popular right now in your party. You realize that, right?
Abolition of private property is not popular in the Democratic Party.
Confiscation of wealth on the basis of skin color is literally what Mamdani is running out on. Property, not just meaning like literal homes. I'm talking about just like whatever income, whatever you corporation, whatever, in favor of public grocery stores as opposed to private.
Yeah,
That
what's wrong
is
with public grocery stores?
what's wrong with them.
Yeah.
Well, that they essentially what you're doing is subsidizing goods using taxpayer money, crowding out all the private mom and pop shops, all the grocery stores that are there because they can't compete because
We
they
do
have
this
to
all that
compete
we
with.
have to. We have to subsidize. Trump subsidized the fuck out of farmers. He
No, hold on.
subsidizes the
You asked
fuck
what's
out of
wrong.
oil.
You asked
You
what's
can't
wrong
point
with
to that.
public. You asked what's wrong with public grocery stores. What's wrong with it is it creates economic distortions that destroy all the other grocery stores in the area.
Does it
Yes,
though?
absolutely it does.
Like the reason that
That's that.
Mamdani has been I guess advocating for public grocery stores is because there's a lack in the area. Like that was
Yes, I know that's what he
If they
says.
were so dominant, then why aren't they just fucking everywhere?
Public grocery stores are not dominant. They're completely regressive. This is, dude, there's no way you guys think this is a good idea? Seriously?
Yeah, like
Look,
someone
they,
just in the comments mentioned we have food deserts. We have a health
is New
and
York
like
a
epidemic in the United States, right? We're like known for being fat and
hold on.
obese.
Is New York City a food desert?
It could be for some people. Like, do you know what a food desert is?
Oh my. Yeah, it's essentially where there's low access to like decent quality food and decent options. Yeah.
Yeah, so just because you might like say some might be in the vicinity, like it might be out of reach financially for people.
Yeah, the state handling it is just going to destroy. It's not going to fix anything.
Or it's going to stop people from going hungry.
That's the opposite happens. This is exactly what they did in my country, and starvation ensued a couple
This is
years
not
after.
exactly what they did. What country
It
are you
is.
from?
It is exactly what they did. The government got involved in the private sector. They nationalized farms. They nationalized industry. They
We
nationalized
already
grocery
have that.
stores. They
We've
set price
nationalized
control.
the absolute fuck out of farms. Not actually,
To-
but we
to some
subsidize
extent.
the absolute shit out of them. They would not
Pickles.
exist without us.
My argument is that we are more socialist. The U.S. is more socialist than it's ever been in its history. I agree with you that we've subsidized a lot of things. The Intel
There's no
thing
other
is,
option. For you to demonize
No,
it is
there-
just
yes,
silly.
there is.
There
Of
is no
course
option.
there is.
Do you think the
What do you
market
mean there
will
is no
handle
option?
itself if we stop subsidizing the absolute shit out of
Pickles,
farms?
the market has handled itself.
No, it hasn't.
Since the beginning of.
No,
What do you
hasn't.
think that-
Well,
what do you think the
would
history of the
happen to the
US
farming industry if we didn't subsidize them? What do you
They
think would
would
happen
shift-
to produce
they would
prices?
shift in what they produce. They would
yeah,
shift
and
in
then
what they
where
produce.
would we get all of the produce that they produce?
What do you mean? Where would we get it?
Yeah, where would we get it?
What are you talking about? They would shift what they produce? Like, what do you mean? Where would we get it? If something is not economically viable, it is not.
So-
present.
So you think that these people are just hell-bent on producing what they produce and not just produce something that's economically viable? They just love strawberries?
No, I'm saying that people produce what is economically viable.
Which is nothing? Can you name one thing?
What do you mean one thing?
Yeah, what's
Everything
one
that
thing we produce that's popular that's not subsidized in the farming industry?
Oh, it's specifically in the farming industry? I mean, it depends where you live. I don't know. This is kind of like this just feels like an incomplete question. Everything that's in your
The
frame,
answer's almost
your
nothing.
screen-
The answer's
everything
almost
that's in
nothing.
your screen. What do you mean almost nothing? Everything that's in your screen was produced because it was economically viable. From your headset to your glasses to your mic to everything.
Right,
to
and
your
these
hat,
would be
to your
mostly
bed.
luxury items. So it's important to point out, we're talking about necessities, food, produce.
Are clothes necessities? Food, yeah, food is a necessity for sure.
right.
Okay, what's your point? Why you guys are
You're
shifting
just saying
from
these people
public,
you think we
You got
already
this-
do this
when
and
you
you're
get this
demonizing it. We already
Pickles,
do this.
when you-
It's absolutely necessary. We didn't absolutely slip
we
and fall
don't
into
do it to the
socialism
extent
yet.
of having.
We
don't do
we're
it to the
doing
extent
just
of having
fine.
public grocery stores. We do not do that. We don't subsidize public grocery stores. That would be insane. By the way, I hope part of me hopes he wins, so you guys can get a quick reminder.
Me too. I hope he wins and he does it and everybody lives and things get better for the majority of people
For
and they
sure.
go, oh, fuck, why haven't we been doing this the whole time? Why haven't we been doing what all these other successful countries have been doing this whole time? It worked in New York, which is like the biggest benchmark test you could possibly do. If it could work there, it could work everywhere. I hope to God he wins.
These ideas don't work. All they do is lead to shortages. They just crowd out the private sector because you cannot compete with subsidized groceries. How much do you spend on like milk and eggs? Imagine you go into a store and it's a quarter of the price because it's taxpayers.
Imagine if we, I love you
Hold
said
on,
that. I love that you said that. Imagine if we didn't subsidize milk.
What do you mean? There's a difference between producing it and like at point of sale. You realize that, right?
You just really want a middleman?
It's not about, what do you mean really? It's not that I want a middleman. I want an economy that works.
Brooks, thank you. Yeah, me too. Me too. And what we have right now is we have like like a duopoly. We have like 5 fucking companies that own all of the fucking grocery chains.
I agree with you.
And like
and it's
everything else. So it's time for us to start fighting for us to have the right to fight against these monopolies.
Wait, who do you think should own it? Are you going to give me some socialist talking point? Like, do you think it should be owned by the workers?
We could absolutely break some of that shit up. We should use our bargaining power to fight against these people, because all you're doing is you're arguing for these like 5 companies to get super rich. No one else is just dying to go start a grocery store and try to compete with fucking Kroger.
Dude, the 5 most of these industries, like, first of all, I don't know why you're using the word. You use the word monopoly, or what word did you use?
Monopoly.
Are 5 companies a monopoly then?
It's close.
Effective monopoly.
How many companies would be to your satisfaction of not a monopoly? Like if there was 7
for a
or
country
10?
of this size, it should
No,
be
no,
hundreds.
for an area.
For
Well,
an
I'll tell you,
area,
'cause
that's not a
yeah,
good.
because like
You're asking for an incoherent statement.
It's not incoherent because like in California we have, I mean here there's many different grocery stores. There's new ones popping up right now. Like Air One is taking over, to be honest. But there's tons of different grocery stores.
That is the most expensive grocery store to ever exist.
It is. I agree with you, and it's taking over.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there's a million options. There's the Kroger clones, the Ralphs, the Sprouts, whatever, and so on and so on.
They're all owned
How
by
many
the
do
same
you
people,
need?
man.
How
Listen,
many do you
when
know?
all you have to
question is
do
simple.
is call 3 of your buddies and go, "Hey, do y'all want to raise egg prices?" When that can happen, that is bad. I can't
That's why
believe I
I'm
have to
asking
say
you.
why it's bad.
That's why I'm asking you, how many grocery stores do you need
A couple
for it to
hundred.
not?
Or
what, dude? Do you think that happens when you subsidize it through the state?
Yeah, if there's not a couple hundred, you would have to start subsidizing it.
Pickles, dude, there's no way, man. There's
What do you
just
mean there's no
I'm
way?
having this debate.
We already do this.
Where
We
do
already
you-
do
what-
this.
What country do you
Like,
see a couple
why
hundred?
are you breaking down so hard at this point in the vertical
Because
part of the
you're
industry?
arguing-
You're like
because
as
you're
long as
arguing
we
for things
subsidize the
that don't make
production,
any
not the
sense.
sale.
Well, it's very different when you subsidize. I disagree with both, but I think what's way worse is when you subsidize the point of sale, because then what you have one company, it's called the state, and that's the only grocery store you can visit. This is the point I'm trying to give you. Like, subsidizing it at the point of sale is not going to increase the competitive market of the private industry of it.
I say
completely illogical.
I say we absolutely could. We could like limit the amount. We could
Price
also say
controls.
that they have to do fair market value. And they could say like 20 or 30% above production cost is the ceiling for necessity goods. I think it's absolutely stupid that you think we need even more competition. Like that would give plenty of breathing room for us to not pay the consequences of maybe, I don't know, like a hurricane coming through and people raising the price of water to $1,000.
Well, sometimes the price of things goes up because of demand and supply.
We're not talking
Raising
about
the
demand. This is
price
price
of
gouging.
water to $1,000. Like,
Okay, yeah,
You're
in
you
fighting
that
know
for
what
that?
an inelastic good is, right?
Yes, in that case, that is like price gouging, and we already have laws against that. But I'm saying outside of that, when we do have laws against price gouging. Like,
Yeah, in 34 states. And
okay, great.
and you guys
can
cried and
bump
called
that
communism
Dude,
when Kamala said something about it.
because you do believe in ideas that were pushed by some really authoritarian regimes, whether you want to admit it or not.
What, like what?
The nationalization of industry, like when it comes to groceries and price controls, are literally present in authoritarian countries.
Okay, and
That
so
is
they
what
all
do.
drink water too, all right? But
It's not
this
about
is,
drinking water, bro.
I know, you're just pointing at
Pickles.
one similarity.
It's not. Oh, no, you guys. The whole collectivist ideology this is what fascism is.
I think authoritarian can be on either end of this spectrum. And I think that we're far from it when we have one person who almost didn't want to leave office and tried to manipulate the election to stay. And we had another person who quietly left, even though he knew that person was a threat to our democracy.
Pickles, you just said you wanted hundreds of grocery stores, and you think that the state is going to solve that by being the only store.
No, I think that what you're doing is saying, I think the solution to having hundreds of grocery stores is a state-sanctioned grocery store, and that's not what I said. I said that since we don't have hundreds of grocery stores, which is ideal, I think we need to protect the people and give them an opportunity to buy fair market goods and not be price gouged by the 5 people who control everything we eat.
I don't believe they are price gouged, because if they were, it would be very easy given our market.
It's almost as if we have all of these court cases where they've just confessed to this.
But during COVID, it did happen. Kroger did it. I'm aware of the case you're talking about, but it's really an isolated incident. It's not like it's representative of the market dynamic as a whole.
If you're trying to, it's Kroger, dude.
It's one of 5.
I understand that it's Kroger, but it's not.
Like
Yes.
I mean, it's not like Winn-Dixie, the fucking grocery store in the South that is basically non-existent now. It's not like a random store. It's Kroger. Like,
I understand.
saying that's an isolated incident.
No, when I say it's an isolated incident, I'm talking about like in the context of COVID or C-19. Sorry, I'm not saying that. You're trying to present it as, oh, because they did this, we need to nationalize grocery stores. Like, that's insane, bro. Or not even nationalize it, but like just have state subsidized grocery stores. That's crazy. Like, that's a crazy jump. You don't see how like a person on the right, or even a pretty centrist person, would be like, nah, that's a little much. Like, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know how you compete with companies who Trump deems as his favorite. That's really hard too. Like, I think that's even worse when Trump puts tariffs up and then they come to the Oval Office with a tiny golden statue in the shape of an apple so that you could get favorable terms and waivers through tariffs.
Dude, the thing is, I don't disagree. You know, ironically, the most fascist thing Trump has done is the 10% Intel thing. That is like
you are very much missing the fascist shit that he's doing.
No, I'm not.
The fascist shit, no. The fascist shit that he's doing is what Pickles just described. The playing of favorites and the beneficial rates and shit, like that cronyism.
Yeah, I'm adding
that.
To it. Yes,
that is fascism, right? The 10% thing that you're talking about. I mean, I'm not a fan of it, right? Like, so in theory, I would be okay with the government owning certain things. I'm not 100% sold on the idea of chips, but specific things, what I view as like national security type things, so oil and pretty much anything that falls into the energy sector, I'm fine with nationalization. I'm totally fine with that. 100%.
You're talking about like natural monopolies, right? Like utilities, like gas, stuff like that.
Well, no. So,
or not gas,
like
not gas. Sorry, but like electricity.
Sure. Well, that, or also just that, I guess, the oil sector as a whole, and like nuclear power as a whole, especially nuclear. Like, if I could pick one of the two, I would probably pick nuclear, just because it's so heavily regulated that, I mean, it doesn't seem like much of a jump just to nationalize it, but whatever. I don't like the idea of profit motives in nuclear power. because profit motives in nuclear power implies that we're going to try to cut corners whenever it comes to nuclear power. Not a fan. And
Yeah, I don't want
mean, as
anybody
far
to try
as
to compete for the person figuring out how to do nuclear power the cheapest.
yeah,
But if they're competing in a regulated, safe environment, it's really not
Which party is fighting for deregulation?
because we're overregulated and it's driving up costs.
There you go.
You guys never seem to address the trade-off of cost.
Right. That's the
despite
whole
the
idea behind.
deficits.
But that's the whole idea behind nationalization for nuclear specifically. Nuclear, it makes probably the most sense. The only other thing that comes close to nuclear as far as the amount of sense that it makes nationalize would be oil. So nuclear makes sense because of how heavily regulated it is. And that's a good thing. It's good that it's that heavily regulated because nuclear power, number one, very safe. People don't need to freak out about it. But also, if you don't respect it, you will have a third foot as your genitals. Like, respect, also, it is safe. So,
But you're under the implication that the Republicans don't pass this legislation as well. They do. The EPA was created by Republicans. The
EPA?
Yes, the Environmental Protection Agency was Nixon. The Clean Air Act was passed by Republicans.
Oh yeah, no, that was Nixon. Yeah.
Republicans pass a ton of regulation for safety. It's a straw man to say that Republicans don't care about safety. What we're concerned with is layers past safety when it comes to taxation, property, et cetera, where it's like, okay, are these worth the costs? And a lot of them,
and that's where you and I are. Like, you would have to demonstrate very carefully which regulations you'd be down with cutting, because behind closed doors to the layman person, you have no idea what the fuck Trump's talking about. He's talking about for every regulation we add, he wants to cut 10. That sounds very belligerent. That sounds like horrible ideas, and we've seen what that looks like from his first administration. There's a nice webpage that does an article on all of the regulations he cut compared to other presidents, and he just took a fucking axe to like the FDA and all those things. So you can't virtue signal towards someone 50 years ago being an actual Republican versus now where you guys are just waving Trump flags.
Yeah, because a lot of the regulations are literally set up to be perverse to protect the monopolies.
Like what?
And name one that protects the monopolies. Which industry? You'd have to narrow down an industry.
If you name whatever came to mind when you said that.
I guess in the tech sector, there's a bunch of regulations when it comes to like, it's like I'd have to look up exactly what it is, but it's essentially like privacy rights and stuff that makes it a non-compete for like an app like this or an app like Instagram could not be made in today's dollars. Like when it was made, you could not make the same thing anymore because of how much regulation. So it essentially makes it a non-compete for Meta and for the big three.
I don't know. It sounds like they may have lobbied their way into doing shenanigans like that, and maybe even banning this app. But
not even TikTok. I'm talking mostly about like just social media in general. Like I think because for example, Instagram I think was made before it was bought by Facebook. It was like 13 engineers, like $500K to make kind of thing, like. Dude, and now it would be millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of a little app called OnlyFans?
A little different industry, but yeah, I get. What's your point?
You know how many people run that app?
They subsidize. I don't know, TV pics.
Here's another one.
You know how many people? You know how many people run and build that app?
How many?
48.
Where at?
I don't know actually.
Looks like
42 full-time employees.
But from where? Like where was it built? Is it British?
No. Oh, it is British.
Yeah, this is my point. Like, I'll continue on the point though. When it comes to media and entertainment, like when you actually look at uh, I just know this industry a little better because I work in it. When you look at the barriers, it's essentially 6 corporations that own 90% of U.S. media. It's Disney, Comcast, Warner Bros., Paramount, Sony, and Fox.
Yeah, because they come and buy you
And
up.
what's that?
Because they just come and buy you up or partner. Yeah.
That's part of it, but another part of it is that you have a non-compete environment. What regulation really serves in the long term is they essentially create a fence around these industries, and they make it impossible to compete. It is anti like free market.
I don't think that's what Trump is here trying to cut. He's
He
out here. He's out.
absolutely is in
like
healthcare, in tech, the whole tech, the
Trump
whole concept.
Trump made the whole idea of tech companies being pursued in lawsuits. He made all of that go away when he got into office.
No, but when he's trying to do the AI thing with like no regulation and whatever, the concept behind that is to make the environment as competitive as possible.
I know.
So that we innovate as fast as possible.
Yeah, I know.
If
I get that.
Okay, if you start introducing regulation, what will happen is Texas will say one thing, California will say one thing. Then from a design perspective, you have to either be completely out of certain markets, or you know what I'm saying? Like it just disrupts the whole process of innovation. This is already what's happened in the pharmaceutical industry. It's happened in the healthcare industry. It's happened in banking and finance. It's happened in energy. So when we say cut regulation, if you're actually going to like contend with the point, at least steelman our side. We think we are over-regulated. It's gone way past safety, and it's gone toward corporatism.
You would have to contend that Trump is accurate in saying that for every one regulation that's good, there are 10 bad. I've never seen like you've named a handful of things that you might have a case for, and I wouldn't even know if that would be called regulation. When I talk about regulation, I talk about consumer protection, making companies meet certain standards with like regulatory like contamination or whatever stuff, cleanliness. I would prefer a million things like that, and seeing a small business owner comply with those things is far easier than a company who tallies up, says that they spend $3.2 million a year on rubber gloves alone, and if they told Trump, hey, what if I give you $3 million to make this regulation go away because that pays itself off in 1 year, I would love that. That's a no-brainer, and that's what I think of when Republicans say we want to deregulate. It doesn't help anybody besides rich corporations.
I'll bring a regulation you actually brought up earlier. Price controls in the form of wage controls. That is a regulation. It benefits the monopolies, because if you're going to make, like California recently did this, they increased the minimum wage to $20. Who benefited? Walmart and all of Amazon and all the big corporations. Why? Because the small businesses can't compete at that price. And how many jobs were lost? So far, this was last year, so it's about like 18 to 20,000, not to mention the jobs that will never exist. But when we say regulation, there's regulations come in all different forms, shapes, and sizes. It could be, like you said, something about safety. It could be something about auditing, taxes. It could be wage controls. And like regulation is a big word. It's a very like umbrella word.
Yeah, and I think it's used very.
But in general, we're in
very
favor
broadly as an excuse. I've asked multiple people to tell me any sort of regulation they would be okay with rolling back, and you're the first person to tell me a few things that I would say aren't even. I wouldn't even say regulations. Like nobody cares that we would remove a regulation that like simply allows somebody to compete. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about things that would allow companies to put toxic coal ash into our waterways.
I don't think those are up for debate. Like I
they
don't
are
think
up
there's
for debate because Trump is he.
Directionally,
Flint, Michigan exists. Like this is absolutely a thing that we have. This isn't like ancient history. Like this is absolutely a thing. DuPont exists. DuPont still exists.
Flint probably needs some regulation. I can agree with you there.
Okay, but the point is that
the argument is that like if you do nothing but regulate for decades and never cut back, what do you end up with? the outcome is extremely high prices at like no, the diminishing returns of safety cannot be overstated. That's the argument from the right.
I think your example is perfect. If we lost 20,000 jobs, and we can easily, like, as Democrats, we make 50-1 drops when it comes to Democrats versus Republicans. We could easily
Okay, sure.
make those
I'm gonna
jobs up.
pretend you
Biden
didn't
made
say it.
those in 1 month. He made double that one, but we're good. We're Gucci.
Biden
If that
himself
makes
hired
life
people.
better for all of the people involved, sweet man.
It doesn't. It just cuts off the lower classes because you're just preventing them from getting jobs, and you're actually, you don't seem to contend with the fact that it only helps monopolies because now they have a bigger share of the market. Yeah, they have to pay their employees more, but they completely, you know what they do? They buy up the mom and pop shops because the mom and pop shops can't stay open.
That's not why they do it. That's not how they do it either.
Dude,
like
that's exactly how they do it.
Rich
That's
companies,
regulation
rich
in
companies
general.
eat them for breakfast anyways. They will
No,
go
they don't.
and yes they do.
In
What
a free
Walmart
market,
does,
they do not.
they absolutely do. Watch this. Watch
Yeah,
this. I'm gonna say I have a tire company. I have a pharmacy. I have a clothes retail store. I've got a mom and pop supermarket, and then we've got, boom, Walmart, a giant. And they're going to come in and they're going to lower all of the prices of all of these things to just below their competitors until, even if it loses them money, Walmart will sink billions into this until these people go out of business anyway. And then they all have, it's just Walmart, and then they raise their prices when they're gone.
You know what's easier for them to do though is push legislation that just raises the price ceiling for these mom and pop shops, and then just choke them out that way. And they, you know what's beautiful about it? They can look like they have a moral ambition behind it. Oh, we want to pay people more. Nope. All it does is destroy small businesses and price people out of the market.
We have the numbers on this, and we can weigh the pros and the cons, and for you to just paint this with a broad brush is silly. There's obvious pros and cons to raising minimum wage, and I would also contend that people who are in the middle class or in the lower class who have more money will go and spend more money at small businesses and make them thrive. If I'm making $20 an hour, I have twice as much expendable income to go buy froyo and all sorts of shit like that.
Pickles, that's actually the opposite that happens. They have less effective money. Here's why. When you raise the price floor, what you do is you distort the entire economy in the area. This is called cost push inflation. So now everything is more expensive.
But you would have to, I would contend that cost push inflation wouldn't have to exist in the instance where we raise minimum wage. In fact, we have nothing but self-checkout at some of the Walmarts around here. It would literally almost do nothing to what you're talking about.
In the case of automation, yeah, it would get rid of jobs, and that could save money. But
automation's happening either way.
It's happening either way. So but like you're arguing for like
I would
job
just say
losses,
that yes, you
like job
should.
replacement.
I just think as a human being, you should have the dignity to not want somebody to work for wages that would not pay for the very least in society of standard of living.
So it's a great intention, and unfortunately, the intention does not change the consequence. The consequence being that everything, where the places where you have the highest minimum wage laws, you have the biggest wealth disparity and the most unaffordability. That's because if you increase somebody's wages by 30%, but at the same time,
it's
during the
causation
same time
correlation.
period,
You have
it's
to
not.
have
During
yes,
the same time period,
if
their
you
cost
have
of living goes up by 50%. They're not getting any real gains. Any gains are erased by cost push inflation and other economic factors.
That's not true. That's a blanket statement. It's not true.
It's proven time and time again. Like
no, it hasn't.
The thing is like, okay, dude. Well, we have a.
You just cited 20,000 jobs, but how many people are working? Well, yeah, how many people are now working a living wage? Do you think it's far more than 20,000?
Zero. Like, you know how unaffordable it is here. I live here. I mean,
okay. Like, how many people are now making $20 an hour now, and not 15?
I guess, but the
far
burgers
more than
cost
20,000.
The food costs more. You
No, it
realize
doesn't.
things. It absolutely does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. I don't know what to say. I don't have a
Did you
study
know that
ready for you.
there's a thing called the Big Mac Index?
Pickles, let me ask you a question. Let's invert this. If we made the minimum wage, should we make the minimum wage just $100? Why don't we just do that?
You know,
What do you think about that?
you and I both know you're steel manning my argument, and there is a sweet spot, right?
You mean straw manning?
You're steel man. I think your instance it would be you're saying why don't we do your thing all the way, and I'm saying
Yes.
no.
Okay. What about 50? Let's make it like, why doesn't California just make the minimum wage $50 an hour? Do you think people would be richer?
I think 20 is tasteful.
20 is tasteful. Okay, well here's what happened. Because like I remember my first, I'm
Should be
from the East Coast.
23.
So I worked,
23.
no, it shouldn't be 23 because at that point you're competing with a different bracket of jobs.
No, then those jobs would go up in pay. They would have
That's
to.
called cost. That's exactly right. Every single job.
Yeah.
Here, let's lay out an example. Let's take a McDonald's, right? You have the dishwasher all the way to the front service person, to the cashier, to the general manager. They're all making respectively. There's a hierarchy of wages, right? If you increase the floor of the dishwasher to $20, you have to subsequently increase the cashier, the people working outside and at the front, and the managers, right? When you do that for all the respective tiers of employees, what you're doing, now you have to pay for that.
I get that, and we all understand that is a concept, right? But what we're arguing is the severity of that concept, and here's my proof that you were wrong. So here is the United States. Our minimum wage is $7 and change, and here is Mexico. Theirs is far below $7 and change, and our Big Mac is only 59 cents more expensive. So
our Big Mac is,
you're catastrophizing.
Pickles, you're comparing a $340 million average, like person, a country average, to however many, what's Mexico, 60 million? You can't do that. Like, this is not a fair comparison. The cost of things in a place like California is a lot different than in a place like Ohio or any other different
It's really
random
not,
place.
actually. I live in
It
Texas.
is.
Minimum wage is $7.25. I can Google right now how much an In-N-Out burger is, and you go ahead and do yours first.
Well, you live in Dallas.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like a less like not like a major U.S. city. Because in Dallas, the minimum wage in Dallas is $7.25,
That
but
would be an instance of an insane push in inflation.
But what do people get? What do people make in a Dallas McDonald's versus a Los Angeles McDonald's? I'm pretty sure it's about the same.
Yeah.
But they get paid about the same despite.
So you're
Dallas
crying that the market price was already 20 and that some people in small
No,
exceptions were getting gouged?
No, I'm not crying about that. I'm saying that the fundamental difference in our I guess arguments is that you believe that the government should set wages. I believe that the market should set wages.
I absolutely do.
When the government, my argument is that
I think we can do this with economists and make calculated decisions, because obviously there will be collateral damage to raising minimum wage. We get that. There will be push inflation.
But you didn't even let me get to the point of, like, the apex of my point is not so much the McDonald's itself, is how that will spill over to the rest of the economy, because now you're competing with my first job out of college. I got paid like $23.50 an hour. It was like a low level tech job. I'm now competing with people that work at McDonald's because you've raised the wages so much. That creates a toxic environment, because
what that means is the people that are paying you for that job, they're going to have to stop making so much goddamn money and fork over a little bit more to you.
Dude, you're explaining cost push inflation. The entire economy ends up having to do that.
They still have to compete with everyone else, so it would be nominal.
Pickles, what you're explaining is why things are more expensive in these areas. Like,
you're catastrophizing, and I have the
it's not
evidence.
catastrophizing.
It's right here, and you're saying that what's going to happen is that we're just going to fucking have hyperinflation or some shit because we raise minimum wage, and that it's just something you would apply in all instances with a blanket statement that it just gets real bad. And we literally don't see that anywhere. There's nowhere showing that. In fact, Canada's got a higher minimum wage, and their Big Mac is cheaper.
It doesn't.
You're just really not making a good case.
It doesn't stop at the Big Mac. Every single job is affected.
Yeah, I know, but the Big Mac
because
is a
prices
perfect
are
benchmark.
interconnected.
Do you not get it?
I do get it. Wages are interconnected. The doctor's always going to make more than the teacher. If you hire the teacher, it has downstream effects of hiring other places, because that's what makes the market competitive. That's the whole point of human capital and like skills. The more skilled you are,
you're just gonna have to show me like the severity is more than what I'm showing you, because the severity is not seen country to country with minimum wage affecting
Pickles,
the price
do you know what percentage
of the good, such as a Big Mac.
Do you know what percentage?
That would be the most easily illustrated price push inflation or cost push inflation. The Big Mac would be so more tangibly affected than you can think of anything else. You're talking about somebody, you're putting like 3 people in a kitchen or whatever and raising their wages, and what that does to the product they produce. This is the best metric you could possibly ever think of.
No, it isn't. Here's what, like, let me explain why it's not, because you're assuming that these companies keep the same amount of employees at the same rates. What they end up usually doing is they cut employees or they automate, because they just usually don't automate because they don't. Okay, so that won't necessarily spill over to paying people more. You're just conflating, like the economy
they will have to pay them more, right? So the market is doing things and keeping our wages. We have decades of proof that productivity does not increase wages. And we have to hold people's hands, because we start putting people in positions where we are allowing them to do this, and then we're coming behind them and paying welfare to these people. Like Walmart gets $8 billion worth of welfare recipients every year.
Yes, hiring the minimum wage will make that problem worse. That's what I'm saying, because you're making it more unlivable for them.
So now you do agree we should subsidize grocery stores?
No, I never said that.
That's what that is. We're subsidizing their wages.
That's different than subsidizing products, because then it doesn't subsidizing, like, at the very least, subsidizing wages doesn't change the elasticity of demand. Like, when you subsidize a product, the demand changes. Like, if I told you could buy, like, if let's say we subsidize iPhones, we say iPhones are a human right, everybody needs iPhones. iPhones are now, after government subsidies, are $10. How many would you buy?
1.
Okay. How many do you think other people would buy?
1 or 2.
Really? You don't think it would go? You don't think the sales would go like quadruple, quintuple?
I guess they would for the first year, and then they would remain the same.
What about when the new one comes out and that's subsidized as well?
So there you go. You would have to illustrate that, like, this is something you consume once a year, and the Big Mac you consume it every day. So the other thing is we're talking about price elasticity of like non-luxury items, right?
At $10 a phone,
the minimum wage would not be something you would have any case arguing for luxury items. Those are the biggest markup.
Minimum wage would not have any case. What?
You have no case arguing about minimum wage affecting the price of luxury items, unless you're talking about like moving production here. But they do not do that when it comes to luxury items, because they are the highest marked up items.
What do you mean luxury? Like, you're saying that iPhone is a luxury item?
Yeah.
Okay, what if, like, we could take the same example to like clothes or something? It doesn't matter what the product is. I'm saying that demand, what I'm trying to demonstrate is that demand changes if you subsidize it. It increases always. If you subsidize anything, the demand of it will increase because it's cheaper. So more people will buy it. If you subsidize groceries, people will go to the subsidized grocery store because it's cheaper for the lettuce and the milk, as opposed to the ones in the private sector.
Yeah, you're just
But
fighting
in,
for people like at a weird stage of production to have the right to make
no,
money.
it's a
It's a
core
very
state. It's not a
arbitrary
weird
stage of
stage, man.
production.
It's not a weird stage. It's a
It's an
core.
arbitrary stage of production. The point of sale.
That's just so crazy, man. That's just a crazy thing to say. It's not arbitrary. It's like arguably I'm not going to say the most important, but it's the most consequential because it affects consumer behavior the most.
Dog, your guy did tariffs. He's
I
trying to
disagree with
affect
him.
consumer
Pickles,
behavior
I don't.
fundamentally.
I agree. Pickles, I agree with you. He's not right wing. Tariffs is some left wing
So
shit.
Trump
Like, I
does
don't.
suck, and I win.
No, are you gonna kick me? Not like this,
Dude. You've been here for 2.5 hours.
Hey, it was a good conversation though, right? Like I mean, we always have a good time.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I guess I'll drop now. Thanks for the good talk. Have a
Anytime,
good night, man.
Take it easy.
See ya. You too.
Yeah, it was 2.5 hours. We haven't had anybody else in the box. Maybe we scared them all away. Are we all bored? This is 4 a.m. I feel like I should have had more viewers than this. Oh well. Chat, I do have a Cash App admin on the bio. If you guys love me and want to buy me a coffee, do it. Or if you love my shirt. Have you guys seen my shirt? Chat, this shirt fucks hard. Oh yeah. I could go bowling and I could go bowl a 300 in this shirt. Easy. That felt like 5 years, yeah. $21/2 min shirt. Is that a compliment? Do the robot on Soul Train. I bowled a 300. Have you, Jason? Dang. Pickles couldn't keep up. Chill, dude. Conservative economics was debatable 40 years ago, but the data strongly against it now. Agreed. 2.5 min shirt? Shut up. Is this a 2.5 min shirt? Oh my god, you just got me to think of fucking what's his name, Charlie. Fuck my life. God damn it. Whatever. I look way cooler than him in these shirts. You know what? He's making a good comeback. We're gonna let him. We're gonna rock it. He's making a comeback. Charlie Sheen. Is he still alive? He is. 6 years old. Dragon's Blood cologne. I didn't watch the show. I'm missing all these inside jokes. I miss where Nemo. I forgot where he went. I don't know if he said bye, but I love you, Nemo. I'm sorry. His dad is still alive. I got pickle blood running through my veins. I love that, Kyle. We wanted Nemo. Did you turn the light on I gave you? Yeah, it's on my kitchen counter. Pickle blood merch. Would you guys buy pickle blood shirts? Should I do like a pickle that has like a cut and it's bleeding red, white, and blue? That'd be sick. Chat, I think we've had a hell of a go at it. We've had 6.5 hours. Are we watching Game of Thrones in Discord? Name one good thing about Trump. He did Operation Warp Speed, and he has a healthy intake of McDonald's. We all love that for him. I fell asleep in this live and ended up being part of my dream. This is still part of your dream. This is Inception. He wants to get rid of pennies. It's so true. That is an okay idea. I remember looking at that. I think it was like circa 2012 when the penny thing was controversial. And I watched a bunch of videos on economists saying that like what it would do, that it was bad. And now it's a little different. I think it's an appropriate time for it now. Post-inflation. Yeah, probably, I think. Pennies are just in my way now. Ass pennies, though. That's one good thing that came out of pennies. That skit. Dan Raid? What? We do still have pennies. Not for long, though. Nothing will ever be 99 cents again. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think we're way too late to that. Guys, I love you. If you came from Dan's live, thank you so much. W Dan. Let's raid Liam. Dan. Arizona iced tea ain't budging. It's actually wild. I don't know how they do it. Imagine your constant struggle is to stay profitable at 99 cents. That's your company model. Super Mario Sunshine, then all of a sudden 5 a.m. What? Damn. They're really good quality for that price point. It's true. It really is good iced tea. Dan, thank you so much. Deducting tips is a con. Would all transactions be rounded to the nickel? Do we even deal in dollars? So I guess if you're a cash only business, yes. But if you're not, no. Yes, Canada did this like 10 or so years ago. Yes, that's what they did. So they just remove a whole digit from their pricing system. God, that's depressing. Oh, they don't remove a digit, so a nickel. Okay. But for a 10 cents, if they got rid of that, that's wild. Their point of sales would just round to the nearest nickel. Okay. So prices wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be rounding up by fives. Guys, you know what I want to do? First of all, you should follow me. Second of all, I want to play video games on my alt. Hot take, we should get rid of nickels and dimes too. Just quarters. What you should do is get some money. You're not big enough, but you're friends with Dean. I thought this was your alt. I do. No, this is my main. Hot take, it's 2 a.m. I don't want to repickle real bad. W. You should look at the game Soma. Oh my god, I hate this. It's 10 years old.
You are the result of everything around you.
Put up your alt so we can follow you. I will do that.
For you, you are the universe manifesting itself as you. That's a wonderful thing to be. But what a curious thing it is to be anything at all. There is no need to be concerned. You are always safe. Continue. Yes, what a curious thing to be aware of yourself.
Alright.
Looking out from inside your little box. You're okay. You're in a safe place. Nothing.
We lost sight of all stream software.
Do you feel empathy for this thing?
Yeah, let's go to Dark Pickles. Y'alls, I am gonna go ahead and hop over to my alt. This is my alt, this guest account right here. I'm gonna go play some video games on there. It's just gonna be a chill stream. We're just gonna be hanging out, doing hot girl shit. So I'll see you guys there.
There is no need to be concerned.
I love you.
Always safe.
I'll see y'all soon.